What's up? What's up, chat? Hello, hello. Welcome, welcome. No, the mic was muted on purpose before. Nongshim always stays winning. Nongshim always stays winning because I'm partnered with no, I'm just kidding. I'm not at that level of ego yet. All right. Let's see. Sound is on, camera's on, screen is messed up, but it should be fixed here in a second because OBS is weird.
RRQ has beaten Genji.
What in the world?
The thing is, Genji like to hit him where it hurts. So, guys, can I list all the times that they've straight,
we might be here for a while, but go on.
Yeah, they got like a straight uppercut to the metaphorical kidneys here, knocked out of the contention many times. So the first time was RRQ was down in
so much on the line.
Pacific
Wow.
Playoffs, eliminated by Genji. Then they got knocked out in 2023 LCQ again by Genji, and then they got eliminated in 2024 Pacific Kickoff.
Wait, GE
of course, by Genji.
signed MCE? Is that official or is that a rumor? I haven't even heard of the report or rumor.
And yep,
what the heck?
By Genji. Can you imagine? 4 times.
Oh, it's gotta be so annoying at this point.
It's reported by Tame. Really? I mean, it's actually not that surprising if you think about it, right? Because if Elevated wanted support, I wouldn't be surprised if, you know, he is well versed and well versed with MCE.
They don't make it through whoever loses today.
Makes sense, actually.
But the top 2 teams also get to go to EWC.
Yeah, for sure. So this is a bit of a EWC qualification game. You can see the head-to-head at the top.
Weren't you gonna wear a DRX jersey today?
Couple of good stats to keep in mind.
Why would I wear a DRX jersey? PRX is winning.
That's the highest in the competition.
PRX is winning today, chat.
Insane statistic, and I think it is a very big reason why you're seeing Genji pick up more and more momentum because you're seeing Texture get more.
MCMG, very interesting to be honest. Very interesting.
Exchange early on in the rounds, and Genji is money for converting those 5v4s. So you're seeing them every time they're winning.
But MCE has the records. He has the records. He may not have a 100-page report on Icebox, but he has the records for sure.
Especially these advantage situations, but one thing we really have to highlight is their Lotus. This is their go-to map, and it has been for such a long time. They defined the meta on this map.
I mean, Tenmay's been fairly reliable, I feel.
You know, the whole way through, and it just keeps clicking for them. I think they understand something about this map that a lot of teams are just missing.
Yeah, I think, you know, a lot of teams will change comps all the time, but Genji, no matter what iteration, with this core 3 on Lotus for the last 30+ games of Lotus, they have played almost the same comp. They do not want to switch up their composition. They may have mixed in the Vice.
The real question is DRX PRX isn't until later. The real question is,
they can defeat any style, anything that you can throw at
who's winning between Genji and RRQ?
They do not care if you're a good team on Lotus. They will pick Lotus into a series and they will beat you on it. They're 6-1 right now, and I just continue to see them have fantastic performances on this map.
That is a very Genji thing, right? When Genji is playing at their finest, nothing can really stop them, even though they never change the comp. Now, Jemkin, you guys had mentioned this. He might be our favorite Euro, and maybe not in just Pacific, but globally.
Yeah, I mean, you can see it. He's played 11 games of Yoru. His next highest agent, I believe, would be the Jet or the ISO, tied with 2. So he has been playing Yoru map in, map out, abusing this agent. He's topping all of the statistics. And if you take out ISO and Brim from his...
Hey guys, I'm a Sliggy Waiter. Sliggy Waiters are welcome.
Like, honestly, his ISO and his Brim performances compared to his Jet and his Yoru...
Yeah, EDG, I don't know, a lot of people seem really surprised that EDG's not making any changes, but like Jenny, yeah, he hasn't been like the greatest player ever, and he had a really bad last match, but... I mean, I don't think dude really had a fair shot though, right? I think Evolution is exactly where you want to keep playing with him to see if you stick with him. So
but I think we are almost certainly going to see an Icebox based on their past performances, respectively.
I've been obsessed with Ritualist, searching for the best rings. Nice. Yeah, you're going for the triple ring route?
Are these teams going to take risks in the veto and play maps that are not as repped, not as tested, maybe newer in towards the map pool? It's been a very, very big strength for RRQ. They have been early adopters of Ascent coming back in, Icebox coming back in, so if anyone's going to take a risk in the veto, it's not going to be
Yeah, I think Jenny needs some time. I'm curious, I saw that Nova and Trace are tied 1-1, so kind of curious what's going on there. Also kind of curious why Pilsky has his Princess Crown again, but I assume they made another bet on the test.
Yeah, Genji taking out Fracture. They've been banning that map in, map out for the last 4 series in a row, and they also did get slapped on it.
What do you think of the reasons T1 got eliminated? I mean, I just think they didn't figure out the meta for themselves in time, right? And I think therefore, I think it's... I will say it's a little bit disappointing that just because they felt they felt not comfortable in their comps, they also defaulted back to their old habits of like, you're not suddenly being as thorough, you're not keeping the vibes chill, you're not working as a team, you're just kind of doing your own things each step of the way. Which used to be their problem, is that when pressure showed up, they would break down and play individual Valorant, which isn't good. But I think the cause of it is that they just had a wrong read on the meta, and they just didn't put in the time to adjust to it ahead of time.
Last week in the
Swirl's playing back on Nova. I'm kind of curious how that's gonna work out. I think it can be good, honestly, but kind of curious.
Compositional changes here. Both these teams like to play the same way.
Yeah, earlier on in the year, this was not a good map for RRQ, but now that they've gone on to this Yoru Breach Teo comp that they've been playing game in, game out, they've had a very good strike rate on it. They're 3-1 overall. They're beating some of the best teams in the competition on Lotus. The only loss that they had was versus Secret at the end of the group stage in a game where I really didn't get the sense that RRQ were very locked in. So I think honestly this is quite a strong map pick for RRQ, and I think having it picked into them is going to give them a lot of confidence in this
Give me
video.
a second here.
Yeah, I think this is going to be a really close one. I think we're going to go full distance and split whatever it is. It's going to be a ton of fun here. I will be talking about predictions with you guys once we send it down to the stage, but this is going to be a huge deal. If RRQ win this today, this
I think the split is a better choice. Ascent, Genji's always traditionally been so strong on Ascent.
But and Genji, the one team that likes to stop them in their
while
tracks.
RRQ had a good Ascent, I just think you don't want something where Munchkin's just like giga comfy on the calling. Will he see YouTube chat today? I do. Oh, it's because it's Pilsky's birthday. I did know it was Pilsky's birthday. I just didn't put 2 and 2 together. Is RRQ piggybacking on the PRX train today? Joke's on you, chat, because RRQ, it's actually RRQ's train and PRX is just riding on it. That's right. RRQ went, I'm back. You can't stop me. No shoes out of the tournament. Nothing can stop me. If you would like me to support Gen G, then you can see it on the screen. You know the cost. Everything has a cost, chat. Who has a good map pull for Masters from Pacific? I mean, I would argue that both Gen G and RQ are okay on their map pulls, to be honest. I might even add, I think RQ might have a technically better map pool.
Genji.
네, 젠지 유니폼 갖고 계시군요. 화이팅입니다.
For Pacific's very first Masters winning team. Genji losing superstar Meteor has left a void, but the foundation of last year's super squad remains intact. There's Texture, Munchkin, and Karon still holding the line.
I am, you know what, I'm already thinking ahead though. Obviously, so for those who don't know, these two teams are already qualified for Masters Toronto. They're currently playing for the upper seed on the grand finals. While there's been no official announcement, the casters in like Americas have just been talking about it as if it's a fact, and I wouldn't be surprised any other way. The first seed should be getting a bye into the playoffs. Whether that's good or not, at Masters Toronto, whether that's good or not is obviously up to your own interpretation. And we don't know if it's like a group stage or a Swiss stage otherwise, but I assume Swiss because it would just be 8 teams left. But in all things considered, it's still a pretty big. Ooh, new glasses. The thick-rimmed glasses are they're coming back in fashion in Korea. I've been actually wanting one. But anyway, the other thing though is that it is still technically a benefit, right? Because you have to win less matches to get to top 4, at which point you get championship points, etc., at Masters. So getting the upper seed here, so you have the advantage in the best of 5, is a pretty big deal. You also get more championship points here as well, so that's a pretty big deal. And obviously this is a big rivalry between these two. So
I kind of wish they walked out with their assistant coaches, because I think we at Pacific love their assistant coaches as much as we love the head coaches on both squads.
Yeah, arguably.
Is it not like last year where first seed are best? Well, it's just not official. I've been assuming that that's the case.
No bias.
I have been saying that they'll probably get a bye, but Riot doesn't make it official until all the finals are over.
Very straightforward, Vito. I think both these teams could have predicted exactly these 3 maps. This is where their focus will have been all week. There's no tricks, there's no surprises, no one's trying to
The Icebox pick is interesting as well.
You know, they just have to show the best.
But I have some good faith. Actually, chat, before the Asian selections come out, I gotta go swap my laundry to the dryer, so I'll be right back.
Of their teams, the assistant coaches are both very well known for their prep, for their anti-strat, and that's going to come in very clutch in this series. Oh my god, big time!
You are all cowards. You're cowards who are afraid of change.
Look at okay, to be fair, look at this audience prediction. It is 50-50 split down the middle. To be honest, I have been going against the RRQ curse. My RRQ predictions have been cursed. But that said, I do think Genji is slightly favored here. I mean, you can see the predictions here and on the Korean broadcast side. It's hard not to.
We'll get the agent select coming out here. Neither one of these teams changing up too much. Stylistic difference of the Breach, Teo, Yoru, Jemkin is dominating Pacific on this agent, and RRQ is very comfortable playing this comp. They've got a lot of success on this map thus far, starting out on the defense here.
Yeah, Genji's style much more different. This is exactly what they're used to. Keep an eye on Munchkin. He's so good on this Viper. The way he finds lurks, the way he finds timings, and when we get over to that defensive side, Foxy9 on this Vice has been lighting up the server. They trust him to be able to hold down these sites, but he's going to have a tough job today against the heavy util that RRQ are presenting.
I'm looking forward to seeing how RRQ can kind of target this one. They do have an execution-based comp that they can really try to target what you're going to be seeing from Gen G. Their trends are well established. They played the same comp the same way for such a long time now, and this is where we need to see RRQ be able to bring some fantastic prep into this one. But there you go, this man's been thrown back in the lineup, and this will, I guess, be his 100th map here.
In a crazy way, Foxy9, I keep forgetting how experienced he is at this point in Pacific. He still feels, he's got this like rookie, young, youthful energy. I wish I could read that. Morgan, could you read that? Your Korean is phenomenal.
I could.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, he's not going to tell us though. But we got more Korean for you. It's about texture. I could read that part.
Yeah, texture ace.
Texture ace, yeah.
Perfect Korean. Yeah, see, I just got told that was right by my producer. I'm a genius. Let's go.
Not right about many things, but that's a good start. Well done,
all right, what have we got?
All right, well, again, happy birthday, Pilski. And we have 2 casters today who are very familiar with this particular matchup. It's Achilleos and Paper Thin.
What are the picks?
That we are, here we are again.
What the heck is Paper Thin wearing, man?
The 2 inevitabilities of Pacific
I say that just because literally the only person on the cast that I could imagine with that, are we calling it a cardigan, a sweater, is actually Paper Thin.
This is an exciting grudge match, right?
They really just made him the Gramps of the cast. What the hell?
It's deja vu to see them here
He
again.
gets a year older and
it's in a position where
Suddenly they just make him the grandpa.
not exactly the highest as they could have been per se, but you've got that trip to the grand finals on the line here. You want to be that top seed. You want to have those extra bans. You want to be that team who's going to win Pacific. And especially for RRQ,
honestly, this would be massive for RRQ. Like, it'd be pretty meaningful for Gen G as well, just because, they obviously kind of struggled at kickoff, and they had a bad outing at Champions. But, return to form would be good for them too. But it's a good story overall. Big rivalry, etc. Neither of them are that great on their pistols, so one of them will come out ahead.
Will immediately start getting off to the races here. Karan sliding in around the backside of Rubble, and it seems like they are not prepared for this at all. Crazy Guy able to find one, but suddenly things spiral out of control as the 1-2 tap comes in and Munchkin gets a follow-up.
Yeah,
seemed a little bit very unprepared for
had a few rough games here and there this stage, but if he can step up for Gen G, they are going to be fearsome. The fragging power out of control. The double stack for RRQ going to be attempted. You've got the paranoia on a snake fight. That's it for Util.
Ooh, nice jump over. But
bit more damage.
Big Time was saying earlier that he wants to see, his focus is on Monyet. I'm the same way. My focus is still on Monyet. But it's not that I have any doubts about him anymore. Well, I've never really had doubts, but
on the follow-up after Karan's two-piece,
I did think he's gotten a lot more. Yeah, what the? That was so weird.
They're not anticipating that he's got that far. And a little bit of a oopsies there.
I guess they just assumed it wouldn't be as hard committal on the pistol.
At the end of the day, Gen G, good post plants, pretty much had won the round off the rip. And from there,
now a seaside hit.
Smooth sailing into now their
no sentinel. Make it easy. You have the better guns.
Guardian for Karan and a couple pistols. So willing to lose a couple players in this round are Gen G. Try to carry over some bigger weaponry into
RQ's just going to wait, I think.
And they're just checking
all the way.
Looking to see where's the stack.
Just doubling down on the full trap play.
Especially on Lotus, that maybe there's going to be a 4-1 somewhere. Munchin's going to go exploring.
Talking about one of those pistols, might be losing it here. Yep, Jemkin will be able to find that.
But with the Euro hiding there, you know that there's more. You know that there's more. He probably saw Monyet peeking out too in the death cam.
You know now that likely the stack is going to be on A, and that being said, Gen G seems to think that maybe RRQ would have rotated off of that with just Munchkin being the player that they saw.
I like it when teams do this, though. They go just double check, but they take their time because it was early enough. This is why it's important to get contact for that early info. Because now you can go back and double check to see if a rotate happened or not, rather than just going blindly assuming that you have the timing. And now you've got more kills, so you know you have an advantage no matter where you go. I don't like B, though. Okay, well, the util's good. How did Foxy 9 get both there?
As you're talking about, all of the weapons will be collected, carried forward, as Gen G get a relatively clean anti-eco.
Yeah, not bad at all. Just checking again to see if there was presence on A.
So what's up, Big T?
Gets a kill. Sure, you kill Munchkin. But again, those two pistols, those two ghosts, totally fine to lose. Yeah, yep.
Yeah, just the ghost loss. No biggie.
Texture goes bounding in. Foxy gets a couple kills with the ghost himself. And,
smooth sailing so far for Gen G. RQ seems like they kind of had the wrong reads in the first round. The eco's kind of whatever.
We have two of the most boisterous
Anders watching that haunt tweaking out.
It's going to be Jimkin, though.
He hates it when pros put the haunt up above instead of in the nook, because the nook means that it activates faster. And he's like, if you're a pro, you should know the lineup. Like, why are we taking the easy route? That is less optimal. I do agree, though.
There's Monyet. Texture going to be vibing a bit more for you. Munchkin already tucked all the way up behind the door, listening for sound cues.
With Texture gone, RQ just playing it safe. They're not going for early duels. You know that it can't be a super fast execute without the raise.
Before it checks Munchkin's position. So again, they're setting up for the lurk now to rotate to the other side of the map. Try to let Munchkin try to see if he can find a free pick.
Early Prowler there to see if it gets a reaction.
That's gonna
Gen G
bring
is prepared to make another rotate if they
response
need.
here from the Viper.
Right?
Munchkin, he's
Depending on the reaction there, Munchkin was going to creep up on this timing to check for info. He goes and sees multiple. Saw 3, in fact, so it's like, okay, we go see anyway. And then they're going for, they want to get the bonus win instead of just a plant and a couple damage. So Foxy's going to go for another lurk. I don't think RRQ is going to expect this. He is still watching. Jemkin's still watching. Yeah, they are very cautious about it. Yeah, it's a good read on Gen G, always maximizing, min-maxing for the win. Oh, the timing! He caught him at the end, but I like that RQ just scales up. They have the read that, oh shoot.
Just crazy guy left.
They had the read that Foxy's gonna just either take his time or rotate, so they go fast, but that's not good.
For the side of Gen G. As fault line, will it connect? It's going to be a little bit too shallow. And it's going to be util in hand as Karan collects himself the third in the round.
Huge bonus win here for Gen G, and it's just classic.
Looks like there were a lot of empty seats. The first map oftentimes is a bit emptier just because like people are still filing in. They're checking out like the booths downstairs. I think Predator has like a custom full built-out booth for some special events for the finals weekend this weekend, so that could be part of it. It is technically still the weekday as well. I think the other thing is yeah, Fridays. We haven't had matches on Fridays, and some people are probably still at work, etc.
On those lurks. And that was probably a reason why they might have set him down. And Texture just gets one off the rip.
Big pick. Gen G's so good at this rubble fight, man. They know the angles to spam. Oh, dude, Karan waits it out, too. That's rough. I feel like we see an RRQ timeout here in the next round. They just don't have a clue how to adjust to this rubble fight right now. It is partially because Gen G is going like hard in the paint from the get-go. Gen G usually saves that for later in the half.
Outside of that, you wouldn't expect anything too crazy. Stinger in hand for Crazy Guy though. Sometimes that can get you a
Give me 1 second, chat.
I'm not sure if you want to peek that one with the Outlaw. We'll opt to back away. Texture, however, seems to favor his odds, and we'll just eventually go ahead and get the adjustment. Repeats for him. Crazy Guy dead. That's going to be a flawless here. The follow-up is Gen G now up 4-0.
It starts to get real concerning for RRQ on this defender side. The bank account going to be very flush for the side of Gen G, on top of having some ultimates to boot. Just right before the flash bloomed, he got the spot. Karan just leading the charge. Texture covering him, watching those tracers through the smoke. Very nicely done. Gen G looks in cruise control. Just classic Gen G.
Off to the races so far. As mentioned, Showstopper is available. Texture blast packing forward. Xpero here by himself. Showstopper now going to be drawn in. Oh, spots him out right there in the smoke. And Texture is able to collect it. No chance of escape here for Xpero. Just coming at him way too quickly. Sheer wall set up is going to alert this flank coming in from behind. As Texture on the swing just manages to plant his feet and find Crazy Guy's head. And now, given that you have given this up with the sheer wall, you have to call for the 3-player save. RRQ just have to let Gen G move up 5-0. You have to anticipate that there's also going to be a timeout on the back end of this.
Well, and this is why when you hear people talk about some of the best duelists in the world, this round right here is why Texture is always in the conversation. He just wins you around on his own. Yes, he has the ultimate. Yes, he has the showstopper. But it's that follow-up kill into C Hall that really blows things open. I mean, of course, there's the protocols behind with the sheer wall and all that, but it's Texture winning you this round all by himself almost. I mean, just crazy good stuff from him. He looks really sharp today. I think in stage 1 in particular, Texture has looked back to last year's form, back to when he was just one of those guys who was going to win you tons of rounds, and he's going to kick indoors for you. Seems like Gen G, this little adjustment as well, very nicely done. 78 HP, no problem. Takes down the IGL of RRQ on the backside, and yeah, timeout time for Ewok and company. Try to figure this out. I mean, this is their map pick. This is Gen G's map pick. This is strength to strength for both teams, right? You know, some of their best maps in terms of Lotus first, Icebox second. And Gen G is just looking ready and raring to go back to another Masters and try to get another title.
Yep. Obviously, both teams already have that ticket confirmed. They will be going to Toronto. But for RRQ, being able to be the first seed into a grand final for the first time, get that advantage in that series. It would be absolutely monstrous here for them. But sometimes that pressure, especially when you're going up against a team like Gen G, who has a strong record versus you, that pressure can be very much working against you. We'll see, though, what the adjustments look like.
Twitch chat saying I'm on the call with
RRQ. On this
RRQ.
defending side, they don't need to scrape together too many rounds to be able to make a go of this. As long as the players come online, because we know what kind of impact Jemkin can have, but right now...
Dude, Gen G's going to go to Rubble after the timeout, because you imagine that they're saying, let's not fight Rubble too hard, don't force it. Clear mound so you know how to rotate. And that's exactly what's happening. Oh, and YouTube's dying. That's just friggin' fantastic. You know, I've started having YouTube stream issues on, like, just like other YouTube streams, too. It's not just VCT. Like other people, just like streamers, like check in on their stream and it just lags out.
Don't know what's going to be on the backside of it. That's what makes it so tricky. He's going to tuck himself into this corner again, but this time he immediately pops the door. He's letting them know. So it's so hard to read.
Oh, the peak was good though. Only one gun fired. It could have been a trap, but he goes for the check. I don't mind that from Jemkin, but he loses it. Oh no. That is terrible. Now they can go wherever. Oh no, dude. Losing a double to the single lurk is so bad. Okay, Cushy. Good timing. Didn't clear the site though. I think he knew, but he just wanted to get one more, like just another one and done.
A little bit of misalignment there to begin, but eventually gets himself the 3K.
One of the career streamer I watched was, yeah, I think YouTube's just been it's just been struggling with the live streams recently for certain regions, I think, but maybe it's all over the world. That's what Tron's saying. Amazon API better than Google API, maybe.
A good reveal from Ash. He pays the price, throwing that haunt, gets killed, but that sets up Texture to create that extra flank angle to eliminate Cushy at the front of C main, and then just again aggressively push C Hall.
What did he say? I was reading.
I don't know what he said.
It's like screaming.
I didn't hear it. I was talking. I should have stopped yapping.
Another classic.
To be fair, that is one of the times where I do wish the caster stopped yapping as a caster. Like, I hate having to pay attention to that all the time, but Texture is a replay where you definitely stop yapping.
What do you think would be more effective at cheering somebody up? A video of puppies or a video of just Texture freaking out?
Oh, for me, Texture.
I feel like it's close.
He is like a puppy. You're right. It is kind of. I mean, he's so excited.
I mean, it seems like RQ's not warmed up though. Like that's part of it, right? Like Jemkin losing the one-on-one to Munchkin.
I need to see that one.
The double peek, but they're like slow creeping out and giving 1v1s to Munchkin.
Slow down on the jiggle peeking.
Seems like they're playing scared. I feel like it almost feels like they like know that there's the curse, you know? They're like, oh, shoot, it's against Gen G. Like, we never win against Gen G.
So he's able to trade that out.
They can't do that.
Gone a lot of your delay tactics.
Do you think RQ on attack should just sprint into the texture site and give over an ace to
in hand here for the round?
You're just gonna have to.
Dude, imagine though.
Fight your way through now.
Oh, I'd love a team to try that. Just purposely give him an ace to see.
Just repositioning into the site. Set up here. Try to crunch off the back of this Rolling Thunder.
It buys time, but they can't play off the back of it here, so the stuns can be waited out, but there's going to be 20 seconds remaining in the round here for Gen G.
It's just a hair too early from Crazy Guy.
Well, not spotting anything. Crazy Guy still kind of reading this late lurk.
Time though.
Oh, I mean, what is this position though? Like, look at this. RQ, they're just like, dude, they are not. Like, what are they doing? This isn't the RQ that
loses his life.
They're getting played through all of stage one. They're just like leaving themselves open.
Watching the angle, hitting the headshot. 7-0 now the scoreline. RRQ need to be considering that second timeout call here in the half.
I mean, like, Gen G's playing well, but RRQ's just like,
Gen G hasn't really had to invest all.
Like, you know what I mean? Like, if you're gonna go for hero plays, friggin' double down.
And then the snake bite
like
also
the plays.
Take any damage from this snake bite.
I don't know. It's weird. They're like half and half. Like either the macro is a hero macro, but the micro is like cautious, reserved micro, or it's like the opposite.
How much are you willing to invest?
They literally, right at the moment, have
What time does the typical Korean workday end?
Texture has that.
Typically 6.
They are just getting out-fragged and out-thought at the moment.
But some places it starts at 5. But like you would leave at 5, right? So even if your workplace ended at 5. Also,
right behind the rock.
the meme, but pretty much true stereotype is that like no one actually gets out on time. Everybody's overworked all the time.
It's behind Rubble.
But yeah, even if you left at 5, like let's say, and also because this arena, the soup one is in Sangam, which is like on the far west end of Seoul, and there's really nothing there except for like TV stations. So it's no matter where you're coming from, it would take minimum I would say 20 minutes. If you're like 2 stations away, maybe 20 minutes, but you'd still have to get off and take the bus. And...
Eyes turning back over.
What is going on?
Jemkin still unscouted. Texture bounding around.
Still gets one.
Jemkin able to find the head, but Karan is there for the trade out. Equalizes it, and now they're just going to look to try to juggle these weapons away.
Help! 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 That was my Texture impression.
30 seconds left.
Yeah. Foxy's showing that there's a future in the Valorant Carnival.
Imagine Ewok on the scrum going, yeah, I saw the watch party. Chobra was supporting us, so we lost.
These weapons out of hand. Crazy guy taken down. Swing out.
I mean, listen, man. It's on you to prove that it's not true. What did I always say, chat? You got to be better than the curse to win.
Drops it on the site and guarantees the round here for Gen G. Guarantees this flawless round over round play.
No, there's no Brazil time here.
Crazy.
Dude, this is
mostly really good.
This isn't even that comforting for Gen G, because like Gen G is playing fine, but it's not like there's been no opposition. They're just winning the duels every single time.
They're still gonna have a bunch of ults coming into this next one, so well worth using that Viper's pit there.
RRQ, what the heck?
To really clamp down on things.
Like what the hell?
Go for it. Karan has the shorty in the back.
My gosh.
Switches over. Ash with the outlaw. Like to see
How
the
can
outlaws
you be better than a world-ending curse? I don't know. PRX was better the last match.
Operator now for Jemkin.
I don't know.
Big round here for RRQ. Can turn it on its head. He misses the first shot.
Going out a little bit wide there. Texture able to get himself forward. He is 1 charge away from having that.
Oh yeah, I changed it. No void. I changed it.
He will.
I went all in on the. I went all in on the free market. Capitalism for the win.
Rounding back and gets forced into the open, and this time the op shot does
finally an op, finally gets value.
Pushes out the raise, and they're able to capitalize.
Early Armageddon though, like they are panic hitting these ults. You know Gen G. You know, I wonder if it's because Gen G actually upped the tempo like crazy.
RQ's found so far. Karan takes aggressive space. He immediately gets the tap
in their previous games in the playoffs, like against Talon and
2v3 now with Fox. He tucked here at stairs.
Who did they play?
TP forward, Vanya basically shoulder to shoulder, and Foxy. Some damage dealt, but kill not found. Paranoia.
I wonder if it's because Gen G was playing so fast that RQ thinks that that's what they studied, and now Gen G's gone back to their old ways.
13-0, no more. RRQ will get themselves online and on the board here in round number 9.
This is just a tremendous counterplay.
At least this is Gen G's map.
Great ideas. They know that they're going to feed this ult.
It's 8-1.
You can send out the drone, nullify Texture's ult briefly.
No, Gen G, that's what I'm saying. Gen G's, like,
off of Gen G.
I mean, I think Gen G has better calls to begin with, but it's not like they're, like, doing some dark magic on the map. It's just, they have good reads, and then they're just positioned way better. Like, RRQ's, like, walking into aim duels that aren't good for them, and then they're losing them.
RRQ finally gets the big win. They keep the op, so they can keep their economy okay. You know, they're still able to get the rifles, a few half armors here and there, but all's well that ends well. Still have that showstopper to consider.
Okay. Ooh. Getting Munchkin is a big hit, and you saw Util along with Munchkin, so you have an idea that it could be a stack. It's not the default lurk.
Waits it out, eventually clears it.
Dude, ballsy there. Oh, okay. He trades it. I don't know if that's quite worth. Especially because you have an op, but it is 4v3. It keeps you the numbers advantage. I mean, it's better than just getting killed, I guess. But I thought they would have hid.
Karan trying to take a cheeky angle.
Swap of the weapons. It's Foxy trying to play it Unexpected timing, perhaps, but Ash gets two crisp
Dude,
shots.
Ash has
Cushy
gotten
Sparrow now
comfy,
suddenly
man.
tucks
This
back
is
around the
bad
corner.
news
The
for
fake out,
everybody,
taking the
man.
charge.
Gen
The real
G.
thing, however,
Oh,
finding the kill. Double face coming in. Monyet to collect.
Ash?
RRQ now finding their second round win.
All right, starting to get it together. Had to throw some ultimates there with the Jemkin, but Gen G not able to find those favorable trades. You know, yeah, you get the showstopper, but that's immediately dealt with by Crazy Guy. That opening pick from Jemkin, very important that he's going to find those. So many of these rounds are coming down.
wasn't as much panic. No, I'm not saying panic as in like they're just freaking out, but it's like they expect the hit to always happen on first contact.
The charge around the corner. Ash knows they're
And
coming, but not much he can do there.
I don't think that's the right play. If you are afraid of the ult happening, why not just give space and ult back? You know what I mean? Like
RRQ can get done.
Like that's a pretty big commitment. Using an Armageddon to stop a showstopper is not value.
Dodge some of those bullets.
No matter what the game tells you in terms of ult points.
Paranoia at the ready.
Knows he's in there.
Maybe he's thinking about a
Answer for your crying.
Oh,
okay, okay. See, now they're like double peeking and stuff. There you go.
Finds texture.
RRQ like woke up. It only took 9 rounds.
Not going to connect this time around. Foxy is able to go ahead and scale forward a bit. This flash not quite connecting. The shorty almost takes him down,
dude, I mean that's unlucky, man. How does that shorty not kill?
Hold on. Munchkin
that's messed up, man. He's at 8 HP. I mean, I guess he would have died anyway because I think Munchkin killed him, but
stay alive.
Damn.
Stealth drone going to be cleared. Munchkin collects the operator. He's going to go ahead and look to peek in at Waterfall.
Do you guys still think Karen is the best controller in the world? Well, Berlin came back from retirement, so Berlin's actually the best controller in the world.
Able to dodge this one out.
But in Pacific,
thrown at him.
I mean, I don't know. Mako's back in form.
Sync may as well be chucked in. He just wants him to peek the angle. Eventually, he's able to get him to do so.
Oh.
As Ash looks to try to clutch this one out.
It's tough. The one way.
I don't think he has. It's just being held. Monyet.
Oh,
he's got
where'd he go?
Oh,
dude, that's well played by Monyet, man. Hides right on the angle where he can't see you unless he goes all the way wide. Well done from Monyet. That was well done.
Up to that 4 and 8 half.
Well, this time RRQ has
Monyet's gotten, honestly, like, again, I've said this multiple times, Big Time talked about it on the desk today, but, like, Monyet is a player with so much potential, but he's definitely, like, either overheated or gotten too scared. Like, he's definitely had trouble making the right calls individually the past year, like, on RRQ. But I think he's gotten a lot better in Stage 1. Like, now where he seems very reliable.
He's only got 7 kills, but pretty much all of them have just been nice little one-taps.
Yeah.
Stun in, looking for the Armageddon, and that is texture dead.
Okay, well, that's a read.
Play off the rip here from the side of RRQ. There's jump peek.
Gets the race. Pretty good value.
Slowly drift away. It's like, no, I'm not gonna go.
Last round of the half, I like it, honestly. It's stuff that Gen G used to do. Last round of the half, going for match point.
Doesn't seem he wants to push any further forward. Doesn't want to push his luck just yet.
Actually, PRX is the best controller. There's 4 of them.
Still again.
Strength in numbers, I guess.
Holding the line at C for now, although Cushy starting to make his way over. So this could work out pretty nicely for Gen G. They're able to bait the drone out. Just a little bit of pressure, but that shot from Jemkin.
Oh, you know the ops here.
From Gen G.
Foxy 9, do you go for it? No, you don't. You surely do not.
The angle. Foxy unable to clear it previously. Munchkin's shot going wide.
I mean, now RRQ just needs to hold. You know they're spread out, right? You know there was action on Mound. You know there was action on Rubble. You have the numbers advantage. You play default. You delay. There's only 30 seconds. Dude, this is a Hail Mary, but this is such a Gen G play. I can't believe they're doing this. I mean, yeah, it doesn't look too good. Foxy 9 has to get this kill. I don't think he will, though. Yeah, there's no reason for Monyet to peek out.
And he's clutch for Karan to get a 9 and 3 half. Otherwise, RRQ dragging this back as much as they possibly could.
Good luck.
I mean, yeah, dude, look at them, man. They're just flooding us 5. They're like, even if it's Karan, surely he doesn't spray down all 5 of us. Now they know for sure. I mean, there's no shot. He has to pre-fire like all of them. Okay.
It's a shot into the shoulder of Jemkin. And in the end, RRQ.
Oh, with Karan, you just never know. With Karan, you just never know, man.
Covering it as much as humanly possible to get ready to go on the attack.
Yeah, it's a phenomenal play once RRQ was able to get into that operator. That really gave Gen G fit. So many of those opening picks start going the way of RRQ. And it made things really, really challenging.
Oh, yep. Barracks is lagging out a little bit, it looks like.
Again, a nice little trap place. You can see some of these ideas, some of these designs.
Can you make the banner smaller? Which banner? And what are we talking about here? Oh, Lotus is a 3-site map, so it kind of covers it, huh? Yeah, we can make it smaller.
Going to be too much for them to overcome. I was getting worried.
Once it comes back, I'll double check the size.
Because like they went back and it was like 8-3, and I'm like, did I pull a Lakia?
Nah, the HUD just had a little bit of a...
Then we're all good.
A little bit of a heart murmur there. Stuttered for a brief little moment.
Hey!
Hey, it's RB.
It is RB.
Who's the cutest?
Back over here, cutest human being. They're going to say each other. How adorable. But of course,
Binbon or RB.
Has the day off, decided to bring RB back into the studio.
Yeah, such a nice guy.
That's funny.
Came and talked to us
Texture versus Monyet. Oh, that's a good bet though.
Said it's difficult. It's
Yeah.
hard.
But I think Texture wins out just ever so slightly. Texture just has more antics.
No, it is very challenging, of course. And see, Gen G over to the defender side. RRQ, a chance to maybe turn this map on its head a bit. That 4-round streak might be in the back of Gen G's brains a bit. It looks so good early.
No, we'll see. We'll see if the board comes back alive.
That is an incredible drawing.
Yeah.
That is a sick drawing. Did they use it with the markers at the venue? That's crazy.
Let's see though. Now RRQ fares dropped the opening pistol. Started that monstrous 8-round win streak here for the side of Gen G. Very much need to see them try to pick this one up. Jimkin.
There, that should be perfectly sized.
Boombot not going to scout him.
Did you finish Expedition 33? Yes, I did.
Sure makes it back around the opposite side of the wall and will just slide in over here at A.
We saw the full ending. I haven't 100%ed it obviously, but
RRQ's making good reads. With Jemkin getting that space for free, not being identified by Texture. Just saw a player. Cushy spotted. That Teho might give away enough here for Gen G to start.
No, TC should be there. Are they knocked out already? I forget what the format is for the Evolution series. It was all the Chinese teams, but apparently RB said on his Discord that he was like gonna take a break. I don't know if that was implied for just like in between seasons or like for the year. I haven't seen the Korean like transcript of it, so. Oh, Jemkin just playing with fire. He is the fire. Never mind.
Will pick up a 3K. Spike never planted. Gen G 2 for 2 in pistols, and now up 9-4.
Yeah, RB was taking a break in between seasons. Yeah, probably to come home and stuff.
They might be able to fight their way back. Some trickery on the ropes, but a great haunt again. Ash has come in very,
yeah, Benji's trash talk to Monyet is an iconic moment, to be honest.
Other teammates. Jemkin there. Oh,
dude, that is a nasty third kill.
To get Karan. Texture back to what we saw in the first half of this map.
5-man buy.
Clean. Has to be all classics for RRQ. Not able to get that plant down.
So interesting which teams focus on 5-man buy versus, you know, 3.
But Munchkin gonna have that judge holding right around the B door. And instead RRQ is gonna be dodging a lot of this, but a little bit of
nobody tagged, but it's a, yeah, I mean this
prompts Karan get his
oh,
he took a bunch of damage.
Nice hit.
Down to 72, I think.
You take out the paranoia.
Okay. He's now going to be sent. Gen G just throwing some delay util. There's Texture peeking out from stairs, able to find one. Ash crossfire set up from the baby door. Finds Monyet.
Yeah, I think Gen G kind of switches it up based on like map, the number of kills, set each person got, etc., etc.
Spectre in hand. Finds it, and it's going to be another 3K back-to-back for Texture.
That's not good.
So one charge away from a showstopper as we go into Gen G's bonus here in the second half.
Yeah, Kushi's Teo is not as convincing, but nothing's as convincing as his Sova, sadly. His Fade got a lot better.
Actually, one of the better sides of this map for Gen G. Like, they generally go positive. Like, at worst, they're going even on their defender side in a lot of their matches. Even in, like, in the loss. the last loss they had.
The status of the
was
Chobra
against T1
cards
in
is
the
also
lower
a factor in
finals.
what you buy.
Last stage, like, or excuse me, last stage. Like, they went 6-6 on their defender side. So, like, this is really painful for RRQ. This is a really stalwart Gen G team.
Ta-da!
Yep.
Wall falls.
Rough.
So too does Jemkin cut
Rough.
by the judge.
Dude, what a choice from Karon.
Karon looking for the peek. Wow. Shot just snaps in for it. Sheer wall.
Dude,
raise,
RQ's
spike
just.
on the opposite
Dude,
side of it,
RQ's got to
but
wake
they
up, man.
snake bite there to
Something's
defend.
not right here. Like, they're just.
RRQ.
I don't know, man. The
going to
first,
have to
like,
save
6
the
rounds,
two
they just weren't
weapons that
shooting
they
at
still
all.
have in hand.
Still doesn't look that great.
Suspect. Thorough strafing forward, does manage
Why
to
is he
come
still
away
on
with the
Teo?
kill.
Teo's still getting nerfed? Because he's not nerfed yet.
Picks one off, but I don't think
You're
Gen
still
G
in the
are gonna
middle of
be
a
too bothered
tournament
by it
with
whatsoever.
grand finals on the line. You're not going to try to get ahead of the meta just
They try
because.
to still make a go of
Just
this.
because they said he would be nerfed eventually.
It's definitely not going to be easy.
Weapon upgrade there available for Crazy Guy, but
The
doesn't
thing
wanna
is
make
it's
the
not
noise.
surprising though, right? Like a traditionally recon heavy initiator
Karon seems to be reading
not
it
being as confident or just
perfectly,
not
but
looking as
doesn't
fluid
hit
on
the
Teo. It
shot
does make
perfectly.
sense.
Wide swings out. Crazy
Like people
Guy
always say, "Oh, Teo's so
able to find
easy,"
that
but
kill,
it, you know,
25 seconds.
at a team
Once they wanna
level to
start
really
sprinting into bait,
maximize,
this round is already over.
it's going to be very different because the timings are different. How you need to play it is different. It's the same thing with Breach. That's why so many people struggle with Breach.
For both teams. I mean, again, you know, Gen G just so aggressive.
You need to support
Gets
Gen
right
G,
up
but I think
behind that
RQ's going to
toxic
win.
screen initially
Why would I support
with
Gen
the
G
judge
just because I think RQ's going
and
to win?
punishes Jemkin. It's
But
just
hey,
trying
10
to gain a
subs and
little bit of
I'll
space.
switch. I mean, it's not
Ash,
like I think, you know, Gen G
close,
can't
solid,
win.
But Crazy Guy, I don't think going to give him the opportunity. That should be on to the next round, and it's another bonus.
Well, I don't think he's
conversion.
I don't think he's
for
always
Gen G.
this lost. I think
I
just
mean,
today
they are
everybody on
just
RQ is lost. But it's definitely
monstrous here on
it's
this
not
map.
comparable to a Sova and
They have
Fade,
been
but
really, really
know.
good so far.
that's like saying the first time Texture was on Neon, like, oh, you should just never play Neon anymore. It's like, well, no, you can grow
This has
into
been their
it.
Map.
You know,
RRQ, some
his
ideas
Jet
there
and
on the
Raze is
defender
always going to
side,
be
but
better, but
it's
I think Texture's
probably
Neon
too
is
little, too
fine
late now.
It's not world's best, but if you think it's meta on certain maps, it's worth
Dimensional
playing.
drift, the only real thing to speak of here. As Gen G just setting out a C's and 8 combination, showstopper in hand here. Texture swooping forward, getting caught off guard.
Okay.
Crazy Guy finds
RQ
two,
takes
Jemkin
those.
finds
What the
another,
hell? Texture
and
Texture just like
suddenly,
walked
Gen
out.
G
I think
on
he
the
thought the
back foot in
haunt was
major way.
already
Two
fully
players
should
versus
be
five,
tagging everyone.
weapons upgraded.
I think he was too far ahead.
RQ looking right as rain. What just happened?
I don't know.
Last player standing. Spike planted.
I mean, Foxy9 just walks into the site, gets taken down. I think his Munchkin here, no reason to try to do much else. Maybe you want to get those orbs.
This was I don't know.
Not all you really can do at this point.
I think Gen G had
This
some
round
missed
is
timings on like the haunt
shut.
landing and clearing angles,
Move on to the
etc.
next, and
And it
that was
all
strange. I
kind of
mean,
snowballed
Texture never
down.
even pulled the showstopper. I mean, I get it. Some of them were on an eco, but they carried some guns over. I think it's worth going showstopper there. I mean, just end the map.
Yeah,
some
Showstopper would have been the old
emotional
Gen
damage
G
to
way,
this
to be
RRQ
honest.
squad.
11
Get into
11 on the
Icebox as
board.
fast as possible.
Just
Instead,
This is a
crush it with the
This is a
ult.
replay round. This is a round that we need to see the replay, is what I mean to say.
yeah, I agree.
I thought
Not like a
Achilles was
replay
saying they
round
need to
where we
replay the round. I was like,
We're
Achilles,
not-
that's a
we're gonna-
that's a
we're
crazy
gonna
thing
keep
to
moving
say.
forward here. But what happened is my question.
Bunch of Tejo util, Breach util, yeah.
I mean, he's just not checked. Yeah, I think he thought the haunt should have landed. I think Texture, the way he like
Yeah.
fully walked out,
counteracts the,
only looking at the right side.
attempted clutch
Either he
play
thought the
here from
haunt should have
Gen G.
landed, or
Yeah.
he thought Ash was gonna
Really
like
well set up.
insta swing with him.
Trap the
But
player
there
in the
was
corner,
definitely
hit some
some
good classic
miscomm
shots.
there.
Oh well, says Gen G. We've got enough for an operator already anyway in an Odin. Plus we have a showstopper.
No, I don't think the
Still
showstopper
checking
would
though
have
with his ult.
necessarily guaranteed it the way he was checking.
They
But
can
if
do
you'd
off
go
the
with the
back of that.
showstopper,
He's
you
gonna
probably
let
don't
loose
check
with
right
his
first,
TP
right?
over towards the B site.
But what I'm saying is normally
Gonna spam
Gen G,
early.
in fact, it rarely worked, but they
pressure
would always
from the
go
side
for
of
like a
RRQ
Giga
towards
ult
Rebels.
round
Here
at
we go.
11 last
Potential
year.
drift in play. Actually,
And
TP's
what that
right
would
off the
do
rip with
is it would kind of
Throws out another
reset
one.
the mental
We're gonna go
conditioning.
see what's going on over
So
towards
if you
C.
got lucky, then you
Set up
win,
the
you know,
team
you're at
for a
match
big
point.
hit.
But if you don't, it
Oh my
resets the
God.
conditioning,
Never
dude.
checked behind.
Foxy9,
Yeah.
good hide outside of the
Exit,
site.
Foxy9
That's nasty.
immediately put him
That
down.
is
Similar
nasty. That's a
scenes here for
read,
Monyan.
man. That's a read and a half.
Karon just up and over the top.
Satchel out.
As the bound forward, the double check. And cool guys do not look at explosions. Extra just faces away and immediately knows that he's got Xfair dead to rights.
Did he say that in an interview? I actually don't remember that interview, but if he did, I mean,
It's a tough spot to be in.
I
The
can
order
rest
before
assured that
pickup is just
I
kind of
read
giving away
that
the
correctly.
position a
Because I
little bit more.
noticed that, like, at kickoff,
I mean, you're stuck.
they started doing that right
Stuck
from
here on mound.
kickoff last year.
Textures
And then they
just
did it
holding the
throughout
top.
the year.
Over towards your spawn.
And I kept thinking, even if it
Inside the
doesn't
fight for the
work,
space,
it's
which
worth it.
Genji will.
Because
Seconds left.
Gotta be a bit careful here, Texture, though. Don't want to drop this
it just
operator.
kind of makes sure that you hold the advantage in the momentum.
Whips the shot. Slides back. This is a follow-up shot. Okay, crazy guy with a nice headshot.
Good crazy guy bringing it back.
Are they sprinting in for a plan? I think it's just sprint to get in behind Rubble here. Surely.
10 seconds left.
I don't.
Is he gonna try to make a go of this? With Cushy looking for a
Oh,
flank all the
what
time.
is that?
Anyway, so maybe
Munchkin's
gets the
playing a
flank
different
money,
game,
but
man.
Khan's just gonna say, No.
What
Denies
the
that away.
hell?
Op is scooped up by Munchkin.
In
so
Shanghai,
they're able to
almost
go
every
ahead
team
and
that
keep
plays
their
first during
hands
stage
on
1 underperformed.
12-5.
Do you think starting in playoffs is an
Map point now
advantage?
here in hand for Gen G.
I mean, you know, I think the
Smooth sailing.
sample size is small, but I think in an
Able to
FPS,
recover the op, it looks like.
the
So,
momentum does matter
all's
more
well
than
that
in
ends
a
well
lot
for
of other
Gen G there.
games, I think. Even if it's not like
nice little
back-to-back
up and
days or
over for
whatever.
Karan. Yeah, Texture. Great with the
But I think being
showstopper.
able
Not
to
so good with the
potentially pick your
operator, but
opponent, and also
that's
just the
okay.
idea that you don't have to
all
win as
over the
many
map for
games,
Gen G,
right, to
being
get
so
to the
proactive.
champ points.
Really
On
punishing
paper, it
RRQ,
is
and
still an
RRQ's gonna pull
advantage.
Their last time out. Again, this is more about mental
And
stability
quite
than anything.
frankly,
mean,
I
look,
think
this
if
team
you are
could
like
wanna run, I don't
vastly
doubt it.
ahead in skill level,
But
then
wanna
you should
Make sure that they're not getting too down on themselves.
you
Get a couple
should
wins here.
win like with the
Go into Icebox
advantage
feeling
for
better.
sure.
Yeah.
But when the playing field is close, then
A quick little pump of the brakes. Make sure all is
check. Give
going
me
to
1
be
second. I
well
gotta
here.
check if my wife left
Or this
something at
map
home. She
comes
wants
to
to
a
double check if it's
conclusion.
at home. Be right back.
Or they run back 7 in a row. Strange things have occurred.
Yeah, I mean, look, Gen G ran 8 in a row, so
So, could do it. I suspect that it's going to be the former, though.
yep.
Fans looking to spur them onward here to Toronto and beyond.
Absolutely. I mean, nobody wants to go up against this Gen G team. They are so good. And they're on point, especially, like, obviously you know the fragging power of this team, but, you know, as they've been progressing this year with these new players,
And it is.
the coordination, the reads have been looking better and better and better. Munchkin is finding his groove again. I mean, it just could be that when spring rolls around, that's when Munchkin wakes up out of his hibernation.
Spring rolls.
Spring rolls. Oh, that does sound really good right now.
Yep. Well,
Boom.
Texture this
Oh,
time.
he gets
The
out.
shot. 3 peak spots out
Okay,
multiple. Cannot
doesn't
get away with the
quite.
blast back at the same time. Jemkin over outside Rubble here. Finds a headshot on to Ash. Karan on the hunt, but whips the opening shots. And it looks like both players
He doesn't
widely
back
going
out
their
though.
separate ways.
That's the scary thing
Sight
about Karon,
still
especially when they're lower in
targeted
numbers.
here for
Okay,
side of
you
RRQ
check for this
moment.
lurk, but how
Munchkin
deep do you check?
creeping in behind the box is
Oh
unread.
no!
Absolutely unexpected.
No, they did not think
And
he would
absolutely
push out.
unpunished.
That's
2
insane.
kills found, 2 players remaining to the side of RRQ.
They knew to check, but they
Cushy
just
and Maniac
didn't.
refacing back in, a bit of damage suffered here. He
Oh,
looks for more,
ooh.
presses forward,
Oh, no.
dodges the stun, finds the third, and will be taken down.
2v1.
Seems like 3K is all that anyone's going to
Foxy and
get
Karon
on the side
really
of
just
Gen
need
G
to
for
stay
this
grouped
map.
is all.
Double stack here at B main. Monyet asked to clutch
30
this out.
seconds left.
You hear him, surely.
Be moving over towards B here pretty quick. Are they gonna stack together is the big question. Yep. Here we go.
Yep, you have
And
to.
there you go. This will just hound him down 13-5. A
GG.
dominant showing from Gen G on their map pick of Lotus. Swiftly dispatching RRQ and taking that first step
GG.
towards being the first seed into the grand final here at stage
I mean,
1
it's
of
such
Pacific.
such a slow, bad
It was
start for
impressive, to say the
RRQ.
least. I mean, yes, they're map pick,
And
but still,
I hope
they
it's
were
more just a
dominant.
slow start
I mean,
rather
that
than
4-round
the
run
matchup
that
getting to their
RRQ was able
heads,
to string
because
together, again, get the operator in
that
hand, and they were
is
able to really kind of shut down some of those
that
early
would be
peaks and aggression
terrible.
that Gen G was trying to take, but
That would
this
be
looked like
terrible.
old school Gen G. Munchkin's all over the damn map. You never know where he's going to pop up. Texture's just absolutely frying on those entries. Karan in the back line doing multi-kill things that he does. Everybody looking sharp. Ash, I thought, played really well with the fade. I really think some of his utility was
The good news is this Gen G
setting
looks,
up texture to setting up some of these
you know,
rounds,
I mean, again, I don't think they were that challenged this map,
on the
but
attacker side, and Foxy looks good on lurks too, so
they look to
else can you say?
continue
This
to
team looks
get back to
well-drilled
like
right
prime form with the new roster. So
maybe, you know, 1 or 2 overheats.
Gen G fans,
From the side of Gen G, the crunch attempt not reading what they're
that's
going
really
up
good
against.
news.
Not really just spotting out Crazy Guy's positions. But overall, this was a damn clean effort from the side of Gen G. That being said, though, we know what our RRQ are capable of. And Icebox is a map where they have put that on display with regularity. It's always one of those maps that Jemkin happens to just go crazy on.
Yep.
But that's what they're going to need right now.
A
Given the form that we're
RRQ
seeing
unshackled from Chobra cannot lose when an RRQ shackled to Chobra can only lose.
But for now, we're going to get ready to go ahead and pass things back over to the analyst desk to break down the action from Lotus.
That's messed up, chat.
Thank you.
All right,
Yep,
while they're on the
Victoria
desk, let me run
Pilsky
some
and big
ads
time
real
here.
quick.
And Gen G, you guys called it. They're really good at Lotus.
Oh my god, I'm shocked!
What a surprise!
Attacking
Wow.
side as well, insane.
There are the
But
ads.
honestly, what a run from them on the attacking side of Lotus. They converted a man disadvantage in the
I mean, yeah,
bonus. They
Lotus
just
is,
went on
it's
a
also
bloody
just,
tear,
the
mate.
Gen G
Like,
is
there was
very comfy on
nothing that
Lotus.
RRQ could do. They were mere
That is
passengers
also
in that
true.
half.
I mean, I think especially when you go down so heavy at the start, 0 and 8.
Oh, Fabio actually, dude, let me favorite that
page.
page. That's actually crazy. He actually made the collection of all the web games. The site you did is so funny. What the hell?
Your chances of coming out with a win become minute.
I like that.
Look at this.
Texture
The
wasn't
sight
screaming
you
for
need
help
during
this
a
time.
tech
He was just
pause.
screaming
What?
for joy.
He's always screaming about something.
That's so
But he was
funny.
definitely screaming for joy here. Top fragging looking
That's
fantastic
funny,
again
man.
on that raise. We'll break down a bit more about these
Dude,
entry
there's so
duelists
many.
and how they approach the map here. But I mean, everyone performed
What
really
the
well
heck?
on Lotus.
Housel
for
gets
Gen
the
G.
price of the
absolutely.
house? That
Effort
seems
committee, their
fun.
macro was very, very good. I mean, we can touch on that a little bit more in detail.
What
in
the
the
heck?
future,
Dude, there are math
a little bit
games?
later in the
Oh my
segment.
gosh.
RRQ, I mean, you definitely did not want to get swept aside on Lotus. You knew that this map was coming up in the veto, but it is
Bro,
the Gen
please
G
stop
Classic.
supporting
You know
RRQ
what
so that they
they're
can
gonna pick,
win.
You know what they're going to do,
What?
but you
I
cannot
think RRQ
necessarily
can
stop
win.
it. Their fundamentals
But hey,
are way too
at
solid.
the low
And
cost of 10
RRQ, the
subs,
approach that
I'll
usually
support Gen
works
G.
well for them did not go particularly well. And what I usually say about RRQ is this is a team that they all show up together.
What is
It's all
Flaggle?
confident
Oh, yeah,
effort
no,
by
no,
committee.
we're
Make
terrible
no
at that
mistake,
game.
It's led by Jemkin, but lately their
Damn.
individual players have been performing really well as a whole. But
We gotta
this game,
favorite
pretty
the
much everybody but
usuals.
Jemkin went missing.
Yeah, that's right. In fact, let's take a look, like a step back and take a look at the macro and how Gen G approaches this.
Yeah, so I want to talk a little bit about numbers theory and having your IGL on the wing. And you can see this will be a very common start to a round for a lot of teams on Lotus. You got the Viper sitting outside A main. The rest of the boys are looking to take some
Ranked
C-mount
duel?
control. Now,
I've never played ranked. Oh, it's the actual.
over on
You have to
wing
watch
can
the
hear all
clip.
of this utility. He hears that there's 4 players over towards A for RRQ, and they therefore know that it's just a solo anchor Viper on this C side of the map. They isolate him and pick him off with the showstopper, and the round is over from there. And this is something.
Yeah,
that
you
really
guys should
frustrates
suggest
me playing
more.
ranked, is
Apparently
that
it's from
a lot of
Virtual
people,
Fabio.
They just don't understand numbers theory on Lotus. They don't know. Like, I hear 4 pieces of util on A. Don't go A. Everybody just runs out A and dies every time.
Thank you.
I'm
Can you
2v5.
preach this? Really, people who play rank, please listen to Pilsky
I'm
right
2v5.
now.
Every round, I'm just staring at a wall, you know? I'm playing Senti, I put my little, Killjoy turret on,
Pilsky's
place
going
trust B, everybody's dead, and I'm just there, like, you
Go to
can
the
hear
site
it.
where there are less people.
Just go to C! Go C, guys! Please! I'm begging you.
I will say, I think Munchkin is one of the best at this as well. I think he understands that area of the map so brilliantly. He's always, number one, he's always feeding back that information. That's obvious. But he understands when the timings are. You see him lurk out all the time out there. He just dominates those fights out there. So Munchkin, this is why they're so good. He's a Viper expert, and he's a Viper expert on this map. So it's no surprise why they keep doing so well when the IGL is so enabled like this.
It's just instant decision making. Like, you can instantly make the right call to be able to adjust on the fly and be able to kind of scissors paper rock your opponents based on what
All right,
you know.
all right, let's try one of those games. Should we try the house game?
You're able to make the perfect call as a result, but it's also the way he denies info to the the other team. It is the biggest strength of the Viper, and Gen G is the team that innovated this and invented this on Loaded.
Housel?
They totally understand that if I put the wall up, you're
Alex
not
play
gonna
guess
know
the
what's
house.
going on
Enter
on
what
that
you
side
think the
of
price of the
map,
home
and
is
you
and click
can pull
submit.
and push rotations by just
5%.
pressing a
All
button
6
on your
pictures are from the
keyboard.
same house. If you get it
Free
wrong,
life.
we'll reveal an additional screenshot
Free
of the home.
tips, guys. Listen to the desk. All right.
Double
now,
arrow
what
means your guess is
also
more than
classic
50%
Gen G
too
other than
low. Okay,
perfecting
yeah.
that macro is texture.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah,
he's
is this in
coming
USD or
alive,
what?
and I think the
Oh,
one thing
well,
Gen
I
G
guess
do
so. It tells you the
well
city
is
and the
they
state.
really enable texture. You see, he's
Massachusetts,
always
huh?
hunting for these anti-eco
Yeah,
kills.
but
Sorry, the eco
what
kills.
the hell is
He's
this
Yes,
house?
Yes, he is. He's a
This is a
disgusting
crazy
anti-eco
house.
fragger. But that helps you get a lot of showstoppers back to back, and those are
This
free
is
rounds.
this is an insane house. Dude, what the hell? How many rooms do you think this Dude, this is... It's a 3-story mansion with a freaking custom riverfront dock. No, I mean, where is Hingham? It's not that far from Boston either. So unless I don't know, like I don't know about the like safety of the area, but I assume it's relatively safe if you've got houses like this. I think it's gotta be, yeah, 2 mil. 2 mil sounds like a good place to start. Wait, what's 2 mil? 2,000, 20K, 200K. There we go. No, well, 2 mil sounds a little high, actually. Should we start with 1? Yeah, 1.5. That sounds good. Oh, what the... No, it's too... it's more than 50% low. Okay, it is close. Okay, so I think being close to Boston matters. This is overall an expensive neighborhood. $4.5? I think 4 mil. Lot size is 0.31 acres. Oh, it's sold this year. Dude, what the hell? Dude, this is a dream house. Holy. Dude, this is a dream house. Well, no, it shouldn't include, when you sell a house, it doesn't always, well, it doesn't include like this furniture. I mean, they might have negotiated that, but like this, the countertop would be included. The lamps would be included, right? What do you mean doesn't include everything inside? Wait, what was the 1 arrow? 1 arrow means how much? Oh, just below 50%. Damn. I'm gonna go with, we're gonna suddenly jump. We're gonna do a big jump. Okay, now it's lower. Dude, this bedroom is massive. This bedroom is bigger than my house. Dude, you think this is TMV's house? Do you think this is where he streams from? That's crazy. 6.4, 4.5. 5.25. Oh, 5.5. Damn. Dude, TMV's rich, man. He just sold this house this year. In April. Or maybe he bought it this year for 5.5 mil. Damn, dude. Chat, stop giving him so many views. That's crazy. 5.5 mil for putting up clickbait titles of ECT is insane. No, the website's great, Fabio. Thank you. It's amazing. I mean, it just makes it easier to have it all in one place, and you can always just like check out a new game. That's great. Really appreciate it. That's fun. Dude, Houstel is crazy. That's insane. All right, comps are out for the second match. Second map.
They're running in with texture on the Yoru, which is the only difference in these two comps, is just the duelists for both of these teams.
Yeah, again, no surprises
Yoru
here.
for texture,
RRQ
but Jet
sticking
for
with what they've
Jemkin.
shown before. So once again, this is a lot
I
like
do
that
like the
first
Jet.
Lotus map, but I think both these teams knew this map was coming. Both these teams know that these compositions are coming. This is all about how you spend your week preparing.
Absolutely, you've got to be aware of what the trends are going to be from the Yoru on defense. The TP timings are absolutely everything.
Did it
and
show the
RRQ
last two
needs to
house
play
picks?
around them well,
Oh.
because they understand how Yoru functions. It's an agent they play on almost
Oh, this is
every
the
map.
this is the
That's right. Now,
backyard
we're
door.
gonna go to map 2 and see if RRQ can bring this the full distance.
That's
We're
your
gonna send it back to our
neighborhood?
Casters, Achilleos and Paperthin.
That's so funny, man.
Thank you very
That
much.
is a dream
Here we
house, though.
go. Icebox.
Built in 19. Oh, is that what it
Once
said?
again being leaned on here
I
from the
mean,
side
they
of
probably
RRQ,
renovated it
themselves
really
into
well.
this series, only
Kept it
5
in good
rounds
condition.
accrued in that opening
1930?
map.
Yeah, almost 100 years now.
Seeing some of the gears
I mean, for a
turning.
lot of places on the
And
East Coast, that
that first half,
seems
but
reasonable, to be honest.
couldn't quite find their comfort nor their footing.
Like the dock and stuff was probably like added and whatnot later,
What
right?
happens now as we jump into this one should be a lot more comfortable territory for RRQ.
Absolutely. I mean, obviously, you know, the desk was talking about it a bit, and we were talking about it. Jemkin is so important on this map, but I need to see the likes of Monyet and others really getting into gear here.
All right, Munchkin with the
Gotta
early
pick it up
knife
behind this duelist.
and early
This is
rotate. You
Gen
keep
G.
the
They're not
stack
gonna
on
give you
B
great
because there was nothing
opportunities in those
tagged.
situations. Texture took a
And
bunch
fast
of damage off the
re-clear.
rip there. Still going to push forward.
This is good from
Look at
Gen
this,
G.
They're expecting this. RRQ's
Munchkin
kinda
hears the
ready.
drone, though.
Does incredibly well, and he should be dead to rights, and he will be. Does still get
This is a
amount of
good
damage
read
across.
from RRQ.
Potentially an easy trade back on.
That's a
towards
good
Jemkin.
read, right?
For now,
Because you
RRQ
avoid
in
the
with
info
player
on A,
advantage,
you
as
see info, and then you immediately back out.
Points
You
gonna
give
be
all
spotting out
this
Karan.
space, and then you drone to
RRQ will
see if
start
there's a
shifting their
fast
way
re-clear.
back
You're just
across
waiting
towards
for it.
this A
If
site
there
where it's
isn't,
Munchkin to try to
it
hold
probably
on.
means they rotated.
even
If
though
there
we've only
is,
seen
you
one
see how
map
many there are and you react
from
to it. You
Gen
get
G
the
of
pick,
Icebox.
so now they know that
See
there were
RRQ
multiple
being really
spotted. So
diligent
Gen G kind of
in this
has
pistol
to be
round
forced to
to
stack
make sure
on B
that
unless they want to go
some of
for
them
a
are
Hail
much
Mary
better
50-50.
timing.
Peeks out up and over the top, Xfero,
And they
go
take
ahead
it slow
and
in
find
case
himself a
someone
second
has
elimination
re-cleared
now.
on the drone because there was no
That sheriff,
follow-up.
it's a damn good use. Site opened up, 3-player rotation needed here from the side of Gen G. So they will start.
Well set up
moving
round
across.
from RRQ, I think.
3v5 going to be a tough retake.
To say the least. Had a little bit of util here and there, but not much. Just really Ash. Gonna have some available. As the stun,
That's-
salvos will come online.
Yeah, once you get salvos, it might be doable, but
Staying planted here in this forward position. Ride up and over the top here from Karan, but the question is, does he look down? Because Jemkin is looking up. Push forward, Foxy 9 now ready for it.
Hey.
Jemkin still able to come away with one. Karan turns back, finds one yet, but cannot get the previous.
yeah, well set up. Good read on Gen G's tendencies on the pistol.
They will find their first pistol of this set. Go ahead and take the opening round here on Icebox.
Yeah, this is a tremendous effort here by RRQ. Some good reads early, expecting aggression somewhere on the map.
1-2 for
Find
pistols.
their man, take texture down, and then Munchkin there trying to find that timing where he can sneak in, get a freebie, and get out, but they've got a player up on belts already, and I think maybe more players than Munchkin's expecting in that scenario. He pays the price. The heavy stack after losing texture was still on B for Gen G, so they weren't anticipating a re-rotate, especially with the 0 point being invested from RRQ. So good change of ideas, good change of util, Jemkin. Ooh. Tries to play for it, but salvos are out trying to box Karan in to see if they can grab this orb. Scale a little bit further forward. Karan does have that sheriff though.
Knife this time on the B side.
Going forward. Push up, flash is going out, and that's going to be Foxy Ash taken down.
RRQ kind of has to commit now though because of the Vandal dropped.
It looks like RRQ suffering the one loss, saying,
Or
okay,
they
we don't really want to play
or they
around
take
this
it
anymore.
safely.
Let's back away. Or at least fake back for a moment.
I think you wait. You wait to see. Yeah, you wait to see if there's any mid check.
Like where they've got Xfero
They're gonna commit
watching
to
for
it,
these
though.
rotations.
Munchkin just one tap away from being taken down, 26 HP on him. Knows that they've given up any eyes on Tube, so
Texture's still here. He hears him.
he's concerned about a potential push from Kitchen, but in the end, flank's not really going to matter too much.
Oh,
As
dude, if you got two,
swinging
that
out
could have been
as a full-fire
disaster.
flaming
But only
kill,
one, so the rifles are
those just
still in
leave
hand
two
for
remaining
RRQ.
players now as Munchkin somehow does not get hit by that stun. It's tiny bit of damage across, but cannot find any more eliminations. Karan will come away with a second.
You drop a rifle if you're
Decent
Gen G, not
damage
terrible, but
dumping from the
RRQ
side of
gets
Gen
the
G, but
plant, and they
RRQ
keep
still
2
start off
rifles,
2-0.
so
Yeah, and they're still going to keep
not the
2
end of the day.
vandals, so that's not the end of the world at all. Again, kind of showing us similar ideas. Put some pressure on to B. They get too much resistance. They swing back to the other side of the map, and this time the trap from Gen G is a little bit further back with Texture. He just pops around the corner with that classic, goes for the right click. Karan gets a couple big kills with the Sheriff, so the investment, well worth it, I think, for Gen G. It is going to be an outlaw for Jemkin, seeing that money, and there are 3 players who are going to get one-tapped by it. So this could be a little bit tricky for Gen G.
So going to push forward. Just around the corner here is Texture, and it's instantaneous with that headshot.
Give me 1 second, chat, sorry.
It's just on it today.
That is brutal.
With the Phantom as well. Crazy guy. Go ahead, bait some of this util out from Foxy9.
I like the way they're playing the map, though. On this attacker side, they're being really tricky to read. They're throwing you a lot of different looks, and this time they're going to use the Teho utility. They're not baiting any rotations. Gen G already wising up to this game.
Oh.
Hello?
Had he spotted him? Had he tagged him previously?
Not sure.
Is Texture cheating? Do we need to investigate his PC? What is go? We'll have to see that one back in the replay.
I think, like you said, he's just on one.
Either way, Outlaw once again changing hands, finding no value. 0 point confirmed that no one was forward here at B, but Foxy still holding deep line from
30
Snowman.
seconds left.
He's keeping eyes trained on this Viper wall. Time bounce out into the corner, but
Enemy remaining.
Karan is
Spike
just
down A.
able to hold that.
I missed the whole round, sorry.
Gets the kill before
Had
Sun
to
can
respond to
connect.
some
Texture finds
messages.
himself a third, and Foxy finds the lurk.
What
Gen
happened?
G
What did Texture do?
flawlessly pick up the anti-bonus round.
Wow. I mean, that's really clean. Texture, again, just so fearsome on the front lines. Has full armor, just in case, with that Outlaw, but it never is able to find him.
Seems like he just had a sneaking suspicion.
Had an idea.
Remaining.
Just doing your homework there. Obviously, this map, you got a little
He kind of
just knew.
rushed the rest of it,
Again, that's
but
preparation, though.
just saying, oh, everything's working out today.
Tendencies of your opponent. Teho utility. Still, though, Texture able to grab the ult.
Yeah, had to re-tap it as well, but there's just no player in position to try to find a punish on him. Munchkin at the same time is quite a bit of damage, down to 40 there. Dimensional Drift now at the ready for Texture.
Yeah, the fact that they have your ult means that RRQ can't actually like try to go for
drift away.
like around the 40-second mark. If Gen G has no info, they can just use the ult to clear.
Everybody else goes on a bit of a mission.
So you can't just like hope that masking the info does everything. You have to kind of keep them at bay or force the ult early. He could use it for retake as well.
I should say onto money yet.
Yeah, so both teams there trying to figure out what's going on. Drone for drone. Again, Crazy Guy happy to try to sell these fakes. But this time he's actually calling the forces back. Just hasn't met anybody on the other side of this wall, so he says, well, let's try and make a go of it. But
Yeah, see? Right. What did I say, chat? 40 seconds, 0 info, Gen G goes for the ult. Easy, easy, easy intel.
Flash is now being sent to just try to go ahead and slow up the approach. The 0 point as well, connecting on
Now
the
you know,
two
you
players
didn't need to
inside of
shift.
RRQ.
No rotates needed. Flash out just to fill. Ooh, both of them getting kills though. Info doesn't really matter if you just win your fights. Karan was not expecting to run into 3 there.
Spike planted.
As Ash will find one, but immediately he's going to backpedal and look to see
Good
that this
shots
weapon,
from
great
RRQ.
round here,
And
the
good
patience
coverage too. Like there were
inside of
2 on the
RRQ,
rope so they could cover for
great
each
shots.
other. The others are
And
hiding behind in
it's
case there's a
just this
flash
extra
so you
little
can go
pause
for the
they take.
trade.
You know, Texture goes
Well
out
done from RRQ.
into his ult, gets a bunch of information, and then he kind
I
of
mean,
tries to get ahead of it.
it almost kind of felt like they were
They're
ready
just
for the dimensional
already
drift and
there
they just
on
wanted to
top
kind
of
of push off of it
He's
once
swinging that corner.
if you
So
couldn't
the
mask
flashes
it.
don't really matter that he throws out. Gets taken down, and yeah, some good shooting all around from RRQ. They're being really tricky on this map right now. They're doing a great job of throwing util in places, keeping Gen G guessing on what exactly the util will mean. And it's going to be in the back of your head, like when are they going to use that Teho drone to make a fast hit? When are they going to use some of that util from the initiators to catch you off guard, to catch you off balance? So so far, these pauses that they've been taking have really been giving Gen G trouble. And, God, that's fast.
Yeah, I mean, had it been the real thing,
Yeah.
would have been dead as quickly as the real thing ended up being, I suppose.
Yeah.
Yeah, just
Been able to turn that.
pops a fake, swings back around, finds the real thing. So there you go. Timeout call. Nice
Yeah.
and early here from the side of Gen G.
I think it's a worthy timeout, though. Feels a
This is
little,
tough.
I mean, it's a little early on the timeline, but
It's been really tricky for them to get good reads. In this round, they get the read, they understand what's happening, and they
if
still can't
RRQ
stop
can
it.
overcome this
So now
timeout,
you gotta try
then
to
they
figure
should
out
have a
ways
pretty
to
smooth half,
give
and then they
yourself
should
better
win the map.
opportunities
The
there,
snowball
when
should
you
start to
are
roll.
getting the good reads.
So that's why I like that Gen G
Find
times
those
out here,
timings with
because
those
it's
flashes.
before the
Maybe
snowball
be a
gets
little bit more
going, right?
patient. Wait for them to try to go for the plant before you strike. Situations like that can be tough. You know, you're trying to get ahead of your opponent, you're trying to catch them off guard, and instead it's you who is unaware of exactly what's going down. So I think
The Monyet and texture
adorable.
belly bump.
oh,
Nice little drawing.
That's
The previous
funny.
fan sign, it said that it was their birthday and they want to see an ace from Texture, but with a win. And now the fans, they seemingly have turned to calling him Taxture, putting the 4 in instead of the 3 in his name for Mr. 4K.
texture.
Also, he is tax season.
It is. That's what I've
Pay
been
up, citizens!
That's what I've been doing the last couple of days.
I just got mine sorted.
Mine are getting sorted. We're working on it. So here you go. Like, this is kind of tough now because is this going to be a fast hit? Looks like it.
Yeah, off the timeout.
Kara's taken
Nobody's checking
a ton of
yellow.
damage. As Ash able to find
That was kind of
one,
weird
finds
from
himself a second.
RRQ.
Big Pretty. He actually
Oh,
gets turned for the
shoot,
third.
dude. How does Ash get 3?
How does Xpero not have him dead to rights? He's going to look for a little bit more. Full flash in. Monyet still hits the headshot.
Oh, shoot.
Another one.
He's just buying
What
time.
is this
He's just buying
round?
time. Oh my
The wheels coming
god.
off until the very last moments as
Dude.
Texture just gets the flank. Otherwise, Monyet had a real opportunity.
If you guys do
to
a top
clutch
10
that one
players,
out.
shouldn't you do top 10 coach?
It's a replay right
I
now,
mean,
please.
yeah, but 10 players is
What in the world happened
from
here?
60 players.
I mean, okay, Jemkin
10
storming
top
forward.
10
Never
coach
even
would
sees
be-
Ash. Ash playing that corner
just
nicely.
yeah, just
Oh my
leaving
God,
out 2
Xpero.
coaches. Even if you did a top 5, that's like half of the
Got
coaches.
turned on.
I think the other thing with coaching is like you just can't know.
Yeah,
Like
hit some
players,
nasty shots
yeah,
in
like
there
you don't
too,
know the
but
IGLing,
that
like you don't
fast
know the
hit that I
comms,
was
but you
wondering
still
about
see there's
from
very
RRQ,
tangible
you know,
things.
how
With
well
coaches,
prepared
like
is Gen G gonna be for
you
that?
have no
They-
idea. That
it
would
plays
I don't
right
think
in their
that's
hands
good. In
because of
fact,
Ash.
like you can say it's
not.
content, but I think that's actually that's bad
forward.
faith content
So that's gonna take a
because
lot.
you're putting in
Straight
so
together.
much implying of like, well, I know, or you might know about one team, but you have no idea about the other team's coaching structure.
Deep hits garage.
So-
Doesn't necessarily scout the rest of this, but Texture should have heard the
Like
footsteps
the
previously.
only proper way to do it, like the only reasonable, logical way to do it, would just be like who has more wins, right? Like that's the only thing. I think trying to like we can talk about coaches of like, oh, I think this coach really shows impact, but does that mean the other coach doesn't have impact? I mean, you have no idea, right? Like there are coaches that have quiet impact, and there are coaches who have clearly very visible impact. There are coaches who talk about their own what they're doing versus not. Like
There you go, Texture. Question is, does he actually go for the ace?
do it,
Does he risk it all?
do it, texture.
How much do you want to bet Munchkin is like sit there?
I will
don't
say this.
move?
I think we should talk more about coaches. I think coaches should get
This
the
is a decent
flowers
read,
they
but the
deserve. I
long
think there
bots there,
should
the
be
nano,
narratives around coaches.
Foxy.
But top 10 like ranking
Should be
lists
able to
are
play off of this
generally
nicely.
ranking lists are
Munchkin
generally bad.
already on the hunt.
With players, it's just
to
the
try to
right
get
balance of
involved
like it's
here.
fun to
And
talk
getting a quick
about.
read that,
You recognize good players,
went
and
over
there
towards
are
A.
some objective logic that you
See
can
what you
use,
do.
and then if you do like a pool of
Crazy
people,
guy.
and you have some
Money's not
subjective
great,
logic
so,
included. You know,
He'd
some
appreciate
bias
just
here
the
and there,
opportunity
like
to
good
save.
bias back and forth. So like that's
you
good,
might get
but
it.
generally
RRQ
like
faithful.
ranking things when you don't have full info
Probably
is
Chobra himself as
is
well,
bad.
begging for Crazy Guy to go sprinting to try to find Texture to beckon the ace curse. They've given him the gun.
Going.
But I
Dude,
hear this scream
dude.
already.
No, show the game screen. Oh, you didn't get him. Okay. Well, I want to know, was he trying to get him or not? Why are we staying on him? That was a bad
It's the
call
gift that keeps on
from
giving.
production.
We don't even need to hear it.
Oh,
You can just
man.
see it, and it's in your brain. You know what he's saying.
Yeah.
That,
Slight delay as from like what's happening on stage to what we see and what the audience sees.
I can't tell if he was trying to go for it or not. No, he saw him, but I'm trying to figure out if he was trying to stay alive and not take the ace, or if he was trying to get the ace and Crazy Guy wasn't. I think he was going for it, though.
Yeah.
I think he was going for it.
It's a shame that his sorrow is our happiness.
True.
When it comes to these aces.
Ooh,
Bottom to one, and ooh, the minor headshot.
Dude, Crazy Guy re-peeks that?
Corner. Caron able to find Cushy and started off looking
dude, it's starting to. RRQ is just sending it after the timeout.
Finds that this time Texture doesn't even need to be involved.
I don't know why. I don't know why that was their adjustment.
Yeah, I mean, I like what Genji's doing. You can
I think they're just trying to get ahead of the op, but
there gives you a lot of
I don't know.
control. So as RRQ, if you're not able to deal with that, you've got to win these fights on site. And that's great timing there from Ash again. He has been so sharp today. Foxy9 looking great there, holding back screens. But the thing I like about these last couple of rounds from Gen G is, you know, okay, you send Texture forward, the previous round he gets the collat, whatever, but then you just absorb the contact. You force RRQ's hands, let them show what they're really going to do. And then you let them overplay. You let them force themselves into positions where they're trying to set up for post plant and you can punish. They're doing a really nice job now.
That was avoided. Crazy Guy not jiggling out too wide here. Oh, goes for it now. Texture.
Saw him. I don't know if Crazy Guy saw him, though.
Monyet gets close.
That angle was weird, but I think he did because Monyet's waiting. That's. I think Crazy Guy did spot him.
Stealth drone, however, wisely going to be sent here from Ash. As up and over the top.
NT. NT.
Finds the kill there.
I mean, you're on an eco against an op. You're trying for the lucky shot.
Some solid impact, but Foxy9 similarly prepped, has the lockdown, sends it immediately in behind the screens. Can they clear it out? Normageddon's they're gonna have to fight their way forward here for it, but Munchkin and Karan are holding the line. Jemkin, however, carving up two, but now is at risk of being detained. He's got nowhere to go. The swoop around the back, the easiest headshot in the world for Ash. As Cushy similarly trapped. Tucks back, 0 point. Narrows down.
I mean,
his possible position. The fragment lands right at his feet.
Cushy? Cushy when he's allowed to frag?
Needs to be so damn clean.
Well.
Can't quite get it done. 5-3, Gen G. Continuing forward. Now Cash aplenty.
Yeah, he ran into the wall, but he didn't want to dash forward just because that would be out in the open. So like, I get it.
Knowing the situation there with the Blade Storm in hand, they're gonna have to push this lockdown. They're gonna have to clear it. And okay, he hits a couple nasty ones, but the Blades aren't gonna clear that lockdown. So you can just play contain on Jemkin. There's nothing he can do. That's so well thought out. And yeah, a much needed timeout here. Gonna come for RRQ to try to figure this out. Things starting to slide
dude, their adjustment off of Gen G's timeout was poor, and they just couldn't figure it out in time.
Once from them.
Oh, this is the actual picture.
Yeah, for anybody who didn't know, it was based on a real thing.
It is a real, yep.
Yeah, this was last year. They had that as like the belly bump as part of the opening intro when they played again for like the 6th time or something. Oh!
I mean, wrong jersey, but ooh.
They had the animation of him absorbing his opponents. That's like the meme with Foxy9.
Foxy9 has looked very much at home.
Yep.
And it, you know, highlighted it before, 100th map for Foxy9. Played there on that Lotus, and now 101 on this Icebox. And you have to, you know, consider that the man's been on and off the bench.
Yep.
In the teams that he's been on. It would have been way higher, achieved way sooner had he been able to find his footing, but it seems like Gen G.
Wow, now that Nongshim is eliminated, your RQN fake fan for real. Wow, that's crazy considering I was like literally the only human being that used to cheer for RQ for 3 years. That's a crazy accusation to make.
He's benched, he's back in.
It's the ultimate test. If they can win with me supporting them, then good for them. But if you can't, then no regrets.
On the team. But they can keep it together in difficult situations like that and still come through and get their way back to another Masters. He's got a tough task here though. He's very far back, and he's basically the only one here.
So
Gets
Gen G's
concussed,
playing it
so-
a little bit cautious. They already have all of A anyway.
But he's still managing to find the spray right to the corner of
Dude,
the
how is
floor.
Foxy9 allowed to get that kill,
Slides
man?
back, turn obviously not going to be alerting this forward spot here from Jemkin, but stealth drone very well may, and it does.
That is a good turret.
Ping out,
Checks
comes
both
through.
checks both under, mid, and kitchen.
We don't have that. Sparrow on the deepest lurk, but he needs his team to be able to hold the line in order for this to bear any fruit whatsoever. Jemkin finding the first.
Oh, dude, he gets out. He repositions. That's crazy. Oh, but what the hell? Dude, what is? How Foxy9 just drops in from above?
Back around the corner, and once again, Sparrow is just
Yeah,
far too
can't.
late. The team cannot hold as Foxy rips them limb from limb.
They should give up now.
Just love the timing here from Gen G. I liked
Dude,
the
what a
ideas
retake.
from RRQ. Monyet in particular, with the way that toxic screen was placed. I thought this was a cool little trap he had set up. He gets Munchkin, and then Carl.
I mean,
can't
well,
follow
that's.
up on
Oh,
this.
I
Gets
did
him
not realize
spamming
that's how it
through
happened. What the hell?
With two different walls in the way, he can't really fall in, and then Foxy9 is just like,
Oh.
I'm dropping disgusting through the box.
Oh, he's just having a having a ball.
Texture like
He's having one hell of a game.
Feel good, does it? Not getting the ace.
How do you like it? Everybody's always making fun of me. Well, they know that Nano was there.
Nano.
But didn't get cleared. Oh well. Just a little bit of damage to the regen shield. So.
Well, this time Foxy not in pole position.
That's
but
a good wall
swoops
bang from
forward,
above,
and
though,
does
yeah?
get counter sprayed out by Jemkin, but Munchkin similarly over by Tube.
Yeah, good trade from Munchkin,
Find
but
the
it's
jet,
not
so one
bad
for one in that regard. Armageddon at
for
the ready here.
RRQ. The only problem is RRQ
Crazy
kind of
guy
wants
is the
all the
mid-shoulder
remaining
is gonna be
rounds,
sent texture.
and you might have to invest
Spot
2
out
of
where
these
possible.
ults.
Armageddon just going to be used on a
Yeah,
timing here.
no, I like the Armageddon there. I like the fragment as well to make sure you can't peek out. Oh, but it's
Texture on the
shallow.
feet, Monyet on the floor. Kill found, pop flash is sent, just looking to try to keep them offset.
Okay, but his
As the
team's here
fragment
now.
Finds crazy guy, Texture's re-peek is there.
That's-
The fuse has been stuck this entire damn time.
RRQ gave so much space.
It's brilliant.
They just
6
let
in a
them
row.
get in.
For the side of Gen G.
The way
Oh,
the Texture
that was
plays
not
that
a good post
is
plant.
just too damn good. I mean, the timing here gets tucked in behind yellow. Can find the space off the back of the fragment.
Like, yellow's
Gets
just
the first
free.
Kill, throws out a couple flashes. Surrey misses
I
one.
mean,
but
sure,
that's
it's a dimensional
opened
drift
up the
that
space
helps,
for the
but
rest
like
of
the
team to come
Armageddon's not
through.
going to deny them yellow
Stick with the
entirely.
vacuums. Munchkin able to put that fragment of his own in a great position to not only get the kill, but to cover the defuse. God, they look so good right now. Gen G is just so well drilled. Their protocols are near immaculate. Solo has got this team functioning at such a high
I mean,
level.
I think they just respected the dimensional drift too
And look
much
at all
as
this
well.
space
Like, no
they've
one's
taken
peeking
in A.
off of the
It's a bit
tail.
of a
Like,
weaker
everyone's
buy
just scared
for
of the
RRQ,
Euro.
Guardian Bulldog.
Oh, and now just
Still
A's entirely clear.
fearsome
Foxy9 all alone.
Firepower
Nano
at the
Swarm.
back of it. Foxy9.
Oh,
Bot.
Hello?
Oh,
I'll put it over
yep.
the top. Yeah, a little bit
He
of
was a little
there.
bit too tunnel visioned.
I saw him look away. I think he
Might
was.
have been a glimpse over towards the mini-map. Either way, Jemkin able to go ahead and get the capitalization there. RQ, nice, swift early plant. Good opportunity to try to stop this streak, and Xpharaoh gets
Okay.
a very nice transfer.
I mean, this round you should have.
Go ahead and
Uh,
dislocate the lurk. Now Jemkin gone. So
Okay,
we're
maybe
into a 2v2.
not.
The time is going to be working against Gen G.
you're stuck. You gotta bail him out. You gotta fight this.
There is Cushy looking for a little bit more.
Okay.
We'll
Ooh,
be able to
dude,
find
Cushy's
that
been
final kill.
having a
RQ
rough
getting the
day.
fourth round win by the
But
skin of their team.
that's a round to get him back into the
Oh
game.
boy.
She's
They
only
really
at
needed
4
that
and 8.
one. That's for sure.
I know Munchkin's only at 5 and
Just
8,
a
but
little
that
bit of
means
an
that he
off
was only
moment
2
there
and
for
8
Foxy.
before this.
Maybe didn't hear the updraft, not sure. Didn't think it'd be there. This time Xpharaoh on the lurk, finding the value that he couldn't previously. Cushy, right where he needs to be to get that round over the line. Just the Viper's Pit for Karan. The only ult so far. I mean, maybe Jemkin gets into the blades and it makes a difference. He could get to the lockdown as well for Foxy. Other than that, the ults won't
Do you
be
think Gen G's back in
play.
form, or RQ's not playing up to
Might as
form?
well, I guess.
Both?
I mean, it's widely. you
I
can
think
also
Gen
play
G's getting
playing
like closer and closer to their
too many
prime
ults,
24
for sure.
like
Critically
form
ready
in
to
the
come
current
online.
meta. Like, I think they're
Playing
basically
mind
hitting
games as
their
well.
potential closer and closer
Maybe
every
he
match.
thinks
But
the Killjoy
RQ's
or
like
something. Maybe
definitely
close
just
to
not playing
lockdown.
up to snuff. That doesn't mean that I think RQ should have won like the earlier map or even all the rounds here. but they're definitely losing in uncharacteristic ways some of these rounds, especially Lotus. Icebox is a bit more like credit to Gen G because they were struggling and it was a good timeout and they adjusted well, and then RRQ was a step late. So Icebox I'm not going to read into as much, but Lotus, like, I mean, you were just straight up not winning duels. You were like leaving yourself open to 3 angles in a firefight. I mean, it was bad. And it's like everyone can say like, how did DRX lose to this? But it's like, well, that's not how DRX played like that. That's like looking at Boom getting crushed by Gen G and being like, how did every team lose to this? It's like, well, they didn't lose to that. They lost to a different Boom.
Still though, a 2v2, and Calron caught outside. Pit now dropped all on Texture. The time is just not going to be on his side at all.
Yeah, this one's tough. 5-7. I mean, considering the struggle they had after Gen G's timeout, it's not.
And Xfero's just not falling for it. Says, yeah, I know that I've won this one.
Okay.
Mr. 4K will strike again. But it is going to be RRQ coming away with the last 2 rounds of the half to make it 7-5.
Yeah, it's kind of one of those rounds where you get into the post plant, you got all that utility, you got the nanos, you got the salvos, you got the fragment, you've got everything in the kitchen sink to just buy a ton of time. Obviously, Jemkin there sneaking underneath Munchkin's nose. Big time problem. Love the high setup there for Cushy. It's a great job finding some value. Yeah, okay.
All right, 5-7. I mean,
yeah, let's go.
If RQ can start off strong again.
Pretty solid defender side on Icebox.
I think they struggled a lot after Gen G's timeout, but
they look. I mean, Texture looks great today.
Been on point. A couple moments scattered throughout here, though, for the side of RRQ, but I mean, you know, no other way to put it. They need to have a better performance on the defense than what Gen G was just able to do. For sure. Texture now with this Yoru. Chance to cause all kinds of chaos on the attack.
And I really am loving the way that Texture has been getting more comfortable with Yoru as the year has gone on. I mean, we finally get to see him play it. He looked a little rough.
Who does RQ hate more?
First time we saw it, but
Gen holds him back every crucial moment, or Boom could it be Gen? You can't pick both.
The team that regularly beats you.
That's funny, dude. Who does RQ hate more? That's funny, man.
Didn't beat Gen G, so now you have
what do you hope to see from Texture?
For me,
just go for the 4K, or it's time to break the ace curse. You got to get the ace. Really, the fans just want the they just want the 4K.
Yeah, I think
that's funny.
Business as usual is probably going to be the strategy for Gen G fans.
Yeah, they're happy with the 4Ks. He can get as many of those as he wants.
Yep.
No aces, please. It's almost like, oh, hold on.
Okay, well.
Wow, the double peek against the turret. Xfero was even using the turret as the shield properly.
Strong understanding of what this pistol default setup is going to be from RRQ.
You see this all the time on this map, where that turret's going to be there on top of the boiler because it gives you so much information. If teams want to cross underneath the tube or to the tube, it's a nice.
Yeah, I mean RQ, like it just seems like they were playing scared in Lotus, like they weren't warmed up, and then they were doing okay, and then the moment like they lose a round, they play scared again.
You know, Gen G, no matter
and like I hope it's not because it's Gen G, because I mean, how do you get over that if you can't just get over it? You have to just get over it at some point.
Good kill to go ahead and pick off Munchkin. Flashes fragment for post plant now going to be taken away from him. One flash still in the hands here for Cushy. Is Jemkin looking for a little bit more, but Karan at range needs a bit of damage down to 50, but comes away with the shot of the ghost. Crazy guy nearly spammed out. Eventually does get taken down. Cushy on the crossfire finds Texture. Now it is Moniette still just making his way over.
He's the only team that doesn't want their star duelist to get an ace. Actually true.
Speed picked apart there at the end. 3-1 in pistols now overall. Gen G.
It's not looking good. Yeah, 3-1.
That's just such a tough one to give up. Oh, man, Foxy.
Clears the turret, clears the player.
That's as good as it gets in that situation. Jemkin quick, or excuse me, Texture quick. After Jemkin had fallen, Foxy still very solid. Just in cruise control. Let's go. Yep, getting that.
I mean, yeah, RQ,
pistol win,
dude.
Going positive on your defender side.
But see, okay, but I will say this. I'm gonna say this right now. Even if, let's say, RQ brings us back, well, it depends on, I guess, the fashion. But if RQ if this is how this match ends,
coming into that bonus
this is
with
the
3
reason,
rounds
and
of
this
ball,
is
right?
RQ fans need to remember this. This would be the reason for most people to not consider RRQ as a potential contender at Masters, because that what that means is that when pressure comes, they still don't know how to get over it like super confidently.
She's above, really just Jemkin
Right.
noted so far. Clears one, Jemkin on the peak, able to find another.
So, because here's the thing, there's no excuse for like saving strats, right? Meta's going to change anyway for Toronto. All of that.
Weapons are scooped up.
So, I mean, if they go down but now could they remedy that by, let's say they drop to lower and then they come back and let's say they win the grand finals? Like, sure. Then you'd be like, okay, well, they learned their lesson. But this match alone would be, it's exactly what I was concerned about when people would ask, like, oh, like, you don't consider RQ a contender? I'm like, I mean, RQ could. I wouldn't be, like, shocked. At their peak, they could, but a lot of teams at their peak, they could. But the real question is do I think a team is consistent enough and also can get over their own humps, like in game? Because that's what it takes to win a trophy, right? That's like the problem with G2 until, I mean, hopefully now they can, but and if we're seeing that they can't do it against Gen G in the upper finals of Pacific, then you don't expect them to do that in an upper or lower finals of Masters.
No way.
No gun though. Turret, 10 HP.
Oh! He hits the headshot, but the turret
damn, dude.
finish him off as well. The damage is moderate as it is. Does get dealt. Jemkin, one away from having the knives online, is now +10 over his closest teammate on the scoreboard.
There's a month gap. I wouldn't put too much stock in this. What? That's a horrible argument. In terms of in terms of if a team can get over their own demons or not in mid game. I mean, sure, you could remedy. I'm not saying RQ is doomed and they'll never win a Masters, but that's like if you as a fan you want to hope that a month is enough time for them to remedy it, sure. But then we should just say every team is a contender for the title, right? Like because everyone has a month. But to upgrade their weaknesses.
Do they read this right now? The answer is looking like they do not. Oh, jump peek and gets the shot.
Ooh, nice and patient from Jemkin.
Texture similarly just strafing out into the open.
I mean, I'm not like, listen, I'm unlike everyone who posts on Reddit. I'm not saying, oh, RQ's never winning a trophy. I'm just saying though, like people have asked, like, well, oh, do you not consider RQ a contender? I'm like, well, the one thing that holds me back is we just don't know if they'll perform under pressure like continuously, because I haven't quite seen that. And to me, this was the match for them to prove it. You know, does that mean they can't ever do it? No, they could always fix it, right? Like Termi and DRX somehow always fixes their problems earlier than I think they will, so that can happen. But
use those salvos clear.
Great fan Cushy finding the first Xpero there, doubling up the angle. Drops the spike now here in front of screens, and Foxy will be taken out. Solid here from the side of RRQ. Closing out the anti-bonus, but it wasn't even a pure bonus from the side
Creamy
of
Spinach has to, dude, the Creamy Spinach Pizza is such a good nickname.
Not much money to speak of here.
Creamy Spinach is really good.
Looks like it's going to be a lot of stingers. Kind of some...
Except EMEA. They have half a month. True. True. EMEA is screwed. I guess EMEA is not winning Masters Toronto.
The second one, that's a little bit of an overheat from Texture, you could say, I suppose. Guardian, some stingers. Classic for Karan. Do have Texture's ult, so who knows, maybe if you find an opening pick.
Oh.
Just eating damage from below.
He gets out though. That's the important part.
Had it been Valen, he would have been dead, but the Stinger does manage to take him down to about
Had it be Valen, he would have been dead.
Just gonna be dropping off.
It's a good line. Valen's so good with the Stinger. Has to be the best one even on that team. Yeah, they get in. I mean, this does not favor RRQ, man. You're playing close quarters against flashes and stingers.
For Gen G. 4 left in the mag. Foxy can drop down, goes for the reload, and Xpero quickly drags across to find the headshot.
2v2. Where's the backup, though? The crossfire? Oh, just in time.
It's all on Foxy. Goes up and over the top, finds the first alarm bot going to be set up. Cleared out here.
Okay, so you know he's approached. Foxy 9 chooses one side. Monyet. He's not quite sure if he pushed out of the site or not.
Methodical.
Time, though. Time does not favor Monette.
For the moment, the tap and up and over the top goes
Oh, he
Monette.
checks
Down
everywhere
evil ball. That
but...
is a Red Bull clutch for Foxy9.
I mean, Foxy
His
played that
10th in
real
Pacific
patient, though.
as Gen G
He
will
doesn't
find their
get
10th
overly
round of the map.
fidgety. He
This is
doesn't go out and
scrappy
look
as
for the
heck,
kill.
Gen G's flashes are so good at the back of sight. They break things open. See a lot of players trying to disrespect the Viper utility as
Yeah,
well.
default. Today's the
Assist
one
going
day
away
that we have a
Karan,
game
but
on Friday because it's the finals
Foxy
weekend.
again,
So
coming
they
up
want
huge.
all
When
3
Gen
days
G
so that the
needs it.
grand finals are on
And that's
Sunday
his 10th
instead of
clutch in
Saturday,
his
Sunday,
VCT
Monday
Pacific
like we
career.
used to.
Now Jemkin only has the blades and a stinger. It's like full rifles for Gen G. Yeah,
No, never mind.
what's up?
Oh, I just mean, you know, he's played 100 maps. He's got
Yeah.
10 clutches.
So he's
So he's putting up quite a bit of clutches as far as
pretty good.
maps played.
Yeah, pretty good percentage there.
That is actually a pretty good ratio.
Yeah, that has Gen G thinking different ideas. That's a lot of map control though for RRQ. That drone. Not gonna see a ton, but they know the space is clear. So
Spot on the rear end of the turret. That's not going to do too much.
negative information though. Still nice for RRQ to know where they can take space and how they want to position their pieces. They're just gonna leave Jemkin there.
Ooh, good shot.
Great readjust, Monette.
Okay, yeah,
It's a
doesn't
little
overdo
bit
it.
of damage
That's
in
good from
reply.
Monette.
One shot really suffered.
And you already have
Nano
Jemkin
Swarm's widely gonna be
ready
about to
for
reach
a
in, shield
potential
here from
rotate.
Karon.
So you can just kind of hold here. Oh, Karon's position, though.
Go wider
Yeah,
angle, does
okay,
fit
they
to
do
find
check
the one
it.
shot, but Experiment
They
once
get the
again
trade. They have the
there to
numbers
trade
advantage.
for his teammates. So
And Jemkin's fast.
position as Jemkin gets the knife into the head and gets the
This
reset
should
as
be
well.
RRQ's round,
Extra
but we'll have to
Foxy9
wait and see.
to see if they can try to clutch this
Still
out
have
in double
lockdown.
face.
Okay.
It will be Foxy coming away with one.
Woo.
In the end, RRQ will go ahead and scoop this up, keeping the gap.
Well, that's not
in the
tasteless.
pit.
That's
3 rounds
Nilzinho.
separating.
Tasteless
huge
is
for them.
casting
That keeps their
StarCraft still.
economy in stable condition.
Genji's is not.
Yeah, if one player's got some money, but it is a little bit off balance for sure. Oh, yes. But
Nice
it's
and
that
clean.
early map control that you're able to take off the back of
That's
Jemkin's
the
aggressive
grandpa
play
joke.
that
It's like half the audience
makes it
doesn't even know who
so
Tasteless
tricky
is anymore. They're like,
for Gen G.
what?
So many angles you have to worry about. And great timing on that strike from Jemkin. So it is going to be
Oh, default. The
Hero
food
rifle,
poisoning's still getting
more
to you?
textures,
Damn.
some
Yeah,
ults to
sometimes
work
it can
with.
go a little while.
still have that dimensional
I've
dread.
definitely been like sick for like a week from food poisoning
Don't wanna go
before.
Too much further forward. You get some info. See Jemkin's there. You go to the other side. I don't blame you.
You never know who will turn
I
up
wouldn't want
when.
that either. That's not fun.
Yeah, I'm not saying RQ can't ever win. Like, what? This is a
So
bad
many
faith
ults for
argument,
Gen G.
Nikhil.
I would at least
Like, I'm
like
here to
see
give
the
my
dimensional
opinion,
drift
but if you want to be like, but anyone can win, I'm like, I'm
Especially
literally
with the
one of the
fans
few
in the
guys that
hand.
always says like, yeah, but that's like the
Send it.
literal reason I pick
this
underdogs because I
round.
think that's the timing
real
for them to turn
backbreaker.
up. That's like why I predict
there goes
talent a
Amanda.
lot of times. 'Cause I'm
Picked
like,
up
this
quickly
has
by
to be the
Munchkin.
time when they can turn on the switch. But then that's like literally saying like, well, I think DFM could win champs. You never know.
No more.
So like, what's the
Yeah.
point of
Foxy
predicting?
gonna drop
Like
down
the
and
tendency,
almost
the
finds the timing.
likelihood, I think this match
Lined up, but Jemkin's
is
a
a
little bit
showcase of
snappier there.
why they wouldn't be
Justify
a
the headshot.
strong like favorite. They wouldn't be a
RRQ.
safe pick compared to
themselves a
say the
lurker out
likes
of the
of
way.
Heretics
Munchkin trying to top
G2
flash his way
if a
through
Heretics
that
gets
wall.
there. Or Gen G, because
Forced
we've
back in
seen
for a
them be
moment by the
able to do
Salvos.
that and fairly consistently. It's not
Trying to
just
go in
because
for the
like
plan.
Heretics hasn't lifted their trophy yet. Same with G2 internationally, but they've still done it
Armageddon.
consistently enough.
Munchkin
But
with that
like your
rifle
argument is
trying to-
literally like, well, then we
little
shouldn't
bit of
ever
extra
say anyone's a
time.
contender because everybody's a contender. And like that's true.
Here we go. Armageddon.
You know, I mean, some teams would be
Sent down
shocking,
here
like
from the side of
DFM would be
Crazy Guy. Munchkin
shocking,
able to find
but
the first, finds a second.
No way.
Swings out looking for a little bit more. Ash at the same time able to find Jemkin. Suddenly, the Armageddon does get called. Crazy Guy pushes forward. Takes a ton of
oh,
damage.
dude,
and
I mean,
manages to
Crazy
clean up
Guys
the
had
2
some
kills.
rounds.
Bails them out of the round.
They did catch on to this in the
Keeps them
second
afloat.
half though, so I think they've already remedied a little. I mean, maybe it's just attack defense side and how comfy they are. But them not being able to adjust as fast on the
I
attacking
don't mind the
on the
play at all.
attacking half, they caught on to it now.
I mean, you've got a real
Presumably,
chance
the
to win
second
this
timeout
round.
will come out in the next round or two from Gen
God,
G.
Jemkin. Munchkin here, just an absolute madman. Dropping right down on the site. And he's trying to push the corner, and Ash tries to swing it. Crazy Guy, yeah, sigh of relief. That was close. Gen G knows they're on the verge of a 2-0 win Up by a
Also,
couple rounds.
just so we're very clear,
Take a timeout to talk about this lead.
talking about who are more likely and not is what creates good narratives. As long as you're not just making crap up, right? The story of EDG was ever so sweeter because they weren't really looked at as a strong contender, as a favorite by really anybody outside of China.
Yeah,
Like that's why the story was so much better. Looking at the games, no one was like shocked, right? They were playing really well, but that's like the whole point.
Texture, maybe, or excuse me, Munchkin being
No, I haven't looked into the details of RSL, but I read a little bit about it. I've seen people talking about it. Seems kind of cool.
Goes their way, maybe they win that round.
Oh yeah, I mean if the molly was a little bit more shallow as well. Crazy
Yo, X2 lost with the Prime sub. Thank you. Thanks for using your Prime sub on the channel. Appreciate it. Welcome, welcome. Thanks for the support.
18.
How does Teo get flashed if he wears sunglasses?
I get it.
Clearly, those are just fashion sunglasses. They're not actually that good. Somebody's got to buy him proper sunglasses, man.
So you're still going to have kind of that cushion, but look at their two duelists here. 20 and 21 kills apiece. Going back and forth that's what you want.
I wonder if honestly it's a call because of these ultimates that are available here from the side of Gen G.
Which team has the highest and lowest performance cap like potential?
These lockdowns are going to have pretty fair
Yeah, basically like what I think their potential ceiling will be. Let me think about it, and I'll get back to you at the end of this game.
Site is opened up and the plant is in.
Yeah. Well, now it's a lot tougher for RRQ because the lockdown proficiency is going to be there for Gen G. They're going to use the pit as well.
Sure. In deep, out wide. Crazy guy finds a headshot. The pit in there as we have the dueling lockdowns. Cutting across RQ. To tuck back. One player detained. Xfero.
Xfero gets detained.
Gonna be caught there
but he's just hiding there, man.
Munchkin's not spotting him out. He is getting spammed to all hell.
But Munchkin's also not getting tested. Okay, instant trade. You look at how deep. Oh, Jemkin was trying to find the Viper. The Viper's still alive.
It's just not going to be there for him.
Yeah, that's rough.
Trying to sprint away, but he cannot do anything to bring this round back to bear. Gen G will lose Foxy on the back end. They still win out this crazy war of attrition. And they now get up to 11.
But again, it's because RRQ has to give up the space. It's that extra ult.
If RSL has
with the dimensional
open quals. For those who don't know what RSL is, it's a StarCraft tournament that Tasteless is like putting up and organizing to basically
what you want is Gen G
because all the other like StarCraft circuits have reduced in size, etc. So he crowdfunded his own.
It gives you the chance to put down that Viper.
If it has open qualifiers, will you participate? No. I ain't about to give somebody a free win.
Over the top, it's just a target-rich
It's messed up. I'm gonna be investigated for match fixing if I do that.
And sights over towards Belt. Manages to come away with the kill. I liked the anti-flash setup, the dash.
I never said they'll never win. Nikhil, you're like putting words in my mouth. I said this is why I wouldn't consider them a strong contender. You're on YouTube. Go back and watch. This is crazy. You are literally rage baiting. This is a bad faith argument.
Deal with that. I mean, we've seen Jemkin get aggressive towards that position before. Gen G able to dial up an answer this time. We have seen success from Jemkin earlier. But are they going to be ready for these players that are tucked right underneath? I mean, they were expecting maybe one on the other side of the fence.
He's checking shallow, but crazy guy.
That's rough. They started backing out. That's rough, dude.
Instantaneous with it. No real
the patience from Gen G. But the reason Gen G does that is because there's no push out from B. So you start to slow creep out.
Pivot. Gen G suspecting that they have drawn all of the attention across the map. And they would be correct.
They even threw a fake TP and a flash just to sell that for sure. But this is 2v5 retake for RRQ if they go for it. I mean, the issue is they don't have any money. So maybe just scoop up the guns and try to win 4 in a row to send it to OT.
Like, if you support it, you can still say, I believe this team will do it. But to come in here and tell me just because I said I don't think they'll be... this is one of the reasons. Like, this would be why I don't consider them a strong contender. I'm literally giving you a reason to my logic of why I wouldn't consider them a contender. And then you say, well, you can't say that they'll never win. It's like, well, I've literally never said that.
I mean,
and also, I'm like one of the few people who will always actually argue for the other side.
It's more than that. They make great reads. Lotus especially.
Literally predicted Apex beating Heretics in group stage, in stage 1.
You know, there was a little bit of...
You're picking the wrong fight here.
Difficulty at the beginning for Gen G to get the reads, but once they got their feet underneath them, switch over to the attacker's side. Pretty smooth sailing. Some good adjustments in the middle of the first half. from Gen G, from Solo, really did a nice job of saying, hey, let them show their hand first before we start making moves. Mostly, other than Texture, the operator, he's allowed to do what he wants. He's Texture, he's got an op, it's fine.
Match point.
Everybody else, hold back, wait for your moments to strike. God, just Texture waiting way back by spawn by the ramp.
I feel like RRQ is going to be tempted to do something bold here.
So damn swift.
But I feel like they shouldn't. Yeah, so Gen G just in their comms, they said, all right, like let's not
point here in the hands of Gen G.
let's not get too relaxed, right?
4 opportunities, 4 chances.
Like it's not over yet.
This back. Hit immediately going to be invested. Over at 410 there on the A site. Trying to really dictate the movements here of Gen G.
There's no ults to clear that pit, but you know, you have the drone, you have some of the KO utility. But it seems like Gen G just holding back, worried that, you know, with that pit there's going to be some comfort on the A side, so RRQ might think that they can.
What are those acrobatics from the drone? What the hell? Does like a little 180 in the sky, a little spin twirl.
Pays the price.
Munchkin takes it.
I mean, he's not the one in control of the orb, so that's rough.
It's Munchkin on a war path, looking to march his troops onward into that grand final. Jemkin around the corner, bottom of yellow here, playing. Needing to be the
I mean, this is a lot of pressure on Jemkin. You have Cushy watching for him, but Cushy's got to take the risk ahead of the screen. Yeah, so Jemkin has to get one early. Reposition. Oh, dude, what the hell? I mean, Cushy, dude, because of the toxic screen, Cushy just has to be out in the open. He had to hit the first shot. That is rough. Time, though. Time. Oh, I mean, oh, just goes over it. Oh, no, Munchkin, he still takes some damage, yeah. Oh, but now the position's even worse for him. They're split, man. Look at where Munchkin's gone.
And across, but looks like he will just stay stagnant here. Back behind.
I mean, Monyet's looking. What do you do here as Monyet? You have so much that you have to clear.
The footsteps are heard. Munchkin.
He's just gonna wait. Yeah. Oh man. You feel for Monyet, man. This is a terrible 1v2 to be fighting. Oh my god.
Not giving him the time of day. Effectively ignoring.
Oh, he doesn't have time, man.
On the round until the very last moment. Munchkin.
Dude, yeah, Munchkin's so good in those situations, though. In like 1v1s, 2v1s, 1v2s, he really toys with you. He has such a good read on people. He has such a good read on like what people will do in those pressure situations.
The trajectory is up for Gen G.
That was rough.
Throughout the year, there's some bumps along the way, but here in stage 1.
Yeah, and for people, so some of you were saying like you knew he was one guy, you knew he was rage baiting. Why are you elaborating? Because listen, one thing I want to do when I stream is have a positive impact. If I think like rage baiting, I don't think is good, right? Yeah, that's the trend, that's the algorithm. I don't think it's good. And if you're doing it, you might have ill intentions, but I'm gonna call you out so you have a chance to recognize you're doing something. If you don't, that also gives me better justification just to ban you. You know what I mean? So like, I'll always give that benefit of the doubt. And sometimes I get caught in it, right? Like I understand that, but if people are having bad faith arguments, then I'm going to call you out on it and elaborate why to give you a chance to recognize that you're doing that. And if you double down, then I'll double down. I'll just time you out or ban you. So that's why. Anyway, rough game for RRQ. I mean, curious to see what they'll say in the scrum interview, but I do think they just weren't. I think Lotus, they definitely weren't in the right headspace for it. Icebox, I think it was kind of half and half. Gen G did play well though.
Huge congrats to Gen G. I mean, you guys are back in the finals with this clean 2-0 against RRQ. Now, Texture, can you sum up the game for us tonight? 텍스 선수 승리 정말 축하드립니다. 이렇게 결승 진출 깔끔하게 2대
Why does he
0으로
look so-
이루어냈어요. 기분 너무 좋아 보이는데 소감 들려주시죠.
깔끔하니 좋습니다.
Oh, clean 2-0 to grand finals. It feels really nice. And Solo, you guys are in the finals, and you also punched your ticket to EWC as well. Are you excited to have another busy, successful year? 감독님, 결승 진출뿐만 아니라 오늘 승리로 인해서 EWC 티켓까지 거머쥐게 됐거든요. 아, 굉장히 바쁜 시즌이 예상되는데 그래도 기분이 너무 좋으실 것 같아요. 어떠신가요?
일단 결승 진출한 것도 기분이 좋은데 EWC 직행 티켓을 따내서 더욱더 의미 있는 승자조 결승이었던 것 같습니다.
You don't have to like EWC, but like obviously if the org's already participating for the team, probably means a lot because that puts you in a good light for under your own
I
org.
want to ask you because you guys played a solid game tonight. Everyone's saying, "Oh, Gen.G has finally figured out what works best for them." So, do you feel like you guys demonstrated the full potential, the true potential, when you set out with this roster, this iteration of Gen.G?
For the record, I don't like EWC for
감독님, 사실
all the reasons.
오늘 경기
Both
보시면서
political
젠지가
and just
젠지만의
it's not a
스타일을
great
완벽하게
tournament or
찾았고
production.
모든 퍼즐이 맞춰진 것 같다라는 평가가 많았어요. 그만큼 단단한 경기를 보여주셨는데 이 로스터를 구상하셨을 때 좀 원하셨고 예상했던 그 포텐셜이
Do you think there's a slight bit of chance Gen.G doesn't go as first seed? Who do you think it needs to be though to take them down in the grand finals? Them having map advantage in a best of 5, I think is tough in current form.
선수랑 애쉬 선수가 스크린 때 훨씬 더 잘하거든요. 진짜로.
네.
그래서 아직 좀 지금 퍼시픽이 큰 무대이기도 하니까 아직도 긴장하는 게 없지 않아 있기 때문에 계속 하다 보면은
Talking about their new players.
더 좋은 젠지가 될 수 있을 것 같습니다. 네.
알겠습니다. Well, yeah, Foxy9 and Ash, they've been destroying everyone in the scrims, and we're not being able to translate that on stage.
Dude, if they're playing even better in scrims, though, that is
stage
scary.
As well, so
If
I
they
feel
can
like
actually
there's
unlock
a
that,
little
because I
bit
think
of
they're
jitters
already
within
pretty
them still,
satisfactory
but
now.
once we shake
Obviously, in
that
the
off and they
beginning.
get more experience on stage, I think we have more
beginning
to
it was
show,
rough,
and
but-
that we can be even better than how we performed tonight. Now, Texture Sunday
Solo
is the grand
is
finals.
on
Who do
the
you
shorter
think
end. He's not like
will
super
make it to
short,
grand
but Solo's on
finals?
the shorter.
And also
And
with
he's
your
not. Solo's not
mindset,
tall, and
for
Texture's
the upcoming
tall, but I
grand
don't think he's
finals?
180. I don't think he's taller than me.
일요일에 결승전이잖아요. 누가 올라올 것 같고
Ooh, predictions for who's gonna reach grand finals?
사실 근데 너무 셋 다 친한 선수들도 많고 좀 그래가지고 누가 올라오든 상관은 없고요. 어쨌든 간에 지금 자신감이 아주 많이 차 있는 상태이기 때문에 누가 올라오든 상관없이 재밌게 즐기도록 하겠습니다.
I don't know. I'm not really sure who's going to face us in the grand finals. I mean, I'm pretty good friends with all three teams. They're really strong. But we have a
Lots of
very, very
Gen.G
high
fans.
confidence within ourselves. We love how we perform right now. So I think I'm going to enjoy the game in the grand finals on Sunday. So yeah, thank you fans for supporting, and we'll try our best to deliver on Sunday as well.
Do you think this is?
Congratulations
Oh
once again,
wait,
guys.
no, I already read that. Oh, you think it could be RRQ being back for blood? I think it's funny that you mentioned that because I really think if RRQ comes back, it could be because that will be a chance for them to prove that they learned from this loss, right? So like, if RRQ bounces back up from the lower finals, that would be the time for them to try to show that revenge. I'll be honest, I don't think DRX in their current form, even if they win, could beat Gen.G in the grand finals. PRX could. PRX could. So either PRX or RRQ, I think maybe, but I still think Gen.G has to be favored. Just the trend of where they're going right now. They look good, and I mean, Texture saying it like they feel confident, so that's good. I think he's showing his appendicitis surgery scar. I don't know. Oh man.
Oh, I really enjoyed the end there, Senator Texture.
All right. Right. So highest ceiling in Pacific. So someone on YouTube chat was asking, who do I think has like highest versus lowest potential, like ceiling? Like as a team though, right? As a team, I would argue actually, like if we did like, let's say we do what let's do 3 tiers, right? Like high potential, medium potential, low potential. High, medium, low. I actually think Talon has really high potential. I think Gen G has really high potential. I think RRQ has really high potential. Do I consider anyone else in this group? I'm not sure. Medium potential, I would say T1, DRX, Nongshim. And this is like, let's say this is like within what I think is possible within 1 year. Let's put it that way, right? Because like obviously, like for instance, like teams like, you know, with younger players, like if you, like if we're talking like 5 years down the road, like who knows? But Nongshim. Yeah, by the way, we're talking like potential though, right? None of these teams, like I'm going to assume no team is, quite frankly, I don't think any teams are already at their ceiling. So like just because a team is lower doesn't mean that I think they're like worse right now or whatever. It's just who do I believe in more, I guess. Let's see. I'm trying to decide. Zeta's weird. I mean, given what we saw, I feel like I might put Zeta in here. Sorry for DFM. I think DFM is here. GE, let's assume the last iteration of GE, right? With the Filipino players still. I mean, I would put GE, I think, on like the lower end of medium. I think at the beginning of the year, I would have just solidly put them in medium. Oh, this is hard to see, isn't it? I just realized. There you go. I think GE now, though, after having seen stage 1, I would put them here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I have, who do I have left? I have Boom left. I have PRX left. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Who am I missing here? Oh, Team Secret. Team Secret, I would say. I mean, the double duelist iteration was probably better. I'm kind of torn on Boom and PRX. Potential? I actually think... Oh, Boom's interesting. See, Boom is interesting because I was convinced that we saw them near ceiling, or pretty much at ceiling at Ascension, and then they broke that ceiling. Granted, they had a roster change. Do I feel that they are near ceiling again? I will probably do it like this. So the highest out of these, though, like highest potential, purely potential, I actually, well, I don't know. Foxy9 and Ash are really making me reconsider Gen G. But highest, I might even put in Talon, I think. I think this is kind of in this order. And I'll be honest, as much as I rate Crazy Guys IGLing high, I think the IGLing is what kind of puts RRQ just below the other two. And then the lowest in terms of like what I think their cap is, I mean, it's probably DFM. It's probably DFM and then Secret and then Boom. So here it's probably like this order. You know what I mean? But yeah, chat, again, just so this doesn't get twisted, the question was like, who do I think is like highest ceiling? Right? Like potential. So like I don't think Boom is there yet. I don't think DFM is there yet, obviously. But I just think even if they reached it, it would be lower than if they reached it. Like if everyone reached what I think would be their full potential. See, the reason I have PRX in medium, though, is the team factor. I think their individual potential is so high, but I think until the team factor gets sorted out, like, if Talon and Gen G played 100% potential versus PRX 100% potential, or even RRQ, like, I think I would favor them. You know what I mean? It's the same thing with T1. Like T1, they won Bangkok, but I'm still not convinced that their full potential is actually higher than Talon. I mean, this is also, we'll never find out. We'll never find out, but because it will never happen at the same time anyway. I rate, because I rate Cruz's IGLing really high. That's one. So if he was able to IGL without having to like translate things halfway each time, like if the team had enough time that even with the language barrier they could like take in all the information from their coaches, etc. I also do think, drama and all that aside, I do think Frost and Jovi are good coaches. Like I think their ideas are good, right? And then on top of that, the mechanical prowess of their younger players is really good. Not just Primi, but Primi, I mean, Jitboy's, again, still a little bit shakier than I remember his debut, but it's fine. But then the other two guys are also, Thaya and Killua are also really good. So that combined, like the fact that they have the mechanical prowess that across the board, they can kind of PRX their way out of situations, but I think their calling is I think Cruz is one of the better IGLs in Pacific. I think that's what I rate highly for Talon. I mean, yeah, we're assuming if we somehow were able to run a simulation where everyone reached 100%, that's the question, right? Basically, who I think would have the highest 100%? T1, the thing with T1 though, is I think we've seen, you know what I mean? I don't think there's that much more. Like if this is the T1 tank, let's say they won Bangkok, and I think them winning Bangkok was like, not probably their ceiling, but I would say that was like, maybe them at 80% or 90%. So I'm not expecting like a whole different team when they reach 100. Whereas Talon, I honestly don't think we've seen anywhere close to 80%. We've probably seen like 60%. So if they reached 100, I think they suddenly look like a different team, is where I'm coming from. PRX, I feel like we've seen 80 to 90% in the past. And I don't think that's going to really change even with Batman. You know, it could get cleaner, but right? Because reaching potential doesn't suddenly mean I think they'll play everything differently. Even if PRX reached potential, I don't suddenly think that means someone's going to have suddenly great IGLing and everyone's listening to that one person and their comms are, you know, like I don't expect that to happen. I just expect them to play better, but that's really it. So like that's the thing. DRX, I actually think honestly the reason I wouldn't put them at high yet is I just don't know if, like, I love Bane, but I don't know if Estrella and Bane have the X factor to, like, at least one of them would have to have additional X factor for me to consider, like, the teamwork, etc., the prep, plus the individuals would put them into high potential ceiling. Things like that. I think Talon showed 80% already, and you think they can be much better, but they can't. I would disagree. Now, can they show more? I mean, I think it depends on the caveats you're putting, though. This is obviously a for fun conversation, so I'm kind of just expecting, like, let's say they can get over the, like, I think language barrier and such within the year, like if they got over it, etc. Like, I don't know. I think they could. It depends on how much of that you think is like outside factors versus no, that's just the players not able to playing as a team, right? If you think that, I mean, it could be that they're kind of like PRX and they're just like, well, we always just overheat every now and then, and it's like, okay, well then I would, you know, I guess the difference here is that Talon, it's my first year seeing them, so I'm willing to have more hope. Whereas PRX, I've seen this before, and I'm like, yeah, there's only really like 15% left in the tank. So yeah. Zeta's probably the one I'm least sure about, to be honest, out of all of these. Yeah, the higher the team, the more I have, like, hopium. Let's put it that way. The higher the team, the more I have hopium from where they are right now. Not necessarily that I think, like, that means they're winning Pacific, but, right, it's a relativity thing. Yeah, I mean, I think Talon, generally, everyone's kind of split. I think you either have hopium or you don't. I don't think anyone's really in the middle for Talon, and that's probably just how they play. Oh, this isn't in order. This is the only. This one's in order, and then this one, 1, 2, 3 is the order. This one, I just listed them in random order. GE's the only one that's at the bottom of the medium list. Yeah. The Zeta's not necessarily higher than PRX. Elevated. I like elevated. It's just I was saying earlier, if I did this at the beginning of the year, like even before kickoff, I think GE would be like near the top of medium. But after seeing it, and I know like there's a lot of factors that go into this, but like after seeing it, I'm not in on it. Yeah, there's the rumors of MCE joining. Obviously, there's the rumors of the players getting swapped. So who knows? GE obviously moving forward is going to be a big question mark as well. So we'll see. You think Talon's in the middle? Yeah, I think people are gonna be very split on Talon. I think Talon's results are also very. It's hard. It is honestly hard. I think it just comes down to, do you think they had enough time or not, right? Do you think they showed enough where you think it's because they're near their ceiling or not? I think it just comes down to that. I guess I'm on the side of like, no, I think a little bit more time is worth giving. Whereas some people might feel like, no, this is consistent enough that I think that's at their limit. But if you can't tell, I am traditionally a person who gives a lot of time, right? Like RRQ. So I think I'm just on that side of things. All right, chat. That was a fun discussion, though. I think discussions like that are always good. Where's my stream? There we go. A true Pacific classic. All right, chat. I'm gonna run some ads and get some water, etc., and then we will be back. I'll leave the desk on so you guys can listen to what they're saying.
It's definitely the way it's trending. And what's so funny is we saw PRX almost try and move away from that. We saw them try and add a lot more discipline, add more structure. And now we're seeing them kind of peel it back to what they're well known for. And I think they are the very best in the world at this chaotic style where they really thrive in the moment. They play on those individuals. All of these players are just fantastic. All 10 of them across this server can really embrace this. But as you say, such a long history between these teams, and who knows who's going to come out on top today.
Yeah, I mean, sorry, go on.
Yeah, no, during the Alpha group, we did see them face off, and we did see the evolution of DRX. I have to personally say I did enjoy seeing Flashback on this roster, playing that double duelist. I kind of wish that's the one we saw today, the double duelist versus double duelist, but alas, that's not what it is.
Yeah, I think, you know, DRX is a team that historically may have been a little bit easier to prepare for. You kind of know what you're going to get. Nowadays, they change things up all the time. Map to map, whether they win or lose, they don't need to necessarily win or lose a map to change up their comp. They are a very adaptable team. You'll see players be very flexible on the roles. You're even seeing Bane over on the Sentinel, not something that he really has played too much. He's been very flexible to fill a lot of gaps for DRX, and depending on who you're going to throw on the Initiator or the Sentinel role, things could really change up. But over on the side of PRX, this is what changes things up the most for me. Who is playing the duelist, and depending on what duelist it is, a different player is the best at it. Something's Jet is phenomenal. Jing is absolutely terrorizing Pacific on the Rays, and Forsaken able to play that double duelist on the Neon, particularly on Fracture. It's one of the only maps you'll see him on the duelist, but we all know this guy can flex onto anything.
And mini shout out to his Waylay and Icebox.
Oh, true, actually, you're right. I wonder if that's going to come out. I forgot about the Icebox.
Yeah, I mean, how many duelists does PRX have? And they have plenty. Now, what is DRX without Mako? And we were talking about him on the IGL role, and now he's been off of it.
I mean, just take a look at these stats. So where we see when he's IGLing, and compared to now he's free, he's released those chains, he's unshackled, and he is a different beast of this IGL role. I mean, he's putting up absolutely monstrous performances in exactly the same role. He plays exactly the same positions. He's doing exactly the same job on the map. It's just his mind is free to think about his crosshair, to think about finding and hunting out his opponents instead of micromanaging those around him. And you can just tell He looks so good off this IGL.
You'll notice it, I mean, positionally when he's clutching, like A-side icebox inside of a pit, he's able to really isolate those duels and lock in on his gameplay. But Brim on Fracture, for example, the way that he's able to, on defense, actually disrupt what the attackers want to do, he's always timing down the sky smokes perfectly, and he's always positioning himself in the most annoying spot for the other players to attack into.
Now, these are our map head-to-heads here. I'm curious what maps these two teams are going to be ending up picking. To be honest, personally, I would like to see Fracture. Again, these are going to be the last final days that we're going to be seeing Fracture before it's gone out of the map pool here. And we know both of these teams do like playing it.
Well, what's not interesting in this video is both of these teams well-defined permabans.
Yeah.
PRX here selecting their Lotus. Their Lotus has been phenomenal since they swapped comp 4-0, and their defense has been very good, but DRX is going to be a team to pick Icebox here. Their last outing on Icebox with the Harbor went very well for them, but the games before that, their Icebox was not too awe-inspiring, and they did lose Icebox head-to-head to get against PRX in week 1.
Thoughts on Bleed being undoubtedly the second worst team in Pacific when now 3 of their players are in Toronto plus 1. I mean, I think it was very clear even last year when they were playing that, like, they just weren't able to work well as a team.
Yeah, what a way to end today's series if we get that far. And starting with Lotus, you guys have pointed out a couple
the chemistry is, I think, a bad way to put it, but dude, what are these
DRX
comp changes from DRX? I did not even realize. What the hell?
The last few games of Lotus have gone phenomenal. Ever since they've swapped onto Yoru Raze, Jigga's just been running around, dominating everyone on the Raze. Something's performances on the Yoru have been very key, and it really helps to inform a lot of their structure on this map. You started to see him pick up the op as well, which is a bit of a throwback to the old double duelist style that you've seen from PRX in the past, but reinvented for the current meta. For DRX, though, they're quite happy to go to Lotus. They're not scared of this pick for PRX at all. They played a lot of quality teams on this map. They always play very tight games on Lotus, so they're going to be quite comfortable to play this as the first map in the series as well.
Yeah, and we see so much flexibility across the board from them. Sometimes double duelists, sometimes Raze, sometimes like Yoru. We've seen Breach player. We've seen them mix across all 3 of the main Sentinels. So again, I wouldn't be surprised if we saw a change here from DRX once again.
Yeah, you can see them quite happy to just
once again
one role or 2 roles, a different Sentinel that the other team has to attack into, or a different initiator that can kind of give a different feel the other team will have to adapt to on the fly.
Well, the stakes are higher than ever for this particular series. One team does not get to go to Toronto.
I just have my sign ready here.
Will be punching that final ticket to Toronto, making it back to the international. So let's find out who that's going to be. Is it going to be PRX or DRX? Let's welcome the teams.
Let me just have this ready. There we go. All right, chat. PRX, I'm on the train. Let's friggin' go. You don't want me on this train? You can pay up, but I'm on the train. Chobra, can you gamma points on your own channel? No, it doesn't let you do that. That'd be messed up.
Rise Pacific.
I still think it's so funny that we use the harbor effects for the waves.
There's only one spot left to qualify.
It makes me laugh every time.
And tragically, but great for us, it is between the brothers RX, DRX, and PRX. For DRX, it's been a season.
I mean, listen, DRX, they should. The coaching staff knows how to play against this PRX, but
storming through the Pacific kickoff and
I don't know, man.
In Bangkok, but now they're up against
Freeing in a stray. Are they ready for it?
The
train's too fast.
Their name. Can they defeat PRX once again?
Yeah, Hyunmin is such a scary duelist inside of Pacific. Mako is unshackled, and DRX are looking to derail this PRX hype train before it makes it to Toronto.
The train got canceled. You need to take the bus, Chobra. No, I'm on the train. I'm already on the train.
Is the opponent.
You can't lie to me like that. It's going at freaking hyper speed.
A reality check in March. March, missing
We're taking
out
it
on
all the
their
way to
first ever
Canada.
Masters event. This was a team that once held the record for the longest consecutive qualifications, and they were suddenly left watching.
What is
from the
Sliggy's response to
sidelines.
me
But
hopping
they
on? He's
fought their
searching
way to the
frantically
lower
on the
bracket.
train.
Now just one train stop away from reaching Toronto.
He's trying to find me to throw me into the engine. But I'm sneaky. I'm sneaky. I'm riding all the way. If Nongshim can't send me to Toronto, I'm taking the train to Toronto. Listen, Nongshim failed to send me to Toronto, so I'm on the train to go to Toronto. We're going all the way.
Masters and international events, making it a 7th. Such a storied team, such a storied.
Yeah, that's right. I got my Honkai Star Rail 10 pole ready. We're going.
Yes, these are legendary coaches at this point here in Pacific. They face off so many times. There is a huge friendly rivalry between these two teams, but I know when they both go to
The
international
two rival
events,
drugstores, the RX battle.
So sad. They cannot go together this time.
Someone has to go home today.
Yeah.
One of these two teams will not be making it, but it's so hard to call who. Arguably, both of these teams deserve to be there. They have such storied past attending these big events, so it's going to be sad to say goodbye to one of these, but as you say, fantastic for us to watch.
Damn, really? Everybody's on the train?
Pilsky and Achilleos. And honestly, though, I think this
That seems surprising, though. I wonder how much of it is just hype. Like Mika and Chubby Ninja and Quack, sure. Paper Thin on the train. Kinda surprised.
I don't think DRX are underdogs. I think they're the favorites.
Dude,
in this
Mind Freak,
series.
Mind Freak is kind of, looking at Mind Freak these days kind of reminds me of RB. Like he just looks the happiest he's ever been.
But you picked Paper X.
He just looks so happy to not be playing.
I do think that they're the underdogs.
Really?
DRX have been proven to be such a solid team. Arguably, they should have locked up their spot already. Again, in that RRQ game, they were one
Dude,
round away.
the Sliggy train conductor Photoshop.
Well, you guys saw the sign just now. For them to win, all they do is throw Mini into the coal there to fuel the train to victory. Just throw an old
Deadlock Vice against the raised Yoru. I like the change though. The double Sentinel.
And Deadlock. Now this has to be
But Bane's Deadlock has to be good for this to work. The Deadlock's really strong. I'm on the Deadlock train. But you have to have a really good Deadlock player.
And Deadlock have a lot of different tools you can use to kind of slow down this double duel.
I think it's going to be very annoying for PRX to attack into that and especially be able to attempt the post plants here on the defensive side. But DRX's defense has been so good on this map. They are 36-12 in defensive rounds the last 4 maps. Like 75% they are owning on defense with this double duel.
We'll see.
And a lot of that comes down to something on the Yoru.
I like the idea from DRX though.
Right now.
I mean, you guys make a good point about DRX, though. I don't know who the underdog is here, but DRX definitely knows how to play double duelists now, even if they're not doing it today. But that means they have a lot of tools to face against a team like Paper
The thing is,
now,
wow, the only winning RX in Pacific is DRX. That's a bold statement considering they literally lost in the first VCT Pacific Finals.
And here we go. Once again, the Derby comes back around, but as the desk was saying, this time only one of these teams can get that final spot at Masters.
I'm gonna be honest, I don't think Bane's got it though. I think it's a cool idea, but I think Paper X is gonna be too fast.
An incredibly hype matchup.
The Gravinet's strong, but it got nerfed. It can't cover the whole train. The radius reduction is what's gonna allow the Paper X train to continue.
Both of the RXs are so used to being there. They're so used to being that team that goes to the international events. But this time around, it may not be.
Brother v brother here, it feels like, as we get ready to jump into this one. Lotus.
Yeah, apparently the jump tech, right?
Again, then an icebox as the follow-up.
I didn't know about that either. I haven't seen it, and I guess I've never asked anyone about it. So, Paper X first in pistol round win rates. What a crazy change.
Which we'll be watching from home. As for now, default down tap of the orb.
Oh, I guess the music was really loud. I like lowered the volume, but now the game sounds really soft.
Here's out the door. Jing just going to be tucked in for the moment, hiding away. So far, it's a very quiet round here from both sides.
Yeah, this is going to make all the attacks very slow from DRX, though. They'll always wait to see if there's a push out, and then they'll take slow contact. But you have to. Thankfully, they have a Yoru, so they can kind of afford to do that.
Especially Jing, who has been devastating, especially in pistol rounds for Paper X recently. Back on the raise, back on that comfort, and he's been making the most of it.
So how quickly he was able to get.
Hold on, I'm gonna
Showstoppers online versus.
let me open that link after this round just to have it open. You can check it out.
3K when the pistols came down to it. 40 seconds still remaining on the clock. Everybody from DRX now clustered up as Bane. Lineup set up here for Waterfall. Wall will go up and over the top. See where it
There you
plops
go.
down.
There's
Right
the
there.
wall.
Perfect position. Starting to get
They
cleared
know
out
that they're
here.
already at Waterfall and they're blocked off.
The site going to be taken by DRX. Divide
Crazy that he was
holding back
knifing
here on
that.
the corner.
That's an
Headshot
angle that he
finished
can
off
actually
clean.
get shot in.
Clean with that ghost as ever. Now looks to back away as Prowler and Paranoia both
not
get sent
ba-
over
oh,
towards this
that's
singular
bad.
player. He swoops back down over towards Waterfall. Is able to find himself a second kill. Unscouted,
Clears?
unnoticed.
Hello?
Untenable.
PRX?
Has torn apart
How in the
three.
world do you have
DRX
first
will pick the
pistol,
opening
first
pistol.
place in pistol round
Yeah,
win
just
rates
good
if you're
map.
doing that?
Like map control here for DRX. They're able to push some space on towards Rubble.
Not a good start.
Use some of that info they're finding early to pivot over towards C. PRX has to try to fight their way back in. And that grenade made Jing feel like that corner was going to be clear, but it didn't go quite deep enough. Mako was able to slide down the ramp a little bit, retake that position.
But the real question is going to be
Clean
how
up the
quickly
round.
PRX figures out the
DRX
tempo.
comes
And what's
out
the
with
answer
that
going to
first
be? Because
pistol.
just
Ever so
balling
important, you're gonna
out
have an outlaw.
is also not good because you're walking into
For an
potential trap
opportunity.
plays.
Smoke blooms just in time.
But
for the
do they
players
have?
to
Are they
interact, but
confident in their retakes on
DRX
every
is
single
smoking
site? That's
more
the other
targets through
question.
that smoke. Now scaling forward, Hyunmin going for the peak, finds one target. Quick little
Ooh,
exit here.
damn! They
Straight
thought
sticks
the
around
only
for
thing
a
they'd have to
little
worry about is the
longer.
far side of
Finds
Robo.
one swap to the ghost. Hyunmin tagged low, backpedaling, but
Oh,
swiftly puts Forsaken on the floor. Orb going to be picked up here, freeing.
I thought that was the Gen G classic for a second. I was like, that looks quite different.
As seems like the quiet over towards A being signaled over here to the rest of the players. Hyunmin asks for the rotation. They abide. DRX successfully avoid the final two players of PRX.
Yeah, just PRX trying something a little bit cheeky, as is normally the case. And they're going to be pretty quick to rotate, though. And depending on the timing, well, Mako's just seemingly just going to turret in that direction.
So I think
Doesn't
PRX.
wanna let that
I
flank come
think
through,
what they'll have to
find
do is
any
figure out a
value.
way where they can make it look like
But
they're gonna
this is
ball
gonna
out,
open up
take
some
out a lot
space
of the
here. DRX is gonna
util,
grab an extra
and then
orb,
reset,
figure out who they
and
wanna
then
get
do
to
a
plant
re-clear
over
of the
to.
other side.
Try to fast track some of those ults.
I think that should be their first step
Marcos into the
of
paranoia,
adjustment,
tapping
but
the
we'll
door.
see.
He's constantly shifting back towards the site now. Peeks out, back
They
rubble,
did 4-man buy.
finds one.
4-man buys are pretty common these days too. There's a healthy
For
mix
that
of 3,
second,
4, and 5-man
he's gonna
buys
take it
these
down.
days on the anti-eco.
Bit of damage going to be dealt here, but it's going to be Hyunmin as well, finding himself 3
DRX
charges
has,
towards that
I think,
dimensional trip.
consistently been 4 or
DRX start things
5-man
off
buying. I
2-0.
think they rarely do a 3-man buy.
Yeah, that's just solid stuff from Hyunmin. Hasn't died yet. 3 kills so far. Mako, though, just, relieved of the IGL duties and is just able to go out and frag and is accomplishing that. Has been a real force for this team as usual. You just are going to expect that Mako's putting up numbers. Now it's PRX's chance to try to respond.
All right,
Still, though,
PRX, only 1 person half armor, so not bad,
Outlaw.
even though there's an outlaw.
Some good weaponry.
Okay,
PRX
yeah,
is
so
gonna
they
have to
fight heavy
face.
with the haunt.
Go TP,
Yeah, like
back
PRX
rubble,
should
bit of
be winning
pressure
Rubble
coming his way,
initially
swing out,
every single
something, he'll
time.
find the headshot, puts him
It's
down.
just, do they lose
Straightforward
members
into
to the
smoke.
re-clear, to the trades?
Not going to be rewarded with any damage. A 1 for
I mean,
1 at the end of it all,
DRX,
Jing.
because for DRX to win it, they'd have to use
Dead on the
both
floor.
salvos, I think, Gravnet,
Wall here.
and a flash.
I'm not sure if that jiggle went wide enough to
I guess they could
spot
use
out Estrella,
Paranoia.
holding the angle. They're gonna
But
double
that's
face,
like
but he actually
a
pulls
lot of
off.
commitment. PRX
Finding
can
the
win it with
timing
less
here, does
commitment,
Estrella
for sure.
Go ahead and get himself out of harm's way.
And Patman now send that Prowler out. Seen by DRX. It's just going to be freeing on his own. Salvo's about to come back online. Forsaken just got a peek.
Would have been a belter of a shot.
Ooh, repositions. Ooh, nice and calm adjustment. It was a nice attempt at a wide swing from Youngman.
Player advantage now here for the side of PRX. Forsaken looking for
Forsaken
more.
Unleashed. Dude, those are some
3
precise
kills.
shots. Every one of them
Spike
right
on
through the
ground,
chip
wall tripped,
of the
freeing.
steps right there.
Locked in position with the player on the flank.
30 seconds left.
Well,
Well, they know you're in B.
Course of action here. Would love to get some more damage in.
gotta know he's probably pillars.
Swoops around. Something about to be in the open, but has the headshot. Crispy with it.
Pretty clean from
Survives.
PRX.
46
Lots of
HP,
armor
4 players
damaged,
alive. PRX get themselves on the board.
No
denying the
spike
bonus.
plant either.
Yeah, this is really crucial for PRX to come through this relatively unscathed. Good read there by something. Yeah, Hyunmin able to find the one. Jing trying to blast pack his way a little bit closer to Rubble, but he's caught in transition. Forsaken holding the line very, very nicely. So that Rubble fight in the long run going PRX's way. Curious how much attention DRX wants to play to this, but I mean, having that deadlock in there.
Now it's C-site.
A little bit trickier in that regard. You're not going to
PRX.
quite as much util. You still have the Teo, of course.
Grab net early from DRX to deny any, keep anyone who's peeking. They avoided it, so they had the good read, and then they re-push out from PRX. It's a good read.
On its lonesome ends up getting taken down.
Do they know that Freeing's there?
Still the double stack set up, Freeing around the corner. Boombot looking to try to scout him out. Does not, however.
Doesn't tag. Okay, so I don't think they know.
There, but they're not going to stick around to find out. Quick back away, Forsaken back to Jiggle Peak.
Oh man, it's the lurking Teho again.
Read that it's going to be A. I mean, Freeing trying to sell this as best as he can, but that Prowler got no contact at B from Patman. Flash to try to do something, and something.
He's trying to open the door just to keep them tied at B as well, but dude, PRX is so convinced they have the read. They're already on the site. I don't think DRX knows this.
Given the task of trying to breach this position here, perhaps.
Huge, dude, three-way crossfire.
Does manage to find the one.
That's brutal.
The opportunity to be involved in the fight.
Spotted.
Glimpse there.
You got to push all the way to C, I think, if you're DRX. You got to try to get the peak and pick and waterfall. Ooh, I do not like that from DRX.
Keep the lead.
You have to push out now still. It's 2v4. You have no space on B. Yeah, I mean, dude, trying to play safe post plan in a 2v4 on B site is insane. And I guess you had Teo, but
no opportunity whatsoever. Estrella is going to be harassed by the Yoru as the defuse gets started. And now he just holds him back, locking him away from the site. 2-2, we are tied up. PRX very nicely dispatching DRX here.
Yeah, they're just reading the map really well. This is something that impressed me when I was doing some VOD review, getting ready for today with PRX in their run-up here in the playoffs. They're making really good use of the information that they're finding on the map, and it's stuff like what Patman does. He just throws out a Prowler B. You know, they've only had a little bit of contact C.
Ooh,
over at
that
A,
looks like a food court.
Able to backpedal, and they're still able to kind of put the pieces together that this is going to be an A hit, and, you know, just smother DRX out of that A attempt, force them over to B, where Forsaken's happy to find that off angle, get the kill. And here we go. Now,
all right, fast Euro from DRX. Oh, look at this. PRX, they're ready for it. They just give the space.
Hit off the back of it, and look at where PRX is.
Just the vice. They all hide behind the second corner.
Not wanting to give the opportunity over to DRX.
Dude, PRX, they're a changed team. They focus fire the wall. They're ready to flood. It's crazy.
More insight here.
Oh, it's chaos. Oh, it's chaos.
Straight on the floor, the spike not yet planted.
This is intense. One-for-one trades all throughout.
Be a potential pivot angle, but there's still
the arc rose is still there. Yep, there it is. Gives you a chance. You know that they're still on the site. Ooh, I don't know about that. Patman needs to get one. Oh, well, Patman needs to get three.
As he swings back through,
rough. NT. PRX thought they could get a flood in and catch them off guard, but DRX is just clean with it.
Yeah, don't mind the ideas here on the fly from PRX. You know, wanting to stack up, wanting to deal with that.
That's a bar at a shopping mall called Kalong Wave. There's a PRX advertisement decal right outside of it. Really?
It's not technically a
oh, interesting.
They get into these crossfires, they get into these setups, and they're so tough to break. They're so disciplined. So having to give up space early is going to play into DRX's hands, in my opinion. And now you've got a couple huge ults. Annihilation, Armageddon. Ooh, miss of the shot.
Uh-oh. That's not good. The something off is kind of a big part of the changes that PRX have made.
Double stack at mounds. Drone gets cleared, spots him out.
So, interesting. PRX, instead of continuing to just try to force the fights on Rubble, even though they can use less investment initially, instead of risking that, they just wait to do a quick clear of Mound after initial util. I wonder if they're just more confident on A-side retakes.
Still, though, they're reading this nicely. The player's still that close to the door. Send some reinforcements over to back up this
but you should have been told that the enemy smoked this off as well, so you have to be ready for a B hit.
But maybe this seemingly going to be a B pivot.
So Jing's going to be ready to make sure they don't take waterfall for free. Same thing here from Devi. That way, B site isn't a great site for DRX anymore.
connector position.
But it is
Paint
double
Shells get ready
senti.
to fly,
The sonic
bouncing
sensors could do
forward.
work. They're trying to flood in.
Some damage, bring on the crossfire, able to find a vibe.
That's rough. I want. Oh!
Not able to find anything.
Oh,
Forsaken
no.
cannot escape the grasp here. The Annihilation catching just a moment before the TP could go through.
Oh no.
Drag it to his demise. Something now just looks to try to hold on to this operator.
I mean, they hunt for it for sure.
But this round is on lock. DRX
After time, maybe.
looking to move up now.
Well, I guess Freeing doesn't, so.
Yeah, DRX.
I think Estrella
doing a
should.
Great job.
I think that's why he's chilling out here.
In the pistol round and the follow-up, where they're really working the map nicely. Here they're kind of back to it, getting that early B main control. PRX giving up a lot of space.
Did you consider the fact that DRX doesn't push out for space and PRX instead pushes in early to the side?
And it works an absolute treat. Don't want to mess with the op anymore though. I'm just gonna let
meet him
PRX
halfway,
carry
huh?
that over. Curious if we're gonna see an early timeout.
No, but I think. So I think okay. So I think PRX. Their idea has been that we just flood, right? Because double senti is good in post plant. But what DRX is doing is they set everything fully. All their positions are good to go before they tap the spike. So basically, their positions are actually, well, also Freeing stays alive with like Giga Luck there. But basically, they kind of, DRX kind of fast forwards the post plant situation. So what happened there on B site is you have the sonic sensors. I think both on Heaven and somewhere on Blue Room, probably against Baby Door, right? You have that set up, the Teo set up here. You've got crossfires here and here, and then you've got crossfires here and here. So before you even tap the spike, you're already basically have the same advantage that you normally would in the post plant. And so PRX's idea, I don't know if DRX always thought that that was the idea. I don't know if that's just an adjustment they're making because of the early couple rounds. But it's a really good idea from DRX that PRX needs to figure out here in the timeout.
Oh man, he was so good on Fracture last week. He was so clutch, dude.
That's a huge.
Teo stun lasting 4 seconds, man. Dude, Kami's on a mission. Kami's on a mission to try to get Teo stun nerfed to the same level. It is so funny that thing didn't get nerfed while Astra's did.
Have the operator still very solid.
So then you have two different options from PRX. Again, you kind of all in and take the fight early.
I was gonna say everybody else
or you have to play full retake. But like neither of those feel good, right? Especially because you're running double duelist and they're running double senti. It is kind of a matchup. Hell?
Immediately gonna be drawn out, but it seems like botched. I think he died.
I honestly do think DRX came in well prepared with the comp here.
Repositioning shifts.
PRX needs to get really good round-to-round reads, I think.
Do the same and just call a pivot over towards B if they'd like. Either way, it looks like they want to still plant here on A. Paranoia catching onto them for a moment, forces them off the angle. The full flash connects now on the device. He plays towards drop.
They just need to wait for the deadlock detail. It's always such a gamble, though, right? Because if the opponent deadlock is good, they should never be really using any of it before you're on the site, other than GrabNet. That's like that's the tough situation right now. And you don't have enough util to bait it out unless you commit because you're playing double duelist.
You have some really good util to contest that A main control, that A lobby control. Throw it at DRX, make them make the first
curious
move.
if Vice Lock returns as like a big meta comp with Teho.
Put some pressure onto him.
Teho getting nerfed for Toronto.
And see if you can come through. Obviously weaker weaponry there. It may be a big part of that equation, but
yeah, it'll definitely work better on attack. Like DRX needs a lot here. But the thing is on a 3-site map again, I think double senti on defense can get some good value. We'll see what their defensive setups are, but given double duelist versus double senti, like DRX wants a lot on this first half for sure. Oh, did he use? Oh, he did. He used Showstopper. That's rough.
Immediately before that could even fly out. Otherwise, that could have been absolutely devastating.
Some of the coaches have said that they've been told that it will be patch 10.09, so the Teho nerf patch, which we don't know the details yet. Like, there's going to be other changes in that patch, I'm sure. So we have no idea what those are. But Euro will be nerfed. Teho will be nerfed. We don't know what other changes. Astra will be nerfed with the stun.
This time, something shifting over.
Yeah, and then Sunset will be in the map pool. Yeah.
I have a chance. Depends on if they commit a flash.
How many does PRX need? I mean, I think you would like 4 here.
See Mako and Hyunmin.
3 and below was always so
Fake out,
iffy.
being sent, not being bought. This would have been a hell of a time to fake it either way. Sure,
Yeah,
Walt does
Toronto
get
will be a
cleared.
major meta shift for sure.
Mako starting to drift backward. The swing out. There you go.
Big kill.
Right to the midsection.
Yeah, so their adjustment has been to really double down and then have the op.
Should be reading pretty well pretty soon that this is going to be C, but all this Uto very far back for PRX.
Ultimate's ready.
Gonna have an ultimate there as well for Australia.
Arcros is going to be for the retake.
They're gonna pop it, and PRX wise to it.
Backed away.
Yep.
Triple push. It's a bit of a slow up there outside of
Nice
A-main,
peek
but
out from something.
on the peak, able to find one. Is Australia going to be taken down? Op still finding that value, and now he repositions, wrapping around, joining in alongside.
You know
Divine.
there's flank coming.
Weapons looking to be taken away. On
Oh, the
Op,
door open
paranoia
and the
now.
oh, this
Comes
is
back behind
good.
the
So
box,
instead of
two
fighting on the
players
site,
pinned in here, now trying to
they
fight
fight
their way
Mound
out. Freedom,
first.
Pain, can't find it.
Very good adjustment from
Bring
PRX.
now all alone here on the site, and something picks up a 3K. They get PRX their third round win in flawless
Hopefully
fashion.
one of the additional changes. You gotta imagine they do though, right? Surely Teo's stun gets nerfed to 3.5. But I don't know, maybe because they nerfed everything else, suddenly they feel kind of iffy about that. I don't know.
They have a steel guard and a counter. They can play that tic-tac-toe game all day, and that early map control, so important. That rubble control, so important for them, because that allows them to take space on the map quickly. It allows them to rotate through their opponent's spawn so quickly, and it helps now. Something starting to hit some
It's a
shots.
good timeout round from
Very
PRX.
important for him.
See how DRX now
As you
adjusts
can
to
see
it.
that earlier on, they showed us a graphic where when there's an operator on the
Immediate
defender side for
timeout.
PRX, they're winning like 2/3
Oh.
of their rounds.
That's
So,
good too.
Need to
That's
get a few more
good.
of those going. Meanwhile, Termi's like, nah, brah.
Give me 1
We gotta-
second.
We got to win a bunch on this side.
I have to assume that it's likely related to the operator. How to identify it, how to avoid it, what they need to be doing, given the impact that we just saw from something in the round.
Yep.
Be my suspicion.
A little bit tough, though. You know, obviously you have the stealth drone. That's the only thing that's really going to give you that clean look.
Yeah.
That free look.
Hard clear.
Yeah. You can do some soft clears, right? Jiggling and things like that, which you expect to see, but some good smokes as well from Mako. But, you know, with a double sentinel composition, it's
I
gonna
had
be tricky
something,
to scale forward.
like felt something stuck in
Get
my
past that
teeth,
op. I mean,
so
you're not going to give yourself as many tools
I had to go take it
deal
out,
with.
brush it
So
out.
it has to be a lot more diligence with your
Can you just see
individual
what DRX's
playing
adjustments are
positioning.
after that one round, though? So they
Every
go
op
back
shot
to
that
fighting hard for
something is-
Rubble. Not go back. They actually haven't fought hard on Rubble in a while.
Thrown into the fire by
Just go for the
Slick.
GravNet Insta.
It's another.
Fueling the train.
It's another.
Oh, but look at
shovel
PRX. Adjustment. They were never planning on fighting
Oh, they're
this.
throwing the fans in at this point.
Fast
That's
push
right.
out with
that's
the
right, I
op
heard.
as well.
Yeah, that's right.
PRX has the read here.
Turned away
Oh,
from
but they don't
Batman,
check the
looking for transfer
smoke!
and has it. Bane just does not have the weapon
Dude, this
at the
whole
ready.
year, man, so many
Just
edge
like
of the
Gunbarrel
smoke
gonna spot
kills.
Mako still,
Oh,
however,
Prime
able to
Mako,
find two,
non-IGL
but Jing on the
Mako.
peak.
Jing not
Shuts it
overheating.
down. Hey, Jump,
Craziness?
trying to force Estrella back. Manages the trade
Stray
block.
actually gets one there.
Now it's just freeing alone. Spike in hand. Can try to get
Green has to know he
play
wants a
here.
pick.
Try to get that spike
He wants a
planted,
pick
perhaps.
so bad. But, I mean, they haven't
That he
seen
got
the
all
op
way up the
yet.
stairs, but little do they know.
Oh, did you
Slid
go
through
all the way
towards
back?
B. May just wrap all the way to C.
Dude,
Indeed, he will. And that vice wall not going to give you any info on this one. It's just going to be a free plant. Op and a Vandal. So it just comes down to how to divine and something want to approach the situation. Something a couple flashes though, so
all right,
some
Wall
decent
doesn't get
opportunity.
tripped, so you know.
Can figure out where he is.
You know
but
he's here or
Green kinda
here,
guessing correctly
or
here.
on the site, I guess. You know he's not mound, though, so
putting
something can
himself
just
in a really
run
nice
it down.
position to use the salvos and the concuss potentially.
Both of them, therefore, are going to play it
Through that
safe.
door.
I like it from PRX. He has salvos.
PRX can
I mean, at some
All
point you
the
have to
way
use
around
salvos,
slowly
right? And your
towards the
position gets
waterfall, but
revealed.
Something gets set up on the line and anticipates this. Could be brutality. but Freeing finds the peak,
No.
finds the shot. but
Oh,
peeks
dude,
out
Devi
as he
was ready
sets the
for it.
salvos.
Freeing's trying to salvo
it
first
patiently.
and then try to get the early
Devi
peek, and Devi's ready
hits the
for it.
shot that go
Just
ahead
in
and bail
time
them
as
out
well.
on the round.
I think Freeing thought he could just
5
buy
to
enough
4.
time,
Just under
but he
2
just gets
seconds
one
to
tapped.
spare. Del DRX maybe getting a little bit antsy. Off the back of the timeout, not being able to find the win. PRX got to be grinning ear to ear.
For sure. Should be able to keep an op in play as well. Jing getting involved. Good setup there with
This
the
is a
trap
good
behind the
match.
smokes.
Can't believe it's for elimination in Toronto.
They love to try to
8 and 4 for something. He's got the op still. Op has so much value, so counter op comes out from Hyunmin. So the idea is going to be we don't overcommit. We just try to find something first. Oh, Hyunmin got there a little too early. He was trying to sneak in right after the C's.
Catching something there, but he can TP right away.
Okay, so you knew the Yoru was C. He TP'd out.
Unless DRX can get a good read.
DRX will now probably wait to get a pick here then, knowing that it's to shift over.
All the way back through the map.
I think the op hasn't been found yet by PRX.
That would be sick.
Hyunmin's op, I mean. Oh, well, PRX's op has been found.
Timing dies.
Oh, and Freeing's been spotted.
Jing now gonna do the same. Bane scouting him, but
I mean, this DRX is not in a good place. Oh, man.
And it's flawless from PRX as they tie it up at 5-5.
Yeah, they're really starting to come online now. Starting to feel themselves a bit. Great nightfall. And Jing plays off of that so quick. You know, Mako has to be watching the other direction. There's players coming from a bunch
PRX, they're starting to basically wait for DRX to make this first move. It's good.
Maybe they can win that
Dude,
fight.
PRX making adjustments?
Yeah, Jing just
Insanity.
any of it.
How are you stopping this train?
Again, if he starts to frag out too, then this two-headed snake that they can bring out with these two duelists is fearsome to say the least.
Not being shy about this at all, but look at this.
They just take it.
Taking this orb. He knows that the showstopper's online.
They just said we don't give a damn.
Try to prevent this. Hyunmin long his way out. Showstopper going to be
he's trying to bait them in. He creates a lot of space, but PRX should have this. Oh, Patman, never mind. He gets caught though. Hold up. Oh, Patman getting caught by the. Oh.
As something drops down as a mask of his own, slaps it on Divine, fully blinded up. TP reposition, ults, galore, being committed. Divine too, freeing it Estrella, now going to be taken down.
Divine the goat.
Collects a weapon.
No. Spray him back.
Manages narrowly to get the kill. The retap though, Divine. He knows that he's not on it. Mako swings
it, dude, Divine is hitting shots today.
Saves them once again.
Oh my gosh.
And that is devastating.
Damn.
As DRX committed a ton.
Everything. Tons of ults used in this
Dude,
round.
what a round from PRX.
I mean, just crazy stuff.
That was dude, the stun almost wrecked Pat, or it did wreck Patman, but
nice read there. Oh, Divine. Nice to see Divine though, smiling, coming up with big clutches.
I mean, dude, he had a couple of rough matches earlier in the stage, so good to see him back in form. Good old David knows his biggest fan FNS is watching.
At 6-6, very possible, but of course it's the double duelist on the other side.
I'm gonna be honest, Twitch chat, I had no idea what you were talking about. I like entered that conversation halfway through about buffing me, and I have no idea what's going on.
Away from having another annihilation. First one able to find value, gotten that kill on a Forsaken. Something repositioning.
The op gets so much value. See, this is why I started believing in PRX, is because they were like, oh, let's just something off, like build around that, and then you say, okay, then Jing next. Like you're slotting it in one by one.
Gets himself the kill. Hand it over on a silver platter.
Tight angle for something.
Look at the read from PRX. They're already in position here.
I tell you, they've just done such a
but
good job.
nothing on Rubble is going to make them push out. That's a misread. Okay, but the rotation's still already there. Okay, you found them as well. Ooh, I like the dude. It's risky, but I like it. I like the jump forward on the ult. Okay, Denlock ult's gone too. You're trying to pick off the spike. Oh, excuse me? Now we're fighting a fair 3v3? No. They got this. Dude, Devi's on one today. He's got it, man. He's back to 2023. His only mission is to take down DRX.
But he is dead as he exits that smoke.
Damn.
7-5. PRX out in front with a massive 5-round win streak to end the half.
Other than something
You're
just
going to get
walking
buffed
out
the same
there
patch as Teo
and
Nurse and
dying
have
in
the
EMEA.
abilities of unnerfed Jet
This
Chamber.
is just a great read.
Like,
So many good reads from PRX.
What the hell?
We're really understanding this map so
Something
well,
is the best
but
Opper in Valorant.
you look at it from the perspective
I mean,
of
he's
the
definitely
second half,
one
you
of.
look at the double duels versus that
There's
double
actually quite a
sentinel.
few though, but
You know,
something's
who's gonna be able
definitely
to
like I
slow
think
who
he will
down?
always be in
How
the discussion for
impactful is that deadlock going to be?
for
How
the
impactful
best.
is that wall going to be? That extra little bit of control you're going to be giving yourself, potentially a C site, front of B, things like
The
that. I
Patman
mean,
integration to the team is so
double wall,
underrated.
right?
Yeah,
Nice
I mean
wall,
it
you have the
started
deadlock
off
wall.
slow, but
That's
it's
so
working
annoying.
very
You have to be
well.
So diligent here as PRX.
Oh, I wonder who she's. Oh,
All right, DRX or PRX? Well, she's got a
Tough
DRX
choice.
jersey,
Yeah.
so
will surprisingly go with DRX.
they gotta add like a flashing indicator so you know that the choice is already done.
Oh, wait.
They gotta increase this. They gotta upgrade this UI.
Do we have another one?
One more.
It's a best of 5. Apparently not. Master of Valorant, all-time Korea #1 Omen. That's what Mako stands for.
Hold on, let me write that one down.
Pretty good.
Master.
Yeah,
what was it,
Kong
of
Kong
all
off
time?
is a big contender as well.
Korea #1 Omen.
Korea #1 Omen. Okay. Put that one
Yeah,
in the Omen
Floor as
tab
well.
there.
Yeah, it was a little rigged. They didn't show
I
the
mean, I
Jing
think
squad.
overall
The
you have to
Jing
be
squad
pretty
would have
happy
voted for
with that defender
PRX.
side as PRX. Normally, but going up against a double sentinel, I don't know. Obviously, that's going to be a big question mark. You know, how are they going to be able to adapt to that? I will say, God, if there's any team that
Yeah,
can do
7
it,
for
you
PRX.
gotta
They're
feel like
feeling
it's
good.
PRX because these guys just are so on the fly anyway. That's just how they roll.
Yep.
Maybe this is just really isn't too big of a deal.
2 sheriffs in hand.
Yep, you know the wall's there, but 2 of them already get in.
Takes a ton of damage. He's got 3 HP. Just ate that
DRX, they're gonna have to need a better plan than just a Vice Wall. It's not gonna work against double duelists, especially when one of them can just
Headshot
TP
in the spread out.
forward.
Forsaken. Gets himself a second. Spike now planted. Freeing coming away with 2.
Freeing's trying to bait them in with Bane, but
2 players that just are so
Bane
damn
can't get
low.
the first
There you
shot.
go,
Yeah,
final
then
shot.
Freeing's so low.
Take him down. Bane just trying to send out the net. Gets a catch, but there's just no way to try to fish out
That's a
these
tough
kills.
one.
Divine perfectly happy to stay sat there, crouched down, sheriff in hand. PRX will go ahead, tie up the pistol count. Get 1 step closer towards closing out their map pick.
I need
Yeah,
stat checkers.
I
We
mean,
need
good
attacking op
coordination here.
stats for the best opera debate.
bodies you're
That's
throwing at the
honestly
problem.
that is a
That is
good
such a
check.
fast
That's like a
reaction
good
from Jason.
filter for the
Goodness
candidates.
Gracious.
Did you say for Jason?
For Jason. Yeah.
Did you mean to say for
Well, I wanted to say
You said
Jason,
for
and I was in the middle of saying Forsaken, and then it just all came out. Look, I just turned 40. Leave me alone.
That's true.
I just turned 40. He's pulling the age card.
Well-
No
It's
shot.
well past my bedtime.
I'm sure most people will be shocked to hear that you've turned 40
I'm sure.
because they're like, damn, I thought that happened years ago.
Yeah, I know. I mean, it's a miracle I'm not dead.
Buzz's op has definitely got better. Buzz's op is very powerful and impactful, but I don't know if we could
Anyway,
argue that
so
he is
Zach here onto the A site coming through
best
for
in the
PRX.
world, though. You know,
No
like
real
I would
opposition in
love
their
to,
way.
but
DRX just gonna be
it's
looking to
just
play
there's
a bit
been
of a death
too
ball
much
retake, perhaps,
inconsistency
maybe
in
even
the
cluster up
past,
and dive
and
with
it
Spike.
still
So,
creeps up a
knowing
little
PRX
bit that
won't be
I
happy
don't
with
know.
that feat.
Buzz's op
Their
is very
opponents, they go on
impactful for
the
his teams, but
Something. Little does he know, there's quite a few players right around that corner, but they're actually mostly going stairs, so he's going to have an isolated fight up there. This
I
actually
mean,
works out pretty
3-man
well
buy,
for PRX, I think.
PRX, they should be fine. Look at the positions they're holding. Easy peasy.
Headshot.
Dude, Forsaken,
Find one, Divine.
cruising, Device,
Eliminated.
shooting.
Damage is found here onto the players as Mako frantically trying to take down something, gets to the 20, however, but cannot find the kill.
Great job.
Overall, fairly clean. As PRX now 9-5, 1 away from hitting double digits.
No, Buzz's op is
Yeah,
very
so far, we haven't really
charismatic, though.
seen the utility from the Sentinels have much impact for the side of DRX. Got to start now. It's a great read from PRX as well. You know, most of the players are coming from the stairs area. That's where your crossfire is. Something on his own. You put Mako up there to try to do it.
Unironically,
Look, Mako's
Boaster
great,
op
But in terms of
has an
how you
argument.
kind of draw it up as PRX, that's exactly what you want to see with that retake.
Oh, I like it. Omen
This time,
TP forward.
Really aggressive, trying to play off the back of the drone, but there's a counter drone there. Keep him at bay. No spokes. Oh my God. Smoke spam. Goodness.
He
Smoke
really is
spam
getting
available.
old. Oh no, chat.
There's that wall, able to be baited out by the clone. Batman just doing his job, seeing what's going on at B. Sonic sensor right around that corner there for Bane. See that quite often with deadlocks.
Koala Noob is underrated.
Get red
That's
though.
also
There's
true.
That wall timing. Quickly cleared.
Just go ahead and break that down. Still for now though, DRX stagnant in their movements. Something creeping forward.
Corner.
Just around this corner is Estrella. And it's gonna be
Oh,
Hillman,
doesn't even
actually,
need it.
Finds the kill.
Well, now you can leave though.
Likely
Now
preferred
Hillman can
anyway
kind of
for
leave
DRX.
somewhat
Get that
safely. DRX is
Put
playing
online here for the
super
Yoru.
safe default because they're just vying for time, and then you've got Gravnet. That's huge. That's a big catch.
Elder Bay for now.
He's in though.
Hearing the footsteps and sneaking.
Ooh.
Take one down. Mako hugging here alongside
One.
Smoke. Finds one, turns
Ooh,
to the
can't
second
get
Divine.
two.
He'll go
Paper
ahead
X,
and
good
cut him
cover
down.
from Devi.
We now go into a 3v3. 17 seconds remaining. Util available to try to prevent this plant though.
Oh.
As Jing instant with a headshot, but it's onto the clone. Looks for a little bit more.
Jing?
Gets the dink, but Kevin still staying
Never
alive
mind.
for the moment.
Divine Forsaken are they're back. They're back
Cut
to
him
just
down with the
crushing
roll on Estrella.
DRX, man.
The 1v2 wrapping around both players here in position.
Not ready yet.
Won't even get the chance to try to use the flash. Basically stacked up here for him. No way to flush this out. Divine picks up a 3K and Paper X pick up a 10th round victory.
Control the space.
I mean, it's just so cool to see Paper X, the way that they're kind of deathballing around the map. Okay, yeah, you lose something there, but that's fine. And again, if you're stacked up like they are, you know, you find one wall, the other wall gets used, you're able to clear it so quickly that it's
Yeah, I mean, this is why on a 3-site map, just because you can, but you have to, you still have to actually use your walls to then clear other areas faster. Holding back like super slow default
shot onto the clone was
expects
nuts,
that you can delay a lot,
matter.
but
Still,
I mean, if you're gonna do that, you should have played Waylay. That's straight up my take.
Oh, the flash just got there in time.
You have to, yeah, you have to go for these clears. You have to make sure it's a staggered retreat to make sure you're drawing time. Just relying on one Gravnet and like one salvo is not enough.
He hasn't been able to hear the exit. Stealth drone chasing forward, not going to catch a glimpse there. Thorn's already going to be pre-popped though.
Yeah, Devi's op is actually underrated just because he's not the main opera on that team, but hey, the wall sees him. TP forward. Ooh, gets the headshot, but what matters is he stays alive. He needs to get out though. He needs help. Help! He's trapped. Somebody help him! Oh, shit!
Finds two in all the chaos.
Oh, what a round!
With the stinger, low HP on both. Only Devi popped up here for the moment, but it's gonna be Devi continuing to find these final kills. Paper X have been running away with this.
Yeah, wrap it up, Paper X.
9 rounds in a row.
Easy map pick.
It's just,
I'm so curious that DRX picked Icebox.
That's where Paper X likes it. These things are all kinds of scrappy around this wall.
I love that something's just going away at the wall. Like nobody's even batting an eye at it.
Throw paranoia at it as well. And it looked like maybe DRX was going to come through, but the weaker weaponry cost them. It's a good idea. Now that Paper X is kind of aware of it, try something a bit different. Still though, Vice Wall going to be at C, and this could just be a pretty quick hit.
Ooh. Point for Matt Point. And they go for a fast hit on B while using the Omen ult to make sure. And he gets the kill here. So you didn't have to even overextend from the entry. You just get that heaven for free. It's a good B hit. They take their time to position. Wait to see if anyone goes for a sneaky. Bait him in. Okay, there's a Euro. Oh, Prowler didn't hit. Oh, Patman, you gotta watch out. You gotta still doubt. Ring's right outside. They got Armageddon, actually. Yep, Armageddon. Oh, no. Okay, they still get 1 for 1. It's 3v3. Paper X, oh, shoot! Oh. Okay. Ah, that's unfortunate. Paper X, I think they wanted a bit too much because it was 4v4. They tried to bait him in, and the
do so much damage to this economy.
After the ults, they kind of
It's a
figured,
really
okay,
good
we got
early
to push
read from
one
PRX,
side.
but
The
DRX
decisions were
able to
correct. It's
stabilize
just the
and hold so
waterfall
many
is such a
different
choke
angles that
point.
PRX never felt comfortable
Good angle hold
that they
from
could put this
Mako.
Spike down. They knew they had the Armageddon in play as well.
How would you like to respond to
DRX
the
is able to
allegations that
kind of
you're a
find their
vampire from
timing. Just
1168,
let the
and that's
clock
the
run,
origin of your
Make
genius?
PRX make some moves, and then just punish them off
Chat,
the
what
back
is
of
this?
that.
Are we gonna have a full novel
Timing
by the
there
end of this
from
match?
All the players of DRX coordinating together on that.
1168. How old does that make me?
A ton of work to be done.
Something grabbed here by the net.
I mean, I guess I'm always drinking this mysterious red drink.
Gun barrel's been
I
spotted,
could
but
be a
don't think
vampire.
he
You never know.
scouted either. Has a gate crash. They are frantically looking for each other, but right now Hyunmin with the advantage catches something completely off guard. Makes a quick exit, just gate crashing back over onto the site.
Yeah, they immediately ping
That's a big-
the other side of
that's a
Rebel where that
big
TP would've
pick.
come through.
No Yoru,
We're really
kind of
aware
rough.
that that could be a possibility. Bane has his ultimate as well. This could get a little bit dicey.
So now the map play gets a little bit weaker. PRX needs
Trying to
to
hold down that post plant. Just
try to
getting there
find
may
a
be
pick here.
difficult.
Forsaken, finding a timing.
And Bane.
Ooh, he plays it safe just to push him back.
Gonna throw
This
up
puts
the
the
wall,
threat that we
immediately
might
cleared.
go for an A to B
For what it's
pinch,
worth,
but I think their
PRX has been
intention
really
is to
on
go
point,
to
making
A.
sure that deadlock util doesn't do much.
Do they know, though? They have no idea how many are here. They know at least one is here. Oh,
Forward, Hyunmin able to stabilize, finds the shot
I think you
before
take
getting
it.
taken
Nightfall.
down.
Try to get in there quickly. Oh,
Oh,
shoot!
got the hit actually.
No, free him, free him, free him. You have time.
Catches one. Have they cleared him out?
30 seconds
They
left.
Oh,
certainly have now,
oh,
but
what?
it
I
will
guess he was
still
out of
lead to his
bullets. What the
demise.
hell?
Bane
Dude, what the heck?
turns over to the
What
side,
just
finds
happened?
Forsaken, Patman dead.
Patman just
Straight alive
just
to the front of
delivered
the
him.
site. DRX now.
What are we
2 rounds
doing?
in a row. Still 4 separating.
Well, seemingly able to find their footing a bit more. Again, just a little bit of
It's the
trickery
red
from Hyunmin.
drink, just
Something not
notion
ready for
soup
it.
in a cup.
Probably kicking himself a bit. Even got the nightfall
No,
invested.
no.
Patman.
Dude, Divine just got
That
straight
was
delivered,
disgusting.
man.
He was jumping around. He just turns and headshots his opponent.
It makes you at least 800.
Okay.
800
it's
years
PRX's
old.
turn to
800?
be on a weaker buy.
I'm
Jin
in
does
my
have his
prime,
ultimate,
chat.
showstopper
We're just
there.
getting started.
Lucky to back it up. Good paint shells.
Oh, good
right
paint
into his
shells.
face.
Mako got
Mako.
heard, but not
paranoia
entirely. It was a phantom.
And he's just going to ult to get out.
Dude, he uses ult to
Really
get
thought
out.
there was gonna be a ton of
Paper
pressure
X stay
coming his way.
winning. Dude, you're on an eco and you force the Omen ult to
At the same
escape?
time,
In his defense,
other side of the wall.
it is Paper X.
I actually also, though,
I don't blame
I
him.
actually like that over
Yeah,
using the
there's
Shrouded
also a
Steps.
showstopper.
I'm okay with that. I'm okay with that.
Might just be about to see. There you go.
Ooh.
As Mako
Okay, don't
coming
overheat.
up and over the top. TP
Uh,
and nearly TPs right on
Don't
top of where I thought that
overheat,
rocket was
Paper
gonna
X.
go. Had a
Just-
not gotten that kill.
You coulda just sent it blind and by
That would've
time.
been both of them absolutely destroyed. Mako stays alive. Shot hits the clone.
Okay,
Flash
okay,
forward
they're
straight
still
up,
sticking
like, into the
together.
smoke, but Mako still playing up on top
Oh,
of
it's
the site.
chaos.
Comes away with a second kill here. Peeks in
Something?
for a little bit more, but something manages.
2v3? Only 5
Bring
HP
about
for
his
something? That's
demise.
all he needs.
5 HP remaining here on the Yoru.
There's only 3 people on the other side. 1
Swing out of
HP
the
per
corner,
person.
Batman gonna be taken down.
Down, C.
And it would have to be some of the crispiest shots that we have ever
30
seen
seconds left.
in quick succession to one another. And it will be
Okay,
Hyunmin
wow.
narrowly scraping by to keep himself alive. 8-11, DRX now 3 away from tying it up.
Yeah, I think Paper X
You've reached your
probably should pull
stop.
the trigger on the second time out here.
What?
Talk
I
about
don't
how
see
they
no
wanna deal
stop.
with
This
these,
train ain't stopping.
walls at the front of C.
It's going all the way.
Seems like originally they were just kind of throwing the clone at it, and now they're trying to get through it in different ways. I think you're better off just early.
No, they just need one more from
taking
that
some out
point.
control,
They'll be
throwing
fine.
Throwing the clone
There's
at
still
it, getting rid of it, and working
3
the map
more
off the
rounds
back of
before they're
that.
tied up.
Because
Don't they?
every
Doesn't
time
Paper
they
X
try to
have another
just go
timeout
through
too?
that vice wall,
See,
you're
there you go.
sending, you know, something through a TP or
Easy.
King
Alex
flash
figures
packing
it out.
forward.
Alex got it.
It's been dicey, to say the least. Yeah, there was one round where they won getting through that way, but it doesn't seem to be consistent. So I think you really need to be diligent.
Hellman's kind of a nasty player
clearing
too,
out
for
the
sure.
sentinel util.
PRX, DRX.
And yeah, just a fan from that one. Unsure who to vote for, so they'll hedge their bets.
Can't decide.
RB, I'm a
blame him.
fan of
No.
DRX since
I love both these
2023.
teams.
I watch VCG China just to watch
It
RB.
really does feel like
We love
sending
you.
one of them
Oh,
off
that's sweet.
in this kind of fashion, given they have
There
to
he
play
is. Oh,
against
there's
one another.
RB.
I think
Oh,
is
shoot.
probably
He's
here
just
to
2 rows above you.
DRX. But it feels like watching 2 friends go to different colleges.
Oh,
They've been
yeah.
together since middle school. One got into NYU, one got into Temple University. I might be speaking from
It's
my
very
own life
East Coast
experiences
bias
here.
there.
Yeah,
Oh,
NYU and Temple University. Like, what the hell? Achilles.
I mean, it is.
I feel like 90% of our viewer base isn't going to get
matchup.
that.
There's just tremendous history here. Obviously, our first ever Pacific Finals. You know, you want to see both of them succeed.
Yep. What in the hell? Hyunmin, it seemed like he had no idea
What?
where
Dude,
he
Hyunmin
was.
is so quick when he's
Looked like
quick.
walking down the street, but then he got his
How
bearings
the
and he got the
hell?
shot.
He heard us talking about best op.
I'm a good walker. Don't take that away from me.
So you haven't any. You're not bad at walking. You just don't know where you're going.
Oh, well, that's intentional.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
Well, he's talking about PRX DRX. He was making
That shot
a
has
reference to like how
brought
it's so
this
hard to
round
pick
a bit of a
between like two
screeching
really
halt.
good friends, and they each go to like a different school, and you
got
want to support
something's all-
both.
But you lost.
Basically, Valorant terms would be
bit of
you don't know who to
early
choose,
there.
PRX and DRX.
I just walks past it.
Yep, has been popped, and Estrella immediately going to be sending that Steel Garden. Forsaken TPing forward here within the smoke. Mako, seems like he's suspicious of this. As salvos.
Oh gosh,
Backwater, and
it's
then
turning into a
Estrella
mess.
peeking out, able to find two, three,
What?
As Forsaken does fall, Patman answers back for a singular kill.
Timeout,
Out of the
and we
fight,
just run into
Paranoid up, he's up and over the
util.
top, and Mako likely just going to go for a quick little peek. Finds the headshot.
Oh my
And that's gonna be
goodness.
DRX now continuing with a win streak of their own, 2 away.
Uh-oh. Things starting to get a little bit out of control here for PRX. DRX. coming
Wait,
right back.
no shot.
Jeez. I mean, the ideas were good there. It's just the timing a little bit off for
Damn,
Jing.
dude,
He's just a little bit
Hyunmin
slow
is-
behind that flash.
That's a nasty
Times
kill.
we've seen Jing go for that
Oh
setup
my
and go away
gosh.
with the kill.
Yep.
Him versus
All right,
Kong
sting
looks
around.
free in my head.
Sting
He
around.
also had the operator. Jing, he won that
A
fight.
little G2 shout
Around,
out.
though. And not
No,
allowed
I don't
for it.
expect this round. Well, no, actually, they could do it this
Still
round.
retained.
Depends on how much util you want to use to
Double
take out
push
the
up.
op, though.
Bane into is that smoke
Oh,
now.
Yeoman's committing to this.
Moving
Who's
here.
going to break it for him?
Taunt gets ready
Okay.
to come through.
So they use a bunch of
Sneaky
util.
crash out.
Unfortunately, they don't get a kill, so that's a lot of util spent. But
Been for that
you get
sonic
rubble. They don't really have the weaponry to take Mount at the same time, though, do they? Well, unless,
Take a
I mean, it's
moment to
Divide. Divide's been hitting shots. He's got a
that rubble
sheriff.
control. You wanna shoot.
Holy, dude, how does he get out with
Presence on the rest of
without
the
a
map.
scratch?
Two sides of the clone in tow. Absorbs that op shot here for them.
Early wall
Wall set up
spent
a
from
tree, free,
DRX.
able to find something here at the door. As Prowler quickly cleared out. Patman able
Nice
to draw down
kill.
the Sheriff, finds the kill, and that's going to be a weapon now collected. Estrella looking for some timing
Okay, he
shots.
knows that they're inside.
Tiny bit of damage going to be found.
And Devi. This all comes down to Devi.
Push up from Mako. Finding the lurk.
Well,
Devi gone. 3v4.
we'll see.
But tight quarters.
You have a Vandal on
contact.
Patman.
The Stingers are,
The
gonna
Stingers
be able to
are
find
good.
some value. Shorty going to be drawn in. Hyunmin narrowly gets away with that. Now goes ahead, throws
Oh,
on
the
dimensional drift.
ult.
His weapon's going to be juggled
He gets a
around.
Phantom. They're both trying to like take away weapons each.
He's going to have to contend with Hyunmin here from behind. Classic drawn out. Forsaken is able
Nice.
to find that. Grabs another weapon, but Bane capitalizes before he can
They
get
know
that
where
steady.
Patman is, though. Have they cleared
Time
Waterfall?
ticking.
I'm not
Patman
sure.
On the cross angle.
He gets
needing
one?
to clutch it out.
Time.
Bane
Play
drops
for
down.
top.
He
Oh,
falls
okay,
forward.
okay,
Patman
okay. He's learned the
hits the
PRX
Red Bull
way.
clutch to get
Okay.
PRX up to map
All
point.
right.
What a round.
He has been so good for PRX in these clutch situations. The
Damn.
new kid on the block. Making it look easy.
Paradox, what are you worried about?
He has just been
Look at Patman,
so
man.
reliable.
He's got it.
Post plant. He's so disciplined. I mean, that weird position he takes catches Mako off guard. Nobody holds at that angle. Nobody holds inside of the archway of that door.
He goes for the taunt, too.
And then he backs
Dude,
right off,
Patman
buys
is
himself a little
honestly
bit of
like the
time,
clips of their
confirms his other
comms
opponent's
and stuff.
position,
Patman's huge for this
deals with
team.
that.
What a pickup.
And this is the last time
What
out.
a pickup.
All four going to be used here. DRX with the final one. Trying to find a way to get 3 in a row to send it to OT. Looked like maybe they were going to get it done. Patman had other ideas.
Please go to Toronto.
Yeah, please send him to Toronto.
Timeout call, needing 3 in a row to take this into overtime. DRX has been playing a good amount of overtimes as of late. No stranger to it. We'll see how things look going into this one. PRX just going to be looking to bring this to a conclusion right here, right now. Not leave that door open
They should be
any
able to
wider
close
for
it out
DRX.
here. You only need one. 3 chances,
Something-
easy peasy.
Oh boy, he's got a judge.
And he's got a dimensional drift. This ought to be good. This ought to be good. Certainly there's some kind of setup here with this. Plus you could use the Nightfall.
They're one away from a Steel Garden as well. They've got a ton of ults online, whereas DRX don't have much of anything.
Ooh.
TP forward with
The
the
fast
dimensional
ult.
drift. Something on
He forced the
here.
op out.
Wall just gonna be shut down as
Sees Bane.
frantically
He's
figuring
waiting.
out where
He's
the
waiting.
hell he can go to escape. Will ride the rope. No,
Oh,
drop the down.
dude,
Something
what?
runs out
Dude,
of
that is
time.
insane tech from Bane. What?
Waits
Dude,
too
Bane
long.
read that so
Burns
hard.
the pot. Food not being eaten tonight. That's Bane able to find one more there before Jing comes in for the trade.
PRX.
Drop
Okay, you
down.
know they're in drop.
Little avoidance
Jing
there
just
from
needs to
him as he
hold it.
tries to stay
Oh,
alive.
that's done.
Similarly, has to take
They
the
need to
rope
get more
down,
kills before
out
they go for the
towards
plant.
safety. Home looking
They
for
need
that.
to get
Little
more.
Flash out, Shorty drawn
Oh.
down. Hyunmin carved up as Devi at range.
Devi, 1v2 again?
Able to find the kill.
Devi
Now
again?
alone, the spike in the meantime has never been planted. It's not in play. Devi needs to try to clutch this out. Eats a bit of damage to Paranoia. Going to be sent. Goes backpedaling, but freeing is just here around the corner.
Oh no, they're drawing
They need to try to
attention.
hold onto these weapons.
Devi?
Devi has the chance! And he gets so damn close.
Oh, so close.
But freeing.
Oh
final
my
shot.
gosh.
DRX will keep themselves afloat.
Just thought it was going to be another classic Devi clutch here. Jing doing what he can to try to disrupt at the top of rope. DRX able to stabilize at the back of drop. Freeing able to reclaim that rope space and use it to set up a crossfire there to break free of that entrapment. Man, oh man, I thought Devi was just going to send us on over to Icebox.
But now he's got the Steel Garden. I mean, they're one away from a showstopper. They can try to get this orb. Steel Garden equalize the weapon, playing
Okay,
field.
again, well, just one stinger. One stinger is kind of
Certainly
tough. You
get
need at
this
least
done
3
in
stingers for a
thrifty
stinger
fashion.
round. DRX definitely, I mean, I think DRX also just has, like, PRX has a higher average of aimers for sure.
That's been Bane's home.
Ball sent out, freeing.
Like, Hyunmin and Mako are crazy, but
Knows that they're there within the smoke. The Annihilation immediately going to be sent there. Devi going to be taken down as Freeing's able to find one, sends out the
okay,
stun,
this is just we send this round. We send this round. It's all good, chat. It's all good. Deadlock ult drawn, easy peasy. Value.
Taken down, flawless.
All right.
DRX dispatching the thrifty attempt. Some, let's say, moderate frustration perhaps in the face of Coach Alex.
Oh, for sure.
As DRX is now one away from pushing this
No,
into
Chad,
OT.
I don't know if you can
There,
fully
who knows
blame
what the hell
something. Like,
happens.
something could have played
Oh,
it better,
exactly.
but Bane completely
Such
baited
good-
something in that previous round.
Second half here for DRX. Once they got a few rounds in, really started to find their comfort on this defender side. Just can't
All
quite
right.
get this double duelist.
Showstopper online, Steel Garden online, Armageddon for DRX.
19. A little bit off balance using those flashes. Jing.
Oh, Armageddon used early.
Unable to find it.
Trying to round him out. Oh, the showstopper! Dude, they isolate the showstopper! Okay, they're in B, though. This was all a fake. PRX? Oh, no. Spike drop.
On the Patman
Uh-oh.
forces the rest of the team back, and now the spike
Uh-oh.
dropped here.
DRX
Inside
getting a little
Freeman.
curious,
Something
though.
pushes up into upper.
We appreciate that
Off
as a
guard. To the corner,
PRX.
Freeing now going to be flushed out. Steel Garden holds back the remaining players. As we go into a 3v3
Okay,
in the
spike
post
planted.
plant.
Dude, I can't believe the spike gets planted.
Util,
Dude, if they overcame the beginning of this
Ults
round, they can
burned.
close it out.
not much
The
more to
wall
work
is
with here on
actually
either
blocking
side.
off Mako. And drawing a little attention to himself.
Mako breaks down one of the walls. The rest now expired.
Smoke out on main. Mako just says, all right, I will mark this side.
Mako tries to go for the swing and
All right,
straight up.
Forsaken gets
Ball.
one.
A
Nice.
kill apiece to bring it to an end. OT not happening. 13-11.
Told you,
PRX
chat.
will close out their map pick of Lotus.
Chat, this
Oh,
train
man.
isn't made out of paper. That's the
Pumping up
dinosaur.
Forsaken there.
What are you worried
Gotta
about?
love the energy that we're seeing today. That was a hell of a comeback, though.
Yeah,
for
Mako
DRX. It
should have
looked
at
like
least
this
ulted.
was
Like, even if he just
PRX
quick canceled it.
Easy go into Icebox. DRX had other ideas. And just in time, PRX is able to stabilize off some huge plays from the likes of Patman.
That was
Devi coming
PRX's
up
map
when they
pick.
needed it most.
Was PRX's map pick.
We'll see. Forsaken really solid throughout that entire map. What does Icebox look like between these two teams?
W train bound for Toronto. You can see how bumpy the ride was on that little artwork there.
The tracks are a little rickety.
Yeah.
The overheat's gonna melt it because it's made out of chocolate.
You're laying them one by one.
Oh, classic
One after
Paper
the
X
other.
map experience, though.
Stability is
Classic
not
Paper
going
X
to be
experience.
that
I am
much of a
so
concern,
curious what
nor will it
DRX
be
is gonna do on
guaranteed.
Icebox,
This is
though.
by narrow margins, but Paper X
I am very
usually
curious.
do get their map pick, and now they are one map win away from getting themselves to another international event. Missed out on the first year.
Sacho banned me for using track by
They
track.
want DRX's ticket. We'll see if they're going to be able to get it.
Yeah, I
is all
wonder
that's
if
gonna
they
be standing
stick
in their
with
way. We'll see how DRX
Harbor
looks
Viper.
on that one as well. A bit of a rocky start
I don't know if that's gonna be enough
You'd have to say.
against Paper X.
for the Korean squad, but started shooting back, started finding their footing and getting a read. So hopefully that is going to continue.
You're 0 and 5 in
Just
predictions
get
this weekend,
one hell
HFMI.
of a
Well, who you got
two
for map
between these
2?
two teams.
We gotta know.
We'll see what happens up as we go ahead and take a much-needed break after all the chaos from this opening map. Of
Why is the Rex and Paper X not related to dinosaurs when Rex
Rex
just means reigning king? Well, because Tyrannosaurus Rex is also a different iteration of Rex.
Spiking a little bit here and there, especially as we
Rex in that
near
sense is
the
from
end
Latin,
of
no?
this first map. DRX
But
almost
in just
made it
English, it
into
would just be
overtime, but Paper
a
Rex,
shortened
you know,
version
they
of
continue to
T-Rex.
well, I wanna say
So Rex is
dominate
oftentimes
voters, but
casually
DRX
used as a shorthand for dinosaur. So like Paper X's logos and everything, like their drawings and everything, their their uniforms and everything, reference to dinosaur fossils and things like that.
To be able to just scrape it across the line, 13-11, and that just shows you.
Paper X plays like which team if you had to compare it to one from Masters? Bangkok? I don't think they play like any team from Masters Bangkok, to be honest. Paper X is Paper X. Was there any team that played? I mean, I guess Vitality, kind of. Vitality was probably the closest at Bangkok. You know, very death ball heavy, but Vitality did not play very well at Bangkok, so.
It could be a PRX versus DRX game without it going to all 24 rounds. It's just meant to be.
Is that what Tyrannosaurus Rex means? I didn't know that. I didn't know it meant Tyrant King. But in English, people just shorthand it to like Rex to reference dinosaur. And Paper Rex has made it very clear that that is their intention beyond the name. So.
Both of them big standout maps.
Yeah, and Devi really stepping up here. 20 frags.
Dude, Devi really, yeah, this was a Devi game for sure, man. What is it, 2 clutches, 20 kills?
One of them keeping their cool. Also, Patman in that clutch moment there, just absolutely.
Yeah, Patman clutch was also huge. All right, chat, we're gonna run some breaks. We're gonna run some ads, and I'll be right back.
I wanted to tell you all a little story. This is something that
What are they doing?
Will really capture the hearts of many right now. I hope you're all sitting comfortably. I was out of town on Sunday, and I heard my friend Alex had retired to the countryside.
Oh, he's reading a pasta.
Rightfully so, after such a stressful time coaching the world's most chaotic team. How have things been? I asked, and he said, it's all good. Life is a lot more chill now.
It's gonna be the goat pasta.
We walked out towards the back, and I was hit by the most foul, eye-watering
My goats are
stench.
never washed.
And I turned to him and I said, Alex, what's that smell? And he looked me dead in the eyes and he said, my goats are never washed. They can never be washed. Wait till chapter 2, a train tears through the farm and it's violent. But we're back. The goats are not washed. One map away from Toronto.
I like that story.
Breathe it in.
Harry Potter.
Get it in your veins.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, they are.
I think Valorant was his first like main game for
we'll
big
see
time.
If this is how things will
I know
end, if they're gonna continue in the 2-0 fashion here, but we need to rewind a bit. And
he studied to go into
Paper X
accounting
on the
or something.
defense,
I don't know if
really
he's like studied
solid
econ or
ideas.
something like that, but I think it was accounting, and he didn't want to do that. And his he has a brother who also is a coach, I believe, in EMEA Tier 2. I think his brother got into Valorant first, so then he got into it. The goat pasta is so good, though. All right, chat, I'm going to go stretch my legs. Be right back.
Once they have that map control, they're in a really good spot because they can hold it very easily. So PRX go out in front. They go forward, they disrupt, they get on those deep uplines to not give them any control. That's really good macro understanding, really solid coaching, and good game plan.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, their defense has been super solid across the last 4 maps. And again, I thought they were actually going to need need more than that on their defense because, but on the attack, they managed to clutch up a couple of rounds, come in with enough ideas against the deadlock. But DRX brought ideas of their own into this game. They completely changed up their comp, and I love this pistol round. This really reminds me of the set execute that you run on a Ascent A site with the deadlock, where you throw the wall up over the top, block one of the major retake pathways in through Waterfall there, and the other thing they did so well was disrupt PRX before they could come in for these retakes. You see players taking duels in towards spawn, so not only are you running into deadlock utility and vice utility, but you're also getting disrupted by these individuals taking fights with you if you try to complete your retake.
Yeah, we saw at the start of this game how PRX's approach was to try and get into the site fast, try and not let them get that spike planted. So when you're able to have those set play walls that buy you a lot of time, it lets you set up for that post plant, which is obviously where their comp was very, very strong.
I'm just really liking what I'm seeing from both sides today. PRX could close this out, but really, who knows when you have a map like Icebox. But I think whoever ends up winning today, very well deserved, and you know, I think they'll have a great performance over in Toronto. And I still don't know who's gonna win. I'm very happy again to see PRX kind of up and up, you know, track by track, fish by fish, at least for Lish, for David anyway there. And I didn't pick Divide today, unfortunately, and who is this, Big Time?
Yep, I have.
You got some good numbers on the board right now.
And Jing, I mean, Jing could have got me some more if he could land a showstopper.
Oh man,
it's a free kill button. It's a free kill button.
He just kept walking around with it. He never shot it. He just both times.
He was cursed with that. So if he's playing Raze and Icebox, which, you know, I'd be kind of surprised. But if he does,
God,
then
I hope not. I mean, these two teams, they have played each other on Icebox, though. We cast our minds back all the way to week 1 of the groups. It was the opening game for these two teams, and Icebox was picked by PRX. This time it's being picked by DRX, who have not been great on this map. They've lost most of the times they were playing, but that was with the old comp that they were running. This time you see them mix in the Harbor up against Talon, and it worked an absolute treat. But the last time these two teams played, PRX played this Waylay comp with triple Initiator, and they got 10-1 on the attacking side. They rolled them on attack.
Yeah, I mean, I just don't see PRX bringing this out again, though. I don't see this Waylay coming. I certainly don't see this triple Initiator coming. We're way away from that meta right now, and I think that's probably partly why DRX wanted to pick it. PRX have not shown a particular willingness to play this map. I think they're trying to spot the gaps in the map pool, where sometimes when you're doing these map vetoes, you want to project strength, right? You might not necessarily want to ban it out all the time, but you just kind of hope it doesn't go there, and I think that's been the case with PRX and this Icebox map. So very, very targeted pick, but again, as you say, it's not been good for DRX either, so I have no idea what to expect here.
Do you want to see this? You say probably not. We probably want to see the Waylay triple Innie. You don't want to see it again.
Please don't do that to me, PRX.
It was weird.
I didn't love it. I don't think it was fantastic.
To be honest, though, it will play very well into the Harbor comp. If you see the Harbor comp come out for DRX, I mean, the amount of Initiator util that you've got here, you've got flashes, you've got Waylay, it's going to actually work a treat, disrupting a lot of the Harbor walls and things like that. PRX had a lot of interesting ideas, but it did feel, I mean, it did feel like a one-pump comp. I call them one-pump comps. It's like, you just throw out a comp for a specific matchup, then you're probably never going to touch that again.
I also feel like if you're expecting the Harbor on the other side, I think there's better approaches than Waylay. I think Yoru brings more. Don't get me wrong, I think KO there can be good, but
I think you just need a KO. I don't even think you really need that much. Just like a KO in the comp, probably good enough against a Harbor, and it's a fantastic in there on Icebox as well. It's my favorite.
Termi, yeah, Termi's got to have something cooked. I'm not sure if it's just the Harbor Viper.
I love Sage.
I know you like
it. I can't believe we're not seeing it from anyone. I think it's great. I think it simplifies the map. It's fun. Everybody's just boring nowadays. You know, no one likes to throw things back to the good old days, back when Valorant was, you know, at its peak. When Sage, I'm talking peak Valorant, as in like when the Sage orbs were like huge and the wall was insta.
Yeah.
Both PRX passes.
Nothing.
Has DRX ever played ISO at all?
You're telling me
I don't think so, actually.
You don't want to see Jing on Sage this game?
Jing on Sage?
Yeah, you don't want to see it? I want to see
time.
it.
He just
watch this.
Especially on defense, he uses the wall just to.
Oh wait, hold on. Before we watch, I don't know what you just linked.
Surprise me, PRX.
Okay.
I think they will. I mean, they have continued to do so with the Waylay comp.
What is this?
But you're right, Pilsky. They ended up dumping it just like they dumped it over in Lotus and figured out a brand new comp. But see what they are bringing out today on Icebox.
Dude, this is so adorable.
Map pick. Huh? And DRX absolutely needs to win this if they want to have any chance of going through.
I'll clean this up.
All right, DRX are going to back themselves with the exact same
Dude, this is so well made.
against Talon. They
Such
smashed
trash.
Talon with this Harbor comp, and I
What
think
the
we're
hell?
playing against a comp
Was
without
that supposed
flashes
to be a
playing up
fight?
against Talon, and they're playing
Dude,
against
for
someone
stop
very
animation, this is
similar.
incredibly well
Very
done.
standard
Yes.
against PRX.
Yeah, I
Yes.
think that
Areas?
double control,
Well
that's,
done.
that's the main
That was
thing.
good.
Omen
Let
is
me
the
cleanse.
biggest mix-up.
The German.
The Joman is back on the PRX comp. That's the
Pack your
biggest
bags.
mix-up. Now, I
We're
love
heading
watching the
home.
Omens look
I
through
say
mid.
that
It's
was a
different
good
than how
job.
the Viper does it. And smoke up those
I
turrets,
admit,
TP to
that
find
was
those
good.
timings. That's what I want to see.
That's
from
so
Dream.
well
Get
done.
up in their face through mid.
All right, we're
Well, that's
gonna
so
go to
well
round
done.
2 of
That's
this
actually
very
adorable.
exciting series. I have a question for the casters.
Yeah, for stop motion, it's really well done. This was the jump tech for the grab net.
It's not something that I have a necessarily strong opinion.
And when I saw that, I was like, no way that's a thing, right?
So it's not a sphere, which is crazy.
Whether or not we're going to be seeing a cross-continental railway be built from Asia to North America, that is another question. We shall see, but PRX have
So PRX have Patman on Viper. Okay. Dude, that stop motion was adorable. Thanks for linking that, PRX.
Whether or not the project will be completed or abandoned, we'll have to just wait and see.
It is a long bridge, no doubt about it, but it's getting close to completion across the Pacific Ocean. I'm a huge train fan. Mako, a lot of players there. This is scary.
No Flash Harbor Viper for DRX.
Good amount, though. Those footsteps telling a broad tale here. There's Hyunmin dodging up the paranoia, the shock dart. Tail went into the corner. Tail went out from Hyunmin as Bane.
Oh, it was a nice bait and switch from PRX. DRX just hits their shots. Dude, Mako, he's been lurking mid pretty frequently on Icebox. PRX, I mean, they don't really have the leisure to pay attention this round, but it's actually almost better for Mako to get kills here this round. So PRX are reminded of mid.
The salvos about to be sent. Held to half, but Patman taken down. Freeing finds a one. Jing looking for that second.
Okay, he does get a kill, so PRX now knows that the flank's coming.
We'll take the opening pistol here on Icebox as they look to extend this to a third map.
Yeah, this is going to be rough for PRX, I imagine. I mean,
Chun-Li has guns. Wait, what? In Overwatch? They're collaborating with collabing with Street Fighter? That's crazy.
Just an Omen is going to be the difference there instead of a Tejo.
Literally, Mako should have not revealed himself until the last moment in that round. Like, if you needed him to show himself, that was a bad round from DRX. So PRX takes those.
On that Sova, that scan util is going to be so important for figuring out what the hell is going on the other side of these harbor walls.
Oh, well, that's that's a pretty big ping, eh? I mean, I like the attempt from PRX. Well, I guess we're doing it live.
Squad there ready to just go ahead and pick apart the remaining players of PRX.
Hey, what's up, Hyper Stuff? I mean, listen. I got on the train last week. I ain't off of it. I got on it right before it got too overcrowded.
We'll just opt to back away.
Oh, good read, though, by something. Just needs to do as much damage as he can. Gonna be tough, of course. So many players.
No, apparently Ryu is Hanzo. I have to actually check that out. I want to see a video of it. That's such a funny concept that Overwatch is collabing with Street Fighter. Overwatch really is just a gacha game now. It's just collabing. It's just a mobile game. It's just collabing with everything.
That's huge. I mean, that gives you such a great ability to clear through on towards A with that Reckoning. Force PRX to play retake. And again, that's really, really tough going up against this.
What's the third map we can't see? Oh, does it cover it?
DRX is going to be piloting because you don't have a lot of flashes. You have to rely so heavily on either just Contact or Forsaken's util to get to the
I believe it's Fracture, but
decisions on the way in.
There.
But they're going to get aggressive. They're going to try to get ahead of it a bit, our PRX over on the A side, but all the attention actually towards B. So DRX kind of doing what you would not expect. And when you have a Reckoning in play, just going to make a quick hit. And Divide just has to backpedal and wait for reinforcements.
There's a nano to try to delay, but now the Reckoning going to be
early Reckoning to round 3 Reckoning.
The angles here at Snowman as well.
I mean, it being used before the spike plant is kind of good news for PRX.
And
they deny it with the util, so it is good news.
Wall's getting ready to fall. This now becomes a very difficult
Because
position
you need to
here.
win this round, especially if they use Reckoning. You need to be able to turn around, otherwise the snowball's going to be too big. Nice long-range fights from PRX. As long as Mako doesn't get like an ace, yeah.
Something just a little bit faster. Bane finding himself a second, the Nano at the ready. The wrap around here back yellow.
Yeah, he's too fidgety. He's too fidgety.
Go ahead and deny a bonus conversion. Minor damage dealt, 2 casualties overall. Not too bad as PRX get themselves on the board.
Yeah, for sure. And overall, I just really like the understanding of the situation here for PRX. Just knowing that the Reckoning's in play. So.
Oh, is there a Star Rail live stream today?
Get A for free and try to play for retake.
Yeah, maybe it's time to get back into Star Rail. All this talk about the trains.
Wisely just backpedaling the whole way once he starts getting contact. Let them play for this site. Use some of those long-range guns and something getting them hyped up. Rifles abound. And now we really see what the meat and potatoes of both of these teams looks like.
The meat and potatoes.
They're trying to set up for this aggressive push.
Does allow them to get into a nice forward position. Shaken going to be sending the drone. Bane does get spotted out. Something on the ground.
Something. Whoa, what's going on?
The top dropping down.
YouTube, figure yourself out. Oh, maybe that was just the observer.
He will just slowly back away. Pings coming through. Bane swooping in. He's getting closer here to making contact against one another. Now backpedaling out, and the pressure is there. The pinch coming through.
Dude, Bane is trying so hard.
Oh, what? No! Winning out this fight.
That's bad. Oh, that's bad.
To note it from behind a garage, but ends up falling to the wayside. Spike at the same time gets planted.
They need to just ignore him. They need to just go mid. They need to ignore Bane.
Player forward as everybody else cuts across through mid. The fuse now starting to get held. Manages to get that up to half.
They let him get half?
PRX
takes those?
Find that kill. Cloudburst going to be thrown down. Estrella finding one, looking for the spray, push out of the wall.
Okay,
and
well,
it is just going to be that round starting to
that was unfortunate.
Out of control here from PRX.
Do you think PRX are also going to push the harbor walls too?
Bane finding that kill changes.
I mean, you kind of have to a little bit at some point. But if you have good lineups, you don't need to. So that's what's going to be tested.
That round makes it way more difficult for PRX. They can't take as much map control as they like. They can't control that
No,
space.
Flappy, I don't do anything for BA anymore.
They have to loop back through tube.
I never really played the game, so.
To let PRX go through that way. They've got those crossfires set
Never
up.
actually got into the game.
Walls they can throw at it. Similar ideas, but a much weaker buy behind this.
No, Street Fighter's famous for their Fortnite collab. That's the famous one.
Okay, well, they're just gonna go
It's like really random.
This time get rewarded for it.
Ryu from Fortnite, that's the joke. Or Ryu from Smash, that's like the joke.
Freeing taken down. And that is the
oh, the joint round table. They did have that, yeah, which was interesting.
Out of hand. It's PRX getting themselves a thrifty to close the gap down to 1. That would be devastating for DRX.
No doubt. Knives out as well for something. He is so good with those. Can really be a difference maker potentially in this round. DRX though.
Don't you mean Ryu from Streets?
Checking every possible angle.
They successfully got Ryu from Fortnite into Street Fighter.
Util may be here at the plant spot. Still have 3 players.
It's crazy.
Eyes on this position. Hyunmin creeping towards mid. Might get a peek here from Patman.
Ryu from Streets? What does that mean?
Staying stagnant here for the moment.
What does the Ryu from Streets mean? Chat, once a meme is
Where did that go?
overdone and
what happened to that?
busted.
I was just looking for it too.
Did it just evaporate immediately?
It just
there
didn't show up on the map.
Okay,
It's just not a good meme, chat.
I was very confused.
Same.
Oh, tons of damage. Spike
It gets
planted,
planted,
the
though.
cause there. Now you've got 3 players versus 5. Hyunmin on this
What does my brain say? I think PRX will win.
Absolutely monstrous for the team.
They're playing so
Pulls the trigger, doesn't play
well.
patient.
Listen, they're generally playing so well these teams. That scene was not it, but generally they have been playing very well.
The plant not really gonna be far. Up and over the top it goes. Tries to get the spray down, but Forsaken.
Dude, that is what makes him exciting, though, is it not? The fact that he does stuff that only PRX players would do.
To ensure the thrifty.
Dude, like that's what makes it exciting to have him on a team like DR. That was a crazy call from Hyunmin. Holy.
Such a tempo setter. Estrella there has to give his life for the cause. And that puts you at a 3v5. Bane fragging out on this map, looking good. Yunmin doing his best. Great switch, but Forsaken coming in clutch. Another hero stepping up for PRX. Something with that up.
What the?
This is where things get
Why is Paper Thin
You do have
struggling?
Oh,
Hunter's Fury.
Bit of damage going to be taken there from the salvo. Oh, the jump up, the drop down. I think you might have seen here is Hunter's Fury now also going to be opened up for Forsaken fishing, but
Not really getting anything out of it.
Found.
You heard the jumping.
Very well may have. Mako pushing forward. He hears the footsteps and oh, he gets just a
Yeah, they
glimpse
now
of Batman as well.
they are always keeping an eye out for Mako and Bane.
A little bit of a
PRX has a good pulse on DRX.
And here comes the swing from the flank. Mako
Bait.
on the
Oh,
hip
he
of that
still
left
gets
hand side.
one.
Nearly
Ah, it was a
gets the
nice bait,
transfer.
but
Some damage dealt on the two. Divide.
something
Forsaken
far
tagged
away
up.
wasn't really thinking he was going to be the one targeted.
4v4 as timing send here on this lockdown.
Okay, Hyunmin's pretending like he's left. Good push up from Patman. You like that?
But now needs to try to just go ahead, tuck
But
out
he's
into
just
the corner.
he
The
pits
lockdown
up.
gets ready to
Okay.
trigger, and it's going to be the hit invested actually. Gives himself over.
I actually kind of
to
like
the
that
detain.
from Patman. Keeps himself alive.
Turret keeps him
Mask
protected
them on
from
the
behind here
retake.
for the moment. Bane on the
Forsaken's
hunt
drawing
for it.
attention from behind.
Flush out Forsaken at the same time.
And he gets a
Armageddon
kill,
goes in,
too,
Forsaken
even? Maybe
guns down
three?
three. Swing out. Cannot find it.
Damn,
A
dude.
4K as we are tied up 3-3. What a round from Forsaken.
Goodness gracious. Forsaken looks like he's done. They know he's there. They're busy cleaning up stuff on site. They're somewhat ready for him. Forsaken's just having none of it. Love this play by Patman, by the way.
They are really, PRX are really
Potentially,
working
but
like a
Viper's
well-oiled
been there.
machine again.
Unbelievable.
With Patman there, too.
Unbelievable. Yeah, let him know.
Man is on his feet. And PRX now poised to go ahead and gain the lead for themselves unless DRX can pull out
Yeah,
their own
Forsaken
thrifty.
wants them to be
Sheriff's
back
the
in
coast,
internationals
the
for
nine
sure.
this
Forsaken's
stinger.
hungry for it, man. He's feeling comfy again. He looks happy to be playing again. He used to look miserable for a little while.
Danger.
I mean, I guess when you're
PRX in this, but
so used to
something with
winning
the
and you
judge.
start just losing,
Playing
it feels
close up
pretty
at
bad.
B, so
But
they can lean a little bit heavier into the ooze.
Drifting out wide.
okay,
Knives
doesn't overdo
avoided.
it.
Two of them going to be burnt here.
You can play for the retake. It's just
Not really
ecos.
deterred nor slowed up. Estrella. Bit of damage going to be
The
something
thing you have to
from the
really
shot
worry about
darts.
is the salvos.
Just popped through the wall. Now here on the floor, Divide with one. Get him a lockdown. As okay, Hyunmin, quick little
Okay,
get back
hold on.
in
That's like the one thing you need to watch out for.
He's going to be able to find himself a second kill. Something taken down, but Divide out.
Oh,
Has the
okay. You use the
immediately
lockdown.
sends
Okay,
it.
plays it safe.
Give the Armageddon investment
Salvos.
in the previous round. Not
Going to be
clear this
used
out
to draw
with any kind of
time
ease. Headshot could be
because he
found there
knows they're
from
going to get
Frigate.
pushed.
Falls low, but he
I
stands
love the
tall.
push
Finds
outs.
Estrella.
Snake
That now
bite
leaves 2
launched,
players left.
but
Smoko
good watching
scaling
from
forward, finding the
PRX.
first
They should be able to get it.
being
Yep.
held, and Patman there to bodyguard. Damage
I think
dealt, but
PRX is
round
making
not
them a little
found.
bit squiggly.
PRX, they gain the lead.
I mean, I
Three in
think
a row
Bane
for
is definitely
themselves.
kind
Now
of
up 4 to
playing. Like, I
3.
think the adrenaline and the nerves are
love
kind of
the
getting to him.
confidence
He's
from
very
Patman.
much shakier than
This looked
usual.
like
But that's
Hyunmin
because
was
he's
just
like, I
gonna
think it's just an
take over
effect
the
of them
round,
like
but finally
trying to
PRX
be
able to
ahead
get
of
the weapons to
PRX.
bear.
So,
And Patman just
and
no
generally, I
fear.
think the decisions they're making because of that is generally better for
Still
DRX, but the
happy to
aim is
step
definitely a
up
bit
and take
shakier.
players down. What a great play from him. Lockdown well used there as well by PRX. So again, a lot of the
After watching PRX comms, I think
play.
it's safe to call Patman the
Really looking
Filipinos.
solid.
Also, maybe he really is
DRX
such an
trying
important
to
part in those comm
right the
highlights.
ship, trying to
Obviously,
find
who
some
knows what
answers there,
else,
and that
but
he could almost get it done. Blade Storm's
PRX,
so impactful, but
get ready
still just
to
not quite
see
enough.
the letter P, which when pronounced P, it would be blood. So get ready to see some blood.
Man,
DRX
I mean,
fighting.
Forsaken one round, Patman the next. I mean, the star power on PRX just through the roof. The confidence finally back. Yeah, let's get that plane ticket ready for PRX. Well, maybe.
Yeah,
Not
PRX
quite
is playing really well against
Should be a train
basically
ticket.
like Harbor Viper and
Train
Tejo.
ticket.
Like they've accurately
Well, I
identified
mean-
that this was going to be the comp and they're
I mean, I
ready
guess you could
for it.
argue they're
Right?
similar.
You're going to mask
Fly
info,
into
you're going to go
Toronto
for the
and then take the
dump, and then
train
you're going to
to
play
the
post plant
Yeah,
with
sure, that's
util.
also doable.
And PRX just
But I
says,
thought we were building,
we're
you
just
know,
going
like
to
a huge
charge you
bridge
forward
all
like
the way from Seoul
ASAP.
to-
Like
Well,
literally
sure,
before
but, you know, the plans
anything else
haven't been
happens, and then now and then they mix in a
communicated
flank so DRX can't get
Oh,
comfy.
this is Sliggy's top secret mission.
Yeah.
Oh.
Oh, if they make it, I expect that. Okay, well, Hyunmin's dead. I'll have to hold that thought as Ring's dead. With whatever the timeout call was.
Wait, what? How did they
for,
get two
PRX
there
have
through the
undone it.
spray?
instantly at the very start.
What
of
a
the round.
call off the timeout, though.
So aggressive.
I guess now I have time. I was going to say,
Yeah.
every PRX game, if they make it to Toronto, I think he needs to dress up as a conductor. He needs a train whistle, he needs a little hat.
Oh, he
He's
should,
just
yeah.
feeling the...
And if you don't do
Bane's just feeling the
you're dead.
tremors from the
Yeah,
train, dude.
yeah,
When
you're just a
Sliggy
bad-
said that, I was like, no shot.
Human.
We'll never,
You don't do it.
I will never communicate with you again. So get on it.
Get that outfit ready.
Well, this is going to go from bad to worse. It's in to this A site. 2 around the corner. And PRX not looking to get overly aggressive. Except for Forsaken, who will go for a quick little peek.
Yeah, there's not much DRX
Unpunished,
can do
though.
in this
We've
round.
got
It's
little
a failed
insurance policy
timeout
of
round.
something
Your
around the
creds are in
corner.
a mess. It's 2v5.
Thunder's Fury. Oh, Jin goes
I
down.
mean, he goes for a kill, but
Don't
like,
wanna
what does
give
it really
Mako
mean, though?
any more looks like
It's
that.
not like PRX is out of creds.
Forsaken might have got spotted there.
Even if he has, I'm not sure if there's going to be too much to be done about it.
Dude, Forsaken's getting close to Thunder's
is
Fury.
On it. Mako now frantically trying to hold on to the weapon. He cannot. Batman is right
Oof.
there to go ahead and take it away from him. And that is PRX counteracting the timeout call gorgeously by spamming the wall and then just running forward.
Yeah, they just
Kills.
spam.
I mean,
It's
that
a
second
good
kill is
call
much
off the
more
timeout,
PRX,
though,
but that
honestly.
spam there, just anticipating that there's going to be a player up on belt.
Oh, now they're getting loud. They think it's close. They were so cautious
PRX fans, something to be
on the
excited
first
about
map.
again. Hudman with the hero rifle. Little Mako's pit if you can get there, but it's a lot of pistols behind it.
Which do you
They're all
prefer,
rifle
Tejo or
gunmen.
Sova? I think actually Sova, but like Tejo makes the reason Tejo's so good is he just makes things a lot easier.
So
Like not
frustrating
just
for
the fact that
DRX.
you don't need
Bane
lineups,
have
but
any information about this at
dude,
all.
I don't
Seems
think
like the
Bane.
drop
Oh, now he
you're
hears
not
him.
heard. Maybe starting to hear his footsteps, perhaps. That's something. He's just mowed him down. Through the smoke.
Well-
Jing eventually, patience there, gets rewarded, finds
Oh
himself
no,
a kill. Hunter's
this
Fury
is starting to
gonna
get
be called out.
unfun, chat.
Something finds
PRX
Spring,
is
and that's gonna be a
making this not
flawless
fun
round.
at all.
PRX. Now 5 consecutive.
What was I saying though?
Get up to 6 on this
Oh,
defense.
Tejo. Yeah, it's just that it's not even just that you don't need lineups, but it's just like
They look so
instantly you
good
can
right
clear
now.
events from the
I mean,
beginning,
again,
like
the
things like that.
map
It just makes things
understanding, their
simpler.
win conditions to get
But I
ahead
think I prefer
in
a
multiple
good
ways.
Sova.
Like not only does this early aggression on A just net kills and make things difficult, but it gets ahead of the controller utility. That makes this Harbor Viper comp scary. Puts a ton of pressure on them. There's so much that's layered behind this idea.
That's kind of like Soul,
It's working
Kami.
out extremely well
I
for
always
them.
tell
On
people
top
it's
of their
like,
just cracked mechanics.
it always takes 45
I mean, you
minutes
gotta
to
love
get
this
anywhere
is
from
PRX.
Soul
You don't
from
have to worry about
anywhere.
any
Sometimes a
flashes.
bit
You
longer,
just
but it's
run
like
at
never
people
shorter, no matter how
and
close
shoot.
it is.
Yeah.
It's the best day ever.
They've now gotten themselves 6 round wins, guaranteeing at least a tie at the half.
DRX is trying to up the
After
tempo.
not cleaning up
But
the
dude, I
pistol
mean,
round.
again, they just have the read.
And from
Look
the
at something.
defending side, tap of the spike, something out wide. Sends out a shot.
Checks for.
They
Oh,
will
okay.
get
Well,
alerted
now
as
Patman's in a
Mako
awkward position.
does note that flank coming down from mid. Patman thinking
So
that he
that's
was
the
gonna be able to
rotate
spring a
called
trap.
from DRX. PRX can get ahead of it
Mako
though.
keeps them in the round here for
Forsaken.
now.
Okay.
Wall,
I
or
mean,
rather, orb
walking
will
through
fall.
an opponent's
Forsaken
poison cloud
joins
is
it.
perhaps a little
Seems like
greedy.
DRX will go ahead and break
Oh, and
this round win
PRX think
streak.
maybe because the rotation was
PRX
seen,
had
they try to get
established,
back.
get
It's either that
themselves
or they
a
try to go
4-6
for an early
scoreline.
save. They don't
That's
need to
plenty.
save though, so I think they
But
try to get the read, but
PRX
DRX just as we have
not looking
numbers.
to get too silly with it. They'll just back away.
I wouldn't mind seeing Devi go out there and die. Try to get a little bit closer to that lockdown, but
There's a caveat.
Yeah, we'll be watching EMEA today. I'm not sure if I'll stream all the way
What
up to
stage?
EMEA.
I wouldn't mind
We'll
if you just
see.
went and just
If it
died.
ends here, it's going to be a really quick day.
Yeah.
So,
I have reasons for
I mean, maybe we'll
everything.
play some Valo.
Yeah.
We could go back to
But I mean, like,
Blueprints. I guess I'll just
you know,
eventually have to just
closer to the
re-download all the
lockdown
VODs
point.
anyway, but
Yes. No, I don't disagree. There's still a lot of damage to be dealt. But I think the call is, okay, we don't want Bane to get any closer to his lockdown, freeing to that Armageddon as well.
Yeah.
yeah, I
Two
mean, I
more
think
rounds to be
Devi
played
should
out.
go for kills for sure,
Well,
just to
he's
try to
gonna
get
poke
ult
and prod
points.
around mid.
What is going?
Spotted.
He's gonna die around mid. Mako
Dude,
will be able to
YouTube,
find it.
figure
That's okay,
yourself
But
out.
he already had that pit, so
Yeah. You give it up to the right person, no biggie. No biggie at all. All right. Estrella has his ult again. Great win there for Bane.
I won't ask about Mario
just
Kart.
threw his aim off a little bit with
I
some
should, you know what? I
movement. One of those
should.
bullets went wide.
I think I'd have to resub to Nintendo Online as well, but
So a little
Mario
bit
Kart could be good for in
this
between
micro
stuff.
There cost him potentially against Bane.
How about taking a
Operator
rock dragon?
available.
Dude, you all have
away
like
from a blade
designated
storm as well
games
for
you
something.
champion for. We've got like Kami
Again,
for
though,
Monster
a lot of
Hunter,
scaling
Kami and
ability here
Yisel for
DRX
Monster
with this
Hunter.
reckoning.
We got Exco for Baldur's Gate 3
Goes
whenever
up
they
there
drop
mid.
around. We
Shoot
got
as
Infinite
well,
for Mario
scaling further and
Kart.
further down too,
We got
but
new
double
friends
face
for
out.
PoE.
That's gonna clear the turret. They keep
So
the
funny.
op hidden here for the moment. Mako pinging out the position though, damn near perfectly. But does he know what weapons
Did that
behind him?
one-way land? I don't think
They
it
can
did.
lock this mid angle down. This B hit has to be really clean for DRX.
Swoop out. Seems like they didn't know. Op
Damn,
catches him off guard.
DRX is getting picked
Something brings it up.
apart.
Now down a player. They're flanking that potential A pressure that could be coming out.
Oh yeah,
Quickly
Tron for
gets
the finals.
nullified. Jing shifting over. Snipes him in out
Oh,
of the
nice
skies.
catch. I think
Two
he
kills down
was,
for him before
he did
getting
have the
traded
decay
out.
on him, but still,
2v4.
nice catch.
Tap of the plant. Mako trying to see what kind of response he gets from it. But now he's backed away. Spots out Patman here. Wide swung from Snowman. Mako able to find one, but being unable to find Forsaken. If he hits that shot this round, maybe
Damn,
doable,
dude,
but
clean.
instead, it'll be
Seven
Forsaken
already on the
collecting final
defense?
two. 7-4.
PRX takes it.
PRX guaranteed the advantage here at the half.
This is just great creative stuff from the early part of the round again. This time they're showing different looks to DRX. It's been a lot of early A pressure. Goodness gracious, Jing. But that gives them so much map control here. They have that mid, they get that kill. They know that one of the lurkers
Is this Forsaken the
dealt with.
off to Forsaken? No.
That allows them to just
He
plant
has
their
talked
feet
about how
there,
he's
and
always had to
Straya
clarify
just
that,
pushing
though.
forward to try to get the spike down, never gets to use the reckoning, still has it.
Isn't that why he put the 0 in?
Only one more
To
round
try
use
to
him.
differentiate?
Oh,
Confidence play from Patman, but shots going a little bit wide. Hyunmin able to chase in, finds that kill. Mako trying to get himself entrenched here in tube. There's a straight up Cove down, shock dart
Racing Horse
avoided
Girls is
there.
the perfect in-between game.
Goes for a little bit of a safer
Chat, do you think
plan.
this game
Minor
ends before
damage gonna be
YouTube
suffered.
dies?
Now stays in a forward spot. Drone to try to flush him out the wall. Falling.
I
something
mean,
scoped in,
dude,
finds Hyunmin.
dude,
Straight
Paper.
out.
I'm actually kind of
Bucket,
surprised at
Bane,
how
fire.
well
Able to find
PaperX
one,
is playing
inches
against
in
this
from
comp.
mid.
Granted, I think
Vulcan's racing the
DRX
opposite angle, and Bane
is
just
getting a
holding us
little
down, keeping
bit
his IGL alive.
flustered.
Now Mako up over the top.
Okay, well, hold on.
Springs the ultimate trap.
Okay, well,
is just
just
a
in
bye
general, though, concept-wise, even this round,
DRX.
they are
7-5
playing
here in
around
their
the
grasp.
harbor quite well.
There's Defy running out of time and options, and everybody disconnected here.
Like, they're
away
not
from the
just
side,
ramming
keeping
their
the
head against the
Armageddon
wall as like
layered
they
in, 'cause
always
why
do.
the hell not? Bane will go ahead. Started off the defense there. Will finish it.
Yeah, that's why he has a 0, right? For Forsaken,
DRX
yeah.
rescue the half as much as they possibly can, but now they move to the defense. It needs to be immaculate.
Yeah, this just felt like a hard read from PaperX. They're assuming.
Yeah,
that
I
with
mean,
that
the
reckoning there again,
7-5,
last time they saw
PaperX
it,
is fine
it
with
did go
this.
B, so they're like, okay, surely this time.
We'll see, though. We'll see how
Batman, you
DRX
can play
feels
a
on the
little bit
defense.
aggressive,
Because
maybe
one
get
of the
some
things
space,
is
get
that I
some
think the
map
Harbor
control,
Viper
dude.
can be really
Pressure
good
right down.
against very aggressive teams on defense.
And, well, halftime 7-5 again. PaperX up on top on their defender side.
To be fair, the Soup Korea stream is like the crispiest stream, no?
Pretty much every map.
Yeah.
Which DRX player has looked the most impressive in Stage 1?
Tough choice.
Oh, yeah. General Hyunmin
We'll go
or
with
Reliable Mako?
You
No, I'm with...
convince me either way.
Mako off of
Yeah, I don't think it
IGL
was
is kind of a
bad, I don't think it was
resurgence,
bad
but
selection whatsoever.
I do...
No,
I'm a
no.
huge Hyunmin fan on
Who's
DRX.
stronger? Like in what regard?
Who's stronger?
Like, who can lift
Forsaken
more
Hungry
weight?
for
Well, I don't
Victory or
know.
Jingon
They're
Duelist?
both pretty skinny.
They probably
Actually,
knowing these
Forsaken
two and
for
what a
Victory,
pair they
though,
are,
Forsaken, like,
probably
desperate
could,
for a
like,
win,
bench the
I think
exact-
wins out. I think
down to
desperate
bland.
Forsaken is, like, a force to
the
be
exact
reckoned.
same number.
They can bench the bar.
Yeah,
Yeah,
maybe.
maybe.
I
Have
mean,
you played Hollow
right now,
Knight? Dude, what is
if you're going off this series,
It's DRX Squirtle using water gun on PRX
crazy what happened to
Charmander.
Forsaken, the
That's
impact that we've
so
seen from him
funny.
Yes.
has been
Oh, that's great.
utterly fantastic.
YouTube, figure yourself out here.
That's a great sign for
Stop
PRX.
sending me into the past.
In the long run, if Jing doesn't have to be the hard carry like he was last week.
Have I ever played Hollow Knight? Chat, we're just gonna live in the past, I guess. This is.
Not that he had to be the hard carry there. Doesn't have to be.
I have. I never finished it. I've never played it on stream though. It is a game at some point. Maybe if Silksong gets an actual release date, I'll play it.
Devi, you know, everybody, something firing on all cylinders for that PRX team. We know what can happen. We've seen it before. We've been there. And they're gonna stack up.
I think one of the reasons I never finished Hollow Knight was because I didn't realize that it was such a long game. I don't mind long games, but I went into it thinking it was gonna be a pretty like, you know, quick and done, you know, nice and sweet Metroidvania type beat, and then like Ori kind of felt like what I wanted, but Hollow Knight seemed to be much more.
Damage exchange here between the two jets. HP the difference.
It's releasing this year. I've heard that every year. Yeah, I know what's going on with that game with Silksong. You're kidding me, man. Dude, YouTube. My God. You have everyone sick of Twitch and you can't figure this out? Oh, sorry about this, chat. We really are. Living in Korea is really paying its dues. We're going to watch in Korean. Because that is guaranteed crispy quality.
정말 살아났는데요, 진짜로.
와, 무결점으로 갔어요.
아, 진짜.
물론 뭐 썸띵 선수가 제트를 잡았을 때 이게 더 나오긴 합니다만
Okay.
그런 건 사실 상관없는 거잖아요.
Dude, look at how crisp that mini-map is.
뭐 제트로 몰한 건 아닌데
그러니까요.
이상하게 제트만 잡으면은
이상해요.
이런 에임이 나오고
네.
야, 좀처럼 좀 안 나오던 페이퍼렉스의 리액션들이 이제 나오네요.
네.
All right, PRX just gonna deathball it. Just a two-man buy. They're literally just looking to trade. It's kind of insane, actually. Yeah, just because I mean, for one, I would like to support the English casters since our audience is English speaking, and you know, some people like the excitement of the Korean casters, but some people don't like it if you can't understand the casters, etc., etc. So I always default to English cast, but wait, what? At that range? Oh, well, this stream's dying too. Maybe the stadium is just dying. It is raining today. Not that Korea usually gets affected easily by weather, but... Dude, if PRX loses, they're going to regret the two-man buy. Okay. 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 All right. Forsaken. Forsaken.
예, 진짜 끝판왕이네요.
네.
아니, 체력이 첫 번째
Easy peasy. And now they can buy up fully.
네.
예, 팀원들이 잘 나와준 것도 있지만 야, 오늘은 포세이큰이 진짜 위기 때 막 와, 야, 현민도 대박.
Dude, Forsaken, yeah, Forsaken really wants to go to Masters.
그러니까요.
해결사입니다. 해결사.
됐다 싶으면
Dude, 3 HP.
체력 3으로.
Dude.
요원 이거 해야 되는데 그때도 해결사.
예.
다 해줘요.
물론 뭐 총이 밀려서 그런 거긴 하지만
물론, 네.
야, 포세이큰이 진짜
Deathball A again.
자, 15번째 라운드 이제 총기가 나왔습니다.
I mean, the smokes and whatnot, the smokes and screens don't matter much.
마치 지금의 만조는 미드도 나갈 수 있고 우리가 B를 먹을 거다.
Ooh, Pat. Oh?
팬맨도
What?
지금 저거를 당연히 이거를 페이크 넣는 거라고 생각하니까 움직이다가
Dude, what the? Dude, what is that spam through the screen?
올라온 거 봤어요? 자, 이번에는 아까와 다르게
Okay, big paranoia though.
오, something.
They need to find some kills before they go for the plant though.
베인이 찡을 잡습니다.
Oh.
우리가 주도하겠다.
자, 에스레아 두
Oh,
명.
DRX is already all in. Divide? Oh, okay.
현민까지 이번 라운드를 가져가는 DRX입니다. 9대 6입니다.
이게 어차피 팬맨을 잡았고 4대 4니까 아까 전처럼 상대가 카운터워를 날리고 이런 상황을 만들기 이전에 그냥 템포를 우리가 조율하겠다.
DRX PRX era is over. PRX regime Keon is here.
아까 1라운드와 비슷한 맥락일 수 있지만 결국 사이트를 채우자라는 판단할 수 있는 DRX가
그렇죠.
유리한 거였죠.
네.
그러니까 이게 A가 그럼 원초적으로 이제 왜 A 수비가
No, RRQ uses Rex from the actual Latin meaning.
생겼어요.
네.
그러다 보니까 이제 전진으로 그걸 해법을
King
찾는
of-
건데 많은 팀들이. 그리고
King.
일단 포와 이런 것들을 갖고 있는 지금 이런 조합이라면 A든 B든 영역을 먹어놔야 하버의 존재의 의미가 있는 거란 말이죠.
네. 자, 일단
Yeah, they're playing it slower. Outlaw.
나가 있어요.
지금
Only two have, yeah, only. But the damage done is huge. I think on Icebox. Whoa, a little shaky. A little shaky from something. Oh, it doesn't matter.
진짜 혼자 들어왔어요.
이걸 깊게 들어와서.
I mean, Hillman was tagged though. That's where the outlaw actually matters, right? Because if you don't get traded, the tag will just make the chaotic fights on A so much fast or so much better. And Patman's all the way around. If DRX doesn't go fast, PRX has this round in the bag.
아 너무 잘 돌았어요 팬맨이.
너무 뒤로 빨리 돌고 있어요.
이거 알아요.
Dude, the timing's so good. He knows they're not in the site yet, so he can creep walk again. Oh my goodness. Pack it up, chat. Pack it up.
답답해집니다.
그렇습니다. 아, 진짜 빨리 달려왔거든요, 팬맨까지. 자, 궁극기를 소진했습니다만 결국에 페이퍼렉스에게 돌아간 라운드가 됐습니다.
야, 13라운드와 15라운드
Crazy guy is older than Ewok and Warbirds. Is he? I know Ewok and Warbirds are relatively younger. I knew that, but I didn't know Crazy guy was older.
피킹 나갔다가 아웃로에 한 대 긁힌 거고. 그래서 사고가 계속 스노우볼이 구르는 거예요.
네. 자, 직전까지 왔습니다.
Yeah, you have to have good lurks on Icebox. It's always been that way, though. It's always been that way.
너무 헤쳐나갈 산이 많습니다.
이게 만조로 먹고 들어가는 소위 말하는 심리전이 만조를 쓰고 진짜 한 번은 나가줘야.
네.
그 만조가
No, but exactly, chat. I'm so glad everyone's seeing it though with PRX. I guess just because they used to be so extreme on one end. This just says please win, please win, please win, please win, please win, please win. But like the map reads, the map timings, the how much space they have on the map. Like PRX is actually playing the map. It's crazy. They're like no longer just playing a gun game. They're no longer just playing an FPS. They're like, why is that sign so crinkly?
마스터긴 해요.
네, 좀 흔들리고
근데
있는
죄송한데
상황.
치어풀을 많이 주고
왜 지금 너무 손에 땀에 진.
예, 지금 기분이 많이 언짢으신가요? 그 정도로 긴장된다는 거죠.
네, 빡빡하게 좀
치어풀 저 빳빳한 종이를
네.
쥐어 짤 정도로.
Yeah, the performance coach is cooking hard, but also I just think like they've been able to really understand what they need to keep track of in the game instead of just playing to win fights.
선수와 에스트리아 선수 있는
Okay, so a little bit of an early fight first from DRX now off the timeout, and then they buy time. You did see his head, but Estrella kind of sleeping at the wheel.
그런 적극적인 교전을 좀 지시했던 것 같습니다.
네.
팬맨?
아니 계속 지금
이거 좀 소리도 못 내고.
Dude, how is this a 3v3?
트레이드.
Dude, Forsaken is not stopping, man. Forsaken wants more, man. Dude, and the jump, the bait and switch to Patman is such a good addition.
진짜 양질의 킬을
It's so crazy.
자, 그리고 마코 선수가 갑니다. 그리고 커버를 해주기 위해
Oh, dude, Patman 4K.
페이퍼렉스입니다.
플래시긴 거 알자마자 그냥 쏘면서 뛰어버리네요.
네. 아 맥락은 나쁘지 않았고 퍼블도 나왔는데.
No, PRX is like actually playing Valorant. But the thing is like they figured out the balance. Like it's not like they're just trying to play like default comps or whatever, but they're playing Valorant. They're playing the map, but they still have whimsy. They still how do I best put it? They still work under the assumption that they will win the fights, but they position the fights advantageously across the map. It's really good. It's very impressive. Like it clicked at the right time. Okay, Jing getting taken out, but huge Hunter's Fury. Harbor gone is massive. And Patman pulling a little Mako.
아까 전에 보여줬던 그 장면 하지만 포탑 때문에.
근데
The
저것만으로도
turret's there.
A에 흘러갔던 저 병력들이 못 지나가죠.
그렇죠.
Yeah, Bane's now gonna watch mid. You don't know if he's through tube or not. You heard the gun now, but you're not sure.
너무 잘해주고 있어요.
자, DRX가 A 클리어인 걸 봤을지라도.
Oh, dude, the shock dart to make it look like he might have gone under tube. Okay, he gets spotted now.
드리블 너무 잘하는데요. 자, 미드 쪽 신경 쓰이게 만들고 있습니다.
Yeah, but Patman wins on that though, right? Because he now gets the pinch because Bane had to give it the space. Dude, Patman is crazy. Dude, Patman is a godlike pickup. He's already done his job and more. Dude, Patman MVP, man.
이거는 그냥 개인기인데요, 사실.
개인기면서 아이스박스에서
Damn,
왜
dude.
중요한지를 진짜 보여주는.
저게 사실은 미드를 들어가는 공격도 되게 불편한 맵이지만 잘
You know, the other reason I like it though is that like I'm glad one of the two kind of significant W gaming chaos teams between PRX and Nongshim have like, you know, PRX once again proves that you just have to find a way to adapt it to the current pace. You can still make it work. So hopefully this is like Nongshim watches this and you know the Nongshim team is also thinking like, okay, here's how we adjust that to our style. Because I think before that there was a lot of doom and gloom. It was like, oh, it just doesn't work. Like PRX, it just doesn't work. You can't just W gaming anymore. Like, and it's very different, right? It is very different, but I think you would argue that there's still the whimsy of PRX for sure.
그리고 지금 안 보이는 그림에서 충격 화살을 알람보 깨려고 한번 쐈던 것 같기는 한데 깨지진 않았어요.
네.
아 근데 이러면 DRX는 A의 미련을 못 버려요.
네.
자, 상당히 좀 신경이 쓰입니다.
Yeah, the harbor just to buy time, but smoke as well. Yeah, PRX, dude, that's huge. That's what the casters are screaming about, the smoke. DRX is getting played on the map. Oh, okay. Well, at least he shut that down. That's kind of huge. Armageddon to keep him trapped in? That's a good Armageddon, actually. Oh, knife for knife? Something? Something strikes back? He's so low, though. He's so low. Oh, Jing, my guy. The easiest kill is the one he misses.
와, 이거 큰일 날 뻔했죠 DRX 입장에서는. 그만큼 찡이 잘 질렀고.
네.
아 오늘 진짜 베인이
진짜 살림꾼이에요.
네.
너무 베인 아니었어. 진짜.
끝난 거죠. 네. 와. 자, 또 한 번 구겨졌겠는데요, 지금 카즈가. 와.
거의 찢어졌어요.
예.
Dude, something's at 19-13. All right, now they're going to do a full send. They had it methodical, they went for a fake, and now they try to change the tempo. They go for a full send pinch with Jing. This is such a good use of Jing, by the way, and what he's good at. Oh, shoot? Oh, shoot? No. Hold up. I think if you're going to use a timeout, you have to use it this next round. Because if you use it too late, you allow DRX to also chill. I think if PRX wants to use a timeout, they got to use it now. Because otherwise it gets really iffy in the mind game department. Dude, even Estrella's getting kills? I think PRX should call a timeout this round. It's early enough that it doesn't, like, it's just to cool them off, right? Make them overthink things. You can also reset a bit instead of like trying to use it last minute, where DRX can also like calm down after the adrenaline gets to them.
소위 말하는 섀도우 복싱을 너무 오래 했고, 근데 이제 교전을 걸고 영역으로 해보다 보니까 이제 좀 풀리는 건데, 이길 수 있는 라운드를 좀 많이 졌죠 사실 DRX가.
Easy ace. Divide with the op. All right, if Divide aces this, he is de facto the best opera in the world. Let's freaking go. 15 seconds, he just John Wicks it with an operator, walks in and gets 5 kills.
근데 제가 보기에는 라운드에 여유가 많기 때문에 페이퍼렉스도 한번 지를 수는 있는데, 중요한 건 이제 자금이 이제 꼬이기 때문에 아마도 썸띵을 컨베이어 벨트로 올리면서 시작하는 무난한 그 슬로우 A.
Okay. I would love to see a timeout. There you go.
그런 식으로
Clock stopped.
아 근데 여기서 양각을 다 처리한 게 너무 컸네요.
그냥 여기저기 다니면서
Mako is so scary when he doesn't have to IGL.
보자. 그리고 연장까지 가보자라는 희망을
So you kept the up.
가지고 있습니다.
So PRX has got to figure out how they're gonna use the up.
살렸고
네.
일단 우리에게 코인 한 5개 정도 있으니까 뭘 하고 안 됐을 시 그리고 이제 가장 중요한 라운드를 어떻게 해야 된다.
네.
할 얘기가 많을 겁니다.
PRX fighting. Is that Sage or just a random drawing?
네. 그동안 진짜 페이퍼렉스의
Alex times out to discuss what to eat to actually calm the players down. I don't know. They don't look so calm.
저는 너무 재밌는 게 전통의 강호들이었지만 가장 올해를 힘들게 시작했던 두 팀이 일단 뭐 RRQ야 이번에 하이코리아니까 빼고 젠지와 페이퍼렉스는 그런 느낌이에요. 만약에 페릭이 간다면 그리고 가장 강력했던 게 DRX인데 이게 멤버 변화 이후에
I don't know. I'm honestly, I don't have a clear idea on what PRX could do to like just like secure the round 100%. The creds are also kind of messy.
감 시작 갔다가
So Devi's just going to be looking to get a pick on A alone. If he does, you start to shift weight, but otherwise, I mean, I think they wait for someone to push out with the guns they have, no? Oh, well, dude, DRX even just hits up. That's actually crazy.
그러니까 이런 팀에 구덩이 걸어가요.
Oh?
많이 긁혔어요.
Dude, they actually deny the pit? With a frenzy, mind you.
구덩이 주인이 쫓겨났어요.
그냥 내려갔습니다. 나바이.
Huge pick.
다바이 오퍼 잘 써. 야, 근데 템포를 지공으로 가고 다바이가 봉쇄니까 봉쇄로 밀고 자리 잡은 다바이.
Who's getting it? Forsaken makes it so that they have it closer. They have lockdown as well. So you denied the... Dude, this is actually... If they win this, it's a crazy round. They deny the pit early. Because the plan was always to get green and then lock down in. And Devi's just chilling to wait for picks when DRX is trying to go around. Okay, well, something's been caught as well. Lockdown for lockdown. That's a little rough. Ooh, Reckoning pushes them all out. Right as it ends. Paranoia to get back in. Good cover. Dude, what a round from PRX. Holy. Dude, what a return. What a return to Masters. Damn. Really well played from PRX. Track by track. No, well done, well done. Yeah, the rise of VCT Korea was greatly exaggerated. Hey, remember when chat was filled with people like, you think Riot should separate SEA? You think Korea should just have their own region? They're ruining VCT. All the criers. Oh my goodness. Alex returned to France and walked into the Louvre for its special art opening. Striding past the Mona Lisa and water lilies, he stopped in front of the main exhibit. In the center was a family of paper dinosaurs in a vat of maple syrup. As a single tear rolled down his cheek, Alex knelt. PRX is so back. Oh, man. Oh, dude. It's a crazy story, though. But this makes Pacific so interesting. Like, I know I'm memeing and I'm making fun of anyone who over-exaggerated. This is a lesson learned. Stop over-exaggerating and being over-reactionary. But it's such a cool story. PRX makes a valiant return after being down in the dumps. You know, a big roster change in a long time. VCT Korea looked like they were going to dominate, but it's actually Gen G, the only one remaining for Masters. Gen G coming back from the ashes. RRQ makes their first Indonesian team appearance since VCT. It's a really good story for Pacific. We have insane narratives going on.
성공했습니다. 지금 어떤 생각이 가장 먼저 드는지 다바이 선수에게 물어보고 싶네요. Congratulations, guys. I mean, I could see the excitement in your eyes, especially for Forsaken's reaction too. But you guys will be fighting.
You gotta be happy for
Toronto.
PRX.
So can you tell us about
You
how
gotta be happy
excited
for
you
PRX.
are to be back on the international stage?
I mean, what was it again? That's how I said that. I mean, obviously, I'm very happy, and I think the team feels the same way. We've been working very hard ever since we have
You look so
rough
emotional.
start in the beginning of the season. But I told the team that if we win the DFM game, we're gonna go to Toronto.
Ooh. That's when it all started. That's when it all started.
시즌이었기 때문에
Damn.
그만큼 빛을 본 것 같고요. 그리고 오늘 진짜 승리를 하면 토론토에 가니까 다 같이 힘내서 한번 이겨보자라는 마인드가 잘 통했던 것 같다고 합니다. 근데 포세이큰 선수가 정말 기뻐하던데 왜 그렇게 기뻐했을까요? I saw Forsaken going, holy sheesh, like 3 times in a row.
Yeah.
Why?
I don't know. I think he's been working out also, and also I think he's been very excited, and also he's also been working very hard. So
He's
yeah, I
been
guess the
working
gym
out.
energy is hitting him.
He's been working.
요즘 그 포세이큰 선수가 헬스를 많이 해서 체력이 좋아지고 좀 에너지가 터진
He
것
just
같고
can't contain the energy. His muscles are getting too big.
그래서 그런 격한 리액션이 나온 것 같다고 얘기를 합니다. 그리고 알렉스 감독님도 좀 마스터즈를 가게 되면서 방콕은 함께하지 못했지만 지금 토론토 갈 생각에 너무 기쁘실 것
That's
같고
so funny.
팀원들이 자랑스러우실 것 같은데요. 소감부터 들어보도록 하겠습니다. Alex, I mean you guys missed out Bangkok, but this time you guys will be flying over to Canada to fight on an international stage once again. How proud are you of the PRX guys, and also how happy are you tonight?
I mean, I'm obviously very happy. I think I can see the amount of work they put in. You know, even from the start of the kickoff, I think we came back immediately after we basically took like a 5 days break, and we came back immediately to Korea to achieve this. So I am extremely proud of them.
워낙 이 선수들이 너무 열심히
No, I think
해준 걸
Alex
알고
should be
있기
really proud.
때문에 그
Also, all the flack that
노력이
Alex
잘한 것
used to
같고,
get
그리고
too.
사실 킥오프 끝났을 때
This is
그때부터
unreasonable.
을 올리고 좀 퍼즐 조각을 맞추기 위해서 끝나고 5일 만에 다시 한국으로 돌아와서 다 같이 열심히 스테이지 1을 준비했기 때문에 너무너무 기쁜 결과라고 얘기를 했는데요. 좀 다바이 선수에게 여쭤보고 싶어요. 지난 5주간 상당히 많은 변화가 있었습니다. 뭐 팬맨 선수의 합류로 인해서 분위기도 많이 달라졌고 조합도 많이 달라졌고 그리고 모두가 페이버렉스가 기억을 찾은 것 같다라는 평가까지 받게 됐는데요. 어떤 요소가
That's the wrong
어떤
아우.
변화가 페이퍼렉스가 이렇게 다시 폼을 되찾은 데 큰 도움이 됐는지 가장 도움이 됐는지도 물어보고 싶네요. Davai, you guys had a lot of changes that you had to go through within the past 5 weeks, right? You know, Patman coming in, vibe has changed, comps have changed, you know.
Dude,
people are
Patman
saying,
getting his
"Oh,
visa
PRX
in
is
time for them
definitely
to
back."
battle
You
through
are
it is
saying we're back.
clutch.
So what do you think the biggest factor was when it comes to PRX remembering who they were and you guys getting back into that prime form?
I think it's hard to get the form again because I mean, let's be real, this year we have so many good teams, like especially from Pacific, you know. So we've been trying a lot of things in practice and stuff, and of course there's a lot of online coaches as well, you know, like try this, try that. So
There's a lot of online coaches.
and yeah, I mean it's good that it's working out. I mean, to be fair, we had Patman on the first game. We knew that it wasn't enough time yet to get the chemistry together, but we believe in the process, and also thanks to you guys that been supporting us. You know who you are.
Ping pong rituals helped you out too? Yeah?
I mean,
That's it. I love that he says that. The ones who have always been supporting us, you know who you are. That's a good line.
먼저 워낙
Kind of a jab at all the people that just flip-flop whenever they lose.
열심히 일을 했어야 됐었고 워낙 열심히 노력을
He's still the reason PRX don't have an IGL, so I would give him some slack, but not much. Who, Alex?
좀 삐그덕거릴 수
I
있겠다라는
mean, you make it sound like the players begged for an IGL and Alex said no. I don't think that's true.
좋은 결과를 만들어낸 것 같고
He may not be enforcing it, but it could just be all of them not feeling the need to enforce it. I think that's a crazy over-exaggeration and a crazy allegation.
피드백을 보면서 약간 비꼬는 것 같기는 한데 고쳐나갈 때 고쳐나가고 스테이지 1 동안 정말 많은 변화를 도입을 하면서 스타일을 찾아갈 수 있었고 그래서 좀 그 탁구가 많이 도와준 것 같냐고 하니까 탁구 재밌고 도움이 확실히 되는 것 같지만 다바이 선수 스스로는 탁구 잘 못한다고 실력까지 공개를 해줬는데요. 여기에 대해서 또 알렉스 감독은 어떻게 생각하고 있는지 궁금합니다.
I think all of them have it just took them a lot of
가장 도움이 됐을 거야. I want to hear from you.
It took a lot of
Alex. What do you
friction on the
think
team to like figure
enabled
out
you
what was
guys
needed.
to
I think
get back
Patman's a
and forth,
huge
figure
addition. I don't think
things
it's any
out
one
quick
thing.
enough so that
Like,
you guys
you know,
can book your
Divide
way to
calling them out.
Toronto.
You know, Sentinels had that a little bit with Zelsis
I
a
think
couple
the biggest
times
thing
in the
was just to get
past.
a win under our belts. Even you could see we're struggling in the DFM game because we're just trying our best to just win. The most important thing was that the players had to believe that they were good enough to do it. You know, after the DFM game, I think everything changed. We were a little bit more confident. We knew that, hey, we're not that bad. We had a lot of external help as well, performance coach, remote coaching from other people. You know, and I think that's a big deal. Also, we have Sliggy. I don't know if everyone knows the meme, but he was running he was leading the train charge, you know, and we managed to get it to Toronto somehow. We're still going to be here in Korea. We have things to do. Not finished yet. We're gonna pick up some more people, but we are gonna get to. I mean, I'm glad to say that the train will be stopping in Toronto.
Hello. And also shout out to Pujan.
There you go.
Lucky chum. So thank you.
Yeah, I mean, dude, I love that. I love the brotherhood between Divide and
승리하는 게
FNS.
가장 중요했고 DFM 때 많이 힘들기는 했지만
I mean, developing an idea. No, but I'm saying, like, what if the players aren't following through? You know what I mean? At that point, trying to force it down their throat is probably worse. You got to work with what you have. Like, we're not in their team house. To say that it's one person enforcing purposely not developing an IGL is a crazy allegation.
슬리기님을 필두로 한 열차가 드디어 마스터즈 토론토에 정차할 수 있어서 너무 좋다고 얘기를 하고요. 그리고 다바이 선수는 개인적으로 FNS 선수까지 샤웃아웃을 해주면서 우리의 럭키
Dude,
참이었다라고
it is crazy that FNS drops out of the bracket, starts watch party, PRX is going on a run. It is funny how that works.
Facing RRQ tomorrow. What's your mindset heading into that matchup?
I mean, we had our ex-teammate in the team. I just hope that he's gonna perform well. We also gonna perform well so that the viewers enjoy the show. I
It
guess
should be
it's
a
the
banger.
better of the Indonesian, you know. So which one is the better Indonesian?
The Indonesian.
Dude, RRQ though, they gotta play not scared. Then it's a banger. But if RRQ plays scared, I think it's not a banger.
또 누가 가장 잘하는
Chobra, you picked PRX before stage 1 started. Cannot believe you backed down so early. Well, they were in the way of Nongshim, so I couldn't predict them to win. They were both in the lower bracket.
Congratulations!
That's not my fault. What am I gonna do?
네, 이렇게 해서 오늘 하루 마무리됐고요. 저희는 내일 다시 돌아오겠습니다. 좋은 밤 되세요.
Yeah, just sign FNS as an assistant coach, but he's actually just a content. Dude, PRX should just sign FNS as a co-streamer. It'll be a really good stress test for RRQ. It'll be a BO5. It's PRX like on a run. I mean, well played for PRX though. Like they played solid. They played solid. Really happy for them. I think they know it too. I think they feel it too. I think they feel how well they've been playing, like on the map and stuff.
샷에 밀려서 지다 보니까 결국 그게 누적이 되어서 결국 2대0이 되어버렸습니다. 물론 페이퍼렉스도 되게 기발한 아이디어들을 기반으로
Monyet definitely looking at revenge, but like, he's got to not think of it that way. I think he's just got to pretend it's just another game. I think if Monyet does like feel like he needs to get revenge, that's when things go wrong.
페이퍼렉스 참 대단한 팀이다라는 게 좀 많이 느껴졌고요. 이번 스테이지 1에서 정말
Yeah, sure, no void. That's fine.
DRX였는데 마지막 허드는 넘지 못했지만 피땀 흘려 그동안 넘어왔던 허드 그 넘는 장면에 많은 팬들은 감동을 받았습니다.
Chances for PRX first seed from Pacific? I don't think it's actually that low.
퍼스킬이 앞섰는데 졌습니다.
But it is going to be tough just because the double map ban from Genji will be huge. But
오맨으로 옐로우 위에 올라가서
I mean, I really think the 3, it's like any given day. Genji, RRQ, PRX in their current forms, it's any given day. But therefore, the double map ban is actually really strong for Genji. Especially because you can just basically take out the good maps from the opponents. So
폭발팩이랑 비슷하거든요. 자, 고른 활약으로 페이퍼렉스가 13대8 승리를 거두게 됐습니다. 이번 또 아이스박스에서는 썸띵 선수가 MVP에 선정이 되었고요.
no, I'm not saying I think PRX is like favored to win. I just don't think it's that low. Low makes it sound like it would, like, it shouldn't be happening. I don't know if that's true. I think Genji is favored no matter who comes back up, but
그게 전 너무 놀라웠던 것 같아요.
now that PRX has made Toronto, who would you support between Genji, Gen.G and PRX? I mean, I would support both. What? Chat, even if Nongshim was going, I would support all the Pacific teams. It doesn't have to suddenly be a competition still.
그 뭐라 하는데 못 알아들어가지고 예. 왜냐면은 그 DRX가 하버 와이퍼를 들고 나왔어요. 그러면은 초반에 던지는 이 폭포를 통해서 여기까지.
Yeah, I mean, we'll review all the Pacific teams once playoffs is over, once this weekend is over, because then we'll be done with it. So, yeah. But chat, I mean, I just find it so funny, but also like sad and annoying, and like people would just be, oh, it's just like we're just having fun too, but it's like, no, there's like legitimately people who like come into the stream and they're like, wow, I can't believe you picked Nongshim over like whoever, or like, wow, I can't believe you like gave up and doubted PRX, and it's like, I don't know, I'm pretty sure I like believe in a lot of the teams way more than any of you who call yourselves fans of teams and then just literally go spew that it's doom and gloom. Like just because I predicted a team, everyone thinks you got me. You're like, well, you didn't predict them, you're wrong. Like, haha, we knew you were wrong. And it's like, there's only 2 teams to choose from. Like, what are you doing out here? Like, this is, I don't know, it's kind of like, it's whatever. It's obvious, like, it's not like I like think you should be banned from the chat or anything, but it's just like, I mean, okay, like, what do you want me to do? Kneel on my knees and cry? Like, I don't know, like atone for my sins? Have you played Dredge before? No, I've heard a lot of good things about it. It's on Game Pass. I've heard a lot of good things about it, but I haven't played it. But yeah, so Flappy was asking on YouTube if I'll update my rankings of the Pacific teams, but we'll do that after the finals are over. But now we have our 3 teams. If you watch on Soup, can we clip it and use it for YouTube? Yeah, because it's still my stream. I am free to watch this. Chat, the Soup thing is specifically for SEA challengers, and that's Riot's agreement with Soup Asia, like Soup Global, not Soup Korea, etc., etc. And that's because they're like the TO of that, etc., etc. It's a whole different thing. But anyway. No, some of you, like, it's fine if some of you guys are like making fun of me. Like, people making fun of me is one thing, and then people like, it's one thing to be like, yo, see, like, we believed, and like being like, oh, like, Chobra, you're a curse. Like, that's one thing versus people being like, well, why'd you do this? Well, yeah, but why'd you do it though? Oh, you're so wrong. And it's like, okay, I mean, okay, like, I guess, I mean, I was wrong. You're not wrong. I was wrong. I mean, you know. Sometimes it's because I just support Nongshim because I really do believe in him and I'm part of the team. Sometimes it's just because I was wrong. Sometimes it's because I don't know, had a gut feeling. You know, I don't know. But it's just, I'm just talking about, I'm not saying all of you. I'm just saying there's enough of you. But it's not just, the reason it bothers me is it's not just me. I'm just so sick of today's internet culture. I really am. But and then people will be like, yeah, but you can't change it, so oh well. It's like, yeah, but also that doesn't mean I have to like never speak out about it. I think it sucks. You know, I think it really sucks. You know why it sucks? Because that's what gets you to the point of like the Frost and Termi drama, and then everyone thinks they have to chip in. Everyone thinks they have to tweet and get a reaction out of it, and it's like, you actually don't. If you don't know what you're talking about, you actually literally don't have to do anything. And like, then it's fine. So, yeah, it's just like, again, there's a difference between having fun. It's basically good faith acting versus bad faith acting. And I think the internet has, and anonymity and the internet has really made bad faith acting so commonplace. And I'm just so sick of it. I really am. I just am. I'm just, you know? Yeah, like people think like they're like, oh, like I gotcha, and then like they try to rage bait you and they try to get a reaction, and it's like, what are we doing here? Do you really have nothing else going in your lives to like, that's like the one thing you want to do today? Like, come on. But all in all, though, bottom line, happy for PRX. Mostly because, honestly, I think I wouldn't have been as happy for PRX if they just kind of like just simply fragged their way through, I think. But it was more than that. Like they're playing the map well. They've got like good flank timings. You can tell that they're like communicating on when they want to hit what side of what part of the map. Like the calls are good. Like is it the most perfect value? No, but like that's not PRX, right? But like this is what I mean is like I would say that for instance, like Gen G has now figured out, like Gen has figured out how to play. They've now adapted 24 into 25 meta, right? So what I've been saying since the beginning of the year is like 25 meta is all about, it's like fast reclears and contact plays. You have to, it's really about constant fighting. And I think that's basically where Riot has always wanted Valorant to be. Oh, you guys can't see this part because of my camera. I think that's always been the intention, because if you think about it, right, like barriers drop in the middle of the map and not in spawn, so that all leads to that. So Gen G's adjusted their 24 meta of like 1-4 defaults, you know, utility fakes, constantly kind of scaling up back and forth until you make a hit, and they've now adjusted that to the current meta on their current roster. And I would argue PRX took a while, but you know, they like to go kind of deathball, etc. Deathball W Gaming, and they've now adjusted that into the 25 meta, where you're kind of taking a page out of Gen G's book a little bit, right? You still have flanks and lurks, and you're understanding that if I deathball here, like they're gonna take the flank or whatever. So it's really, I mean, it's a really big evolution. It really is. Now, the question I'm still not confident in is like, do I think this carries all the way into champions? I don't know. Obviously, the meta will shift as well. Like, we don't know what the meta is going to look like exactly once Teo gets nerfed. We don't even know what it's going to look like in Toronto. But if anything, technically at Toronto, PRX should find it easier to find the adjustment, in my opinion. Like, they should be able to find their own style faster than they did with Teo at Toronto. So I think they'll be all right. I can say that I never doubted my goats. I mean, some of you held strong for PRX, and I'm proud of you. I mean, some of you had heart attacks, and you know, your health suffered for it, but you held strong. What happened to DRX? I thought they would win today. The thing is DRX, I would say that this is the one time. I mean, first of all, like DRX has been dealt a lot of bad hands, right? Like Flashback suddenly bailing out and whatnot. So like that's rough. That's rough for sure. But aside from that, I think with the players they have, they still kind of reach the minimum threshold pretty quickly. But I think this current meta doesn't suit them all that well once people figured out how to play with or without Teo. So, and then I think PRX has figured out their tempo, but DRX is I think DRX is also kind of split, and I think there's kind of a divide between like how, well, Hyunmin I think basically will just do whatever the team wants him to do, but I think there is a bit of a divide. I'm not saying that they're like not on good terms. Don't take this the wrong way, but I think the style that they prefer, Mako versus Estrella, I think is very different. Mako's actually quite aggressive on the map, and Estrella is actually quite passive. And I think there's a split there where maybe they're not really leaning as hard one way or the other. So I think that was rough too. But at the end of the day, though, I mean, I don't think DRX played as well as some people might have expected them to, but I think this match is mostly credit to PRX. It's not like DRX was doing anything like egregiously wrong, you know? It's not like DRX suddenly just like stopped shooting and everyone was like, whoa, what's going on? It's not like that. It was still a close game. Like, it was 13-11 on Lotus, so. Was your prediction troll and Platchet, or did you actually believe that PRX could win stage 1? You mean before stage 1? It wasn't troll, but it's simply the matter of fact that PRX is a team that once it clicks hard, right? And I figured by end of stage 1, as long as they get to playoffs, you buy them enough time that they can figure out comps that they want to play. So I believed in that for sure. But it was a hot take. Like, the whole point of that prediction was they wanted hot takes for stage 1. So my hot take was, I think that can happen. But it seems a little hot at the time because PRX looked so down. But you give them 5 weeks. PRX is the type of team that once it clicks, it clicks. And it's not like Talon where it's like kind of like well, you never know if it will actually happen. Like, it has happened repeatedly in the past. So, yeah, but if you're asking me like, well, did you have like specific logic? Like, no, I don't have a crystal ball, but just knowing the strength of the players and Alex and whatnot, I thought, no, they could. I don't think it's that crazy. It's a hot take, but I didn't think it was like an insane thing. Flashback isn't even on the bench anymore, by the way. He's on the academy team. He's on the bench of the academy team. So Hyunmin didn't pop off. Yeah, kind of. But like Hyunmin is in an interesting spot of they don't always play in a way where it's like always Hyunmin go pop off. Like he will when he really needs to, but you usually write better. I just had to write too much, so my writing's all over the place. The only reason, because some people are going to come in and be like, why aren't you talking about RRQ? Well, it's because RRQ, it's not like they really had to adjust any metas from last year into this year. They've just been building. What's funny is RRQ is actually the brick by brick team. RRQ is the actual brick by brick team. Everyone's talking about track by track, but Ewok's been building this house brick by brick for 3 years now. So but yeah, I mean, PRX I think look good. Sorry to RRQ, but I am very curious about this matchup in a best of 5 in the grand finals. Like, see who actually figured it out better for themselves. Like, this is nothing against RRQ. I just want to see them now that they're both clicking really well. You need to draw 2 more bricks on the bottom. Oh, like a pyramid? Not if you balance it right. No, RRQ definitely got dominated today, though. I feel like they were first of all, I mean, I don't think RRQ really put up much of a fight. I think it was a mental block for sure. That doesn't mean they would have won. I just think they didn't even show a good fight. That's what I was asking. Who do you support, Gen G or PRX? Oh. I mean, I will say, though, I think... I don't know. It's such a new look for PRX, honestly. It really is, chat. This is a very new PRX. I know it doesn't seem like it, but... Yeah. I take it as like a who am I supporting harder? My brain says Gen G, but my heart says PRX. If they were to play in the grand finals, my brain says Gen G, my heart says PRX. Yeah, because like I think Patman, his flexibility, his comms, like his reclears, and it's not just him. Like other people are doing reclears and lurks really well now too. Like Devise had a couple of, the self flash will live on forever, but ever since then he's kind of woken up, things like that. But I would actually have to go back and really think about like how different is PRX, because my gut tells me that PRX, the way they're playing, is actually much more different than we see on the surface. So that just like, because I don't know how much different, my heart's like, ooh, actually I might have to put more weight on that. That's true, Infinite. To be fair, PRX looks like they're full W gaming and it's not full on W. Well, that's always been true. They've always not been like actual full on W gaming, like take out your brain W gaming. But the current iteration, I would say, is actually, I think there's much more going on than even on the surface at a macro level. Because before it was much more about like, oh, they've got like nice nuances in how they take the advantageous angle and things like that. But I think it's hard to argue against Gen G if they can just ban. Yeah, I mean, the double map ban is going to be the... That's what I was saying earlier, though. I think no matter who comes up, because I think these teams are all pretty close in power level, I think Gen G, the double map ban is just so big, right? And they've generally been pretty good with their map bans, so... He has track by track written all over his screen. Who is this sign show? That guy. But yeah, we'll see. But I kind of want PRX to win tomorrow just so we can see the Gen G PRX in a BO5. So what are we doing now? That's a good question. When will the mental coach get some credit? I've glazed him a lot. Right now we were just talking about the styles is all. We don't know exactly how much impact, but he's definitely had an impact. I've talked about him a lot. Unfortunately, I don't remember his name, so I guess that's on me. But the new mental coach or performance coach for PRX has clearly been huge. I hope we get Gen G PRX. I mean, I think it would be fun, unfortunately, for RQ. But also, I'm going to be honest. I'm going to be real honest. RQ, I think RRQ would do better going without a bot. I really do think so. so we'll see. Chobra, are you gonna watch the Evolution series? Is it still going on today? But I didn't get permission for it because I just kind of assumed I wouldn't have time to watch them because of the schedule. I reached out about co-streaming the Champions League stuff next week for Pacific versus China. That we'll see. Can they recruit Benka as an analyst or something to come up with trap combo plays that used to have? That might be an insane pay price if they include that. I mean, the thing is like, chat, the thing is it from the outside, it's so easy for us to look at any team and be like, well, they should have this strat. And it's like, yeah, I mean, yeah, it's not like certain trap plays, like it's been done and like they've been around for ages, but also like if the players just like maybe adding that actually breaks the machine, you know what I mean? Because it's like one extra thing that they're not used to thinking about that they have to think about. So like, could it be good? Sure, but I don't think it's as easy of a. I think that's a very if everything clicks situation. We have 2.5 hours before EMEA, and then we're gonna watch all of it throughout the night. I think maybe we'll just play some Val, you know? Chat, how do you feel about that? Maybe we'll just play some Valorant. Okay, I'll let you choose. Do you want Valorant or Blueprints? Until EMEA. Yeah, let's bottom frag. Hold up. That's messed up. Oh my gosh. Oh, wait. Oh, I do want to see this. The Overwatch and Street Fighter collab. There's apparently an Overwatch and Street Fighter collaboration going on. Winston, wait, what the hell? Chun-Li with a gun? What the heck is going on? Wait, who's this? Who's gonna be the sniper? Oh my gosh, Cammy's Widowmaker. What? This is so weird. This is so weird. Wait, so who? Oh, Ryu is Hanzo, which is also really weird. Why is Ryu Hanzo? It's like they needed to include Ryu and they couldn't figure out who he needed to be. Like, Ryu as Hanzo's so weird. Did they actually show what they look like in game though? It's just these three? I mean, I guess they're the most iconic. Oh. The hell? Oh, they have everybody. Wait, what? What the heck? Blanca's Winston? Oh, man. That's weird. Take a nap? That is true. I could just take a break. Went to Sideshow stream to tell him you should play Subway Surfers to look at more train tracks, and he replied, I think I'll strap you to some train tracks and run you over. Damn, Infinite. Doesn't Overwatch have Doomfist? Yeah, I assume they didn't want to risk any potential misunderstandings of, like, blackface and whatnot. I think that's probably why they didn't. Because that was my initial thought of, like, couldn't Ryu just be Doomfist? But it was like, I guess it's just not worth the risk. Yeah, I like how it's just this... Dude, Overwatch is going to be so weird with these characters running around, though. Do they have a lot of collaborations like this? I haven't played Overwatch 2 ever, actually. Actually, I think I played it once. A little nappy nap before EMEA. 2 hours. I don't think I'll actually nap though. Probably just kind of turn the switch off. Wait, you want me to go nap so you can go buy groceries? Yeah, Ryu with a bow and arrow just seems weird. It's weird. LeSeraphim fighting. Oh, yeah, LeSeraphim have the collaboration too. Turn the switch off. What have I done? I've baited Infinite into believing the Nintendo Switch is real. Ay, ay, ay. Honestly, chat, I think we will hop off and then come back on for EMEA. Because I probably want to grab some food right before as well. And I've been pretty tired recently. So even if I don't actually take a nap, just turning the not what's another word I can use? Turning the trigger off? I don't know. I'm trying to avoid saying switch. Turning the trigger off a little bit before EMEA so we can be full focus. Because EMEA today, for those of you who don't know, EMEA matches are elimination matches today. I hate it when they do that. I hate it when you have to play back-to-back upper into lowers after losing. But it is what it is. So Navi, KC, and Foot Vitality. I think it should be interesting. Navi, KC should be interesting. Foot Vitality should be a banger. So, you know, if you're going to be awake, definitely come check that out. And then we can talk more Valorant then. But yeah, I think we'll take a break. So for those of you who will be back for EMEA, I'll see you guys in like 2 hours. For those of you who are just here for Pacific, hope you guys enjoyed the stream. Thanks for tuning in as always. Really appreciate it. Really appreciate all the support. Honestly, it's been great to be able to continue grinding something new. So it's been fun. And I'll see you guys for EMEA. And of course, for Pacific, we'll be back tomorrow because it's going to be... Oh, send us somewhere. Yeah, I guess if Sideshow's complaining, then... I mean, I hate to do this, but I guess I'll give you all brain rot and send you to Sideshow. Let's do that, shall we? Dude, I just saw his thumbnail. What the hell, man? Wait, I do not feel good. I feel like I'm giving you brain damage if I send you to Sideshow. This is not good. No, 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 Chad. This isn't good. That's this is bad. Okay, I'll send it. Just I'm literally gonna send you and tell you not to stay on the stream for long. This is bad. Oh, never mind. He took it all off. Okay. Oh, the screenshot had track by track written all over. All right, go say hi to Sideshow for me. Let him know. Let him know that the train's not stopping. And have fun. Have fun irking the Eggman as he tries to. Oh, he's in an ISO right now. Hold on, I'm watching this. Oh, damn, he won? Holy crap. Okay. Oh, he's playing Waylay. Okay, you guys got to go watch this. All right. Enjoy the Sideshow stream. I'll see you guys in a couple hours. See you guys later. Thanks for joining.